1 second. I'm sorry here, people. All right, we should be loaded up on YouTube. All right, we do have a bunch of shit to get into today. I apologize for every time I feel like I'm about to start a streaming streak, which is like I like to do like a couple days in a row. We might do 2 days in a row, and then I miss the third day, and then rather than come back the next day, I miss another day, which isn't ideally how we want to do. I'll give you guys a real quick progress report on what's been going on in terms of tracking our streaming this year. We are on pace to I think I'd said 250 this year, like 250 days. We're on pace to probably hit 200. 250 is gonna require probably like either like a marathon stream, or I'm gonna have to do some type of like at least like 2 or 3 weeks without missing a day. So um we are kind of going up. We're going up, but again, we're trying to push the limits of consistency to see if we could even increase what we're currently doing. All right. Anyway, welcome everybody on YouTube. Welcome everybody on Twitch. If you're on Facebook, welcome. And of course, if you're on Rumble, welcome to the stream. A lot of things to be discussed today. Again, because we missed a few days, there's a bunch of topics that kind of piled up. Some hip hop, some not. I was very pleased, and I had a really good time last stream. I think I did about 7 hours. You guys thoroughly enjoyed it. From the moments we talked about hip hop, we talked about whether it was cases or other stuff that some legal rest drama stuff, and then y'all allow me some time to have fun. So y'all allow me to, what I mean, sparkle my little failed comedian career on here, and I had a good time. So hopefully we could kind of do that with today. I don't got nothing else planned for today but chilling with y'all. So as long as y'all could tolerate me for today, I will indulge y'all for. Okay. Mama Demix is here. I was trying to tell her, I was like, listen, I'm about to stream today. If you want to see me, talk to me, bad time. She's like, nah, I want to come over. Matter of fact, I'm in the car. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So Mama's upstairs. Anyway, it's all good though. Other than that, I am here and ready for y'all. Okay, so a couple things we're going to be talking about. I'll give y'all some topics, and if I'm missing topics early, you guys let me know. We're going to be talking about the Eminem album to some extent. We obviously can't play it now that we're on all platforms, but we could talk about some of the things said on there. Obviously, Eminem was still Eminem. He had jabs and bars aimed at a lot of people. We could kind of get into that. Also, probably get into that overall. I know some of y'all might be like, yo, we're Draked out. Okay, we're not gonna be talking too much about Drake, but we'll probably talk about Drake, right? We're gonna be talking about the 2024 hip hop media list. Okay, Complex at this point have kind of coined the hip hop media personality list, which is seemingly, remember when Double XL had the freshman list where they were just known for, being the aficionados of saying who's the newest hip hop artists that are freshmen. It appears that Complex has kind of done that for the media space, okay? Except they released rankings. Now they released their second inaugural rankings. I'm almost looking like an award, but I don't think it's an award. And we'll get into that. I'll leave the cliffhangers and spoilers for later. Julio Fulio say he finna go live. We got Serena who's dissing Drake, so I guess we are gonna be talking about Drake a little bit. Rumors about Kendrick and what his next moves are, whether it's an album. I've even heard people talk about maybe a compilation album. So there's a few things that's floating around when it comes to Kendrick. Hopefully we could get address that too. That's not the only thing going on. What else? Let me see. I did have a bunch of topics over here. Let me see what the hell. By the way, I could also spam topics. Ice Spice and who? Central C. Is it great marketing or just the natural order of things happening? There's a lot of things that went down recently. We all know they've been teasing like they're together. The girlfriend supposedly of or the ex-girlfriend appears of Central C came out to expose some shit. We have SBs to talk about. That'll do with the Serena shit. And what else am I missing? Diddy's mom actually, she's been suffering through some health issues. I want to send our prayers to her. But there is new information that's saying that the grand jury allegedly is in its final stages, which people are expecting an indictment supposedly any day. Um, we'll get into that, but we're not trying to do too much on that. What else? Some things that I care about, you guys might not care about. Alex Baldwin, he went to trial for involuntary manslaughter. Basically, he's an actor. He was on a set. Usually, they have guns on a set, but it's like kind of like fake guns, but it's real guns. But it's supposed to be loaded with lethal or non-fatal or not damaging ammo. It's supposed to be a bunch of blanks. He pulls the trigger, somebody get killed. So some fuck up happened because he pulled the trigger. He was actually charged eventually because it was a big media story. That case has now been resolved, it appears. So we'll talk about that. Bronny James, you know what I mean? I don't want to like dogpile on Bronny, but salute to Bronny. We'll definitely talk about that too. So, somebody said, what else? There's some random situations. I don't know if y'all care for me to talk about these things, but if we're gonna be kicking it here for like a good, if I could give y'all 8 hours today, that'll be good. Y'all want an 8 hour stream? We'd probably be good today if we do that. Nigga in Philly, okay. If you're from Philly or know Philly colloquial terms, they like saying you on some nut shit. Well, I guess somebody took that literally. Somebody nutted on a female's leg. The dude ran out of the store, and finally Philadelphia police has caught the motherfucker. And I have a lot of questions and a lot of thoughts about a motherfucker who could just see a random woman in the store and nut on her leg while she was passing. That's crazy, okay? That nigga need to be on Plug Talk. Like, what? The nigga nutted on command, like, instantly? Like, that's just crazy. Anyway, we'll talk about that. What else? After last hilarious stream we did, I got a couple people who hit me up. Not everybody had fortunately and unfortunately, I don't want to spoil the media ranking list. I don't think we get ranked on the media ranking list without what we do on stream these days. Stream is very important to what we do these days. However, I always tell y'all we started stream to be low key. And yeah, anytime I mention somebody, whether jokingly or not, they hit me up. Shout out to my man Safari. I guess he watched the video or bit I did about him and whatever, and he said, "Ak, you're a fucking genius. You're hilarious, and you're right. It's everything you said. I was thinking." I'm like, all right, appreciate that. Roddy Rich also hit me up. You know what I mean? And we had a conversation. But yeah, a lot has gone on. Okay. We're gonna kind of get into certain stuff. So you guys let me know how you want to start. Don't matter to me. Don't matter to me. Okay. How do y'all want to start, people? All right, let me pull up comments first and foremost. YouTube, what is good with y'all? I see y'all up in this bitch. John Blue, thank you for the donation. I'm not gonna read it yet because I don't want to spoil it. And Hemi Lifestyle, I see you, my boy. I hope you living good and prospering. Okay, we could start off hot if y'all want. Y'all want me to talk about the media list, or y'all want me to talk about some of the Kendrick stuff, or y'all want me to talk about, unfortunately, Diddy, whatever, or Candace Owens. Oh yeah, Candace Owens and Eminem. Well, Candace Owens been on an ethering spree. She got an M, and then she got it. Before she did an interview with Don Lemon, and I'm gonna be honest with you, she was going crazy. Like she was like trying to drop 30. So, update on 6ix9ine's IRS cars. Okay, put 6ix9ine on the list too. I'll bring 6ix9ine up later. The female prison guard. Oh, I heard she's spoken out. The dude who fucked her is trying to get on the stream, but I'm trying to get her on the stream. I was like, what the fuck am I going to talk to the prisoner about? The prisoner's manager hit me up, which I was confused. I was like, wait, does he rap? Nah. Why the fuck you need a manager? In case y'all want to do interviews, he's like an influencer. Wait, so you tell me because he fucked a chick in prison, he's an influencer now? I'm with him. I actually agree. We're living in the times or the age of like, anything you do that's somewhat, let's not say notable, but could generate conversation, thrust you in a bracket of quit your job, fuck your life of crime, let's get on the straight and narrow because you're an influencer, right? So the prisoner who fucked the girl he's an influencer now, even though I think he's still in prison, right? I think he's in a hole at this point. Then, I'm pausing that by the way. And also the Hawk Tua girl, like, you know what I mean? I have a whole theory about that too. You know what I mean? It's the easiest way to come up right now. And I have like a really, for all white blondes out there that's a little bit country, if this don't show you that the smallest possible or the smallest like sexualization of yourself is gonna have America in awe, y'all got no excuse for losing. Okay, some of y'all, y'all have been gifted, and when I'm saying gifted, because that's just what people seem like they're clamoring to. Because I guarantee, if that was a black chick that said it, nobody give a fuck. A Spanish chick said it, nobody give a fuck. A white country chick who said that, like by now, like as soon as she said that, I put her on the clock. I'm like, all right, I'm about to see this pussy in like at least a week. I'm definitely gonna see what she got going on. She's not even doing OnlyFans. She's getting paid 30, 40,000 for appearance just because of one phrase. Ridiculous. Anyway, yeah. Somebody says the London girl. Yeah, that London video supposedly isn't fake because the woman did get arrested for it. So Shorty got arrested for it. Hold on. Okay. All right. We'll start off pretty hot and kind of talk about the hip hop media list. Give me 1 second before we do that. Society's so stupid. Yeah. I mean, I won't necessarily say stupid. It's like when people wonder why a Sexy Red exists, it's like, why does a Hawk Tua girl exist? Like, as much as we dudes complain, and I feel like I'm about to go into a topic by just getting on a rant. As much as we complain about the ratchets, like say even in hip hop culture, like the Sexy Reds or like the city girls who, you know what I mean? Like by extension, I think men do get a benefit from it because if you, like the generation of women have changed. Like women used to be like, my body's a temple. I don't give it up until I'm in love. Like all that bullshit's out the window. Like now it's like, yo, fuck a nigga for a bag, fucking on a rich ass scamming ass nigga. Like it's like basically they've diminished sex to be something where they're trying to play on the same rule book that men play on, and we're like, wait, so you think that when you gave me the pussy and just cause I bought you some food, like that was equal? Fuck it. Like we're down with it. Like we're not mad. Like back in the day, you had to like court a girl. You had to like really put some time and effort, make her think you're really gonna wife her. Nowadays, it's just, man, smash and dash. So there's a huge swath of the female population who's like, no, we're just like y'all, and we're on the reverse Kendrick shit. We ain't gonna be like they not like us. We're like, okay, yeah, y'all are like us, except I just don't see the benefits. So anyway, we do have certain people who complain about it because it's the degeneracy. Like you see the degradation of women and the type and quality of women in society. However, like this Hawk Tua girl, the people who are getting her famous are dudes who want women like that to just be sexualized. So it is what it is. So, you know what I mean? Sometimes we complain about the shit that also benefits us. Like people, basically I'm saying we don't know what we want. You know what I mean? Because I don't think it's a bunch of women making Hawk Tua famous, right? But it's a bunch of dudes who are probably sharing the meme and also subliminally telling other girls, this is how you get our attention. Tell us how good you... Shut the fuck up about anything that is of any substance. Tell us how good you could suck cock. That's how you get our attention. You know what the other girls are going to do? All right, well, y'all just like the girls who do the Hawk Tour. Well, I'm going to do the Hawk Tour. You know what I mean? So then when we see all hoes, we then start complaining. Damn, it's too many hoes out here. Damn, where's the good girls? So it's the nature of the human spirit. We're never really satisfied. You know what I mean? Like us dudes, we want all the hoes, but we want some pure good girls as well. That's untouched and never been whatever. You know what I mean? Like for example, I'll give you a quick example. You know how I get turned off now? As soon as I have a couple red flags. I've told you about these red flags already. When I find out a girl watch baddies, or I see that she been listening to JT, City Girls, Sexy Red, you know she's subscribing to some of that dumb shit that those women espouse. If she follows Ari, we're gonna talk about Ari, by the way. Remind me with that. That was hilarious. She posted some shit about her birthday, and I've seen every girl's Instagram, like I'm just on my Explore page. Every girl's Instagram story shared that one fucking post of Ari celebrating her birthday, and everyone had some shit like, one day I'm gonna get this guy. I wish my nigga was like this. Y'all niggas be playing. I want this. Like, it's kind of crazy. However, I forgot even my point would say that. I'll get back to it later. Anyway, before I get into that, I feel like I was going to go on a tangent too quickly. Let me actually pull up the media list. So, Complex put out their list. I'm going to be honest with you and truthfully, and y'all could tell me if this was disrespect. I had no fucking idea the list was coming out. I had no idea. Well, I figured I was going to be on the list, but I had, like, nobody gave me a heads up. Nobody was like, yo, Ak, you want to get an interview? Yo, Ak, you want to send in some new pictures? Nothing. You know how I found out? I'm on just Instagram, and like an old friend of mine just DM me and say, hey, congratulations. And I'm like, for what? Now it's a girl who DM me. So I'm thinking, when girls say congratulations, they're almost like saying you got a baby or something like that, or a bitch. I'm like, what? Wait, what? And I'm like, why are you congratulating me? They said, you number one. And I'm like, number one in what? And then they sent me the link. I was like, oh. So, I was listening to Joe like last year talk about how like Complex, like, hit him up and was like, did a little interview with him. Man, nigga, I never knew this shit was that. I never knew I was on this list till this list came out, bro. Anyway, let me see if I can find it. Media list. Here we go. So it's a power ranking, and it's the hip hop. it's the hip hop. Let me make sure I get this straight. The hip hop media power ranking list of 2024. They're saying this is the annual list of media power rankings that reflects which personalities dominated the past year. Now, I have to kind of like, once again, at least read their criteria, because with any list, if you don't consider their criteria, you go off what you think should happen, you're going to be fucked up. So they said last year we published our inaugural hip hop media power ranking. Joe Budden took the top spot. Fierce commentary ensued from both on and off the list. Life moved on. The hip hop media ecosystem continued its relentless churn. But then in late March, the sudden release of the incendiary Kendrick Lamar song, incendiary Kendrick Lamar verse on a song from Metro and Future called Like That brought a simmering megastar beef to full boil. Many back and forth followed, and the Drake-Kendrick Lamar war took our timelines hostage. It hasn't been let go since. The ongoing beef stimulus has provided endless fodder for hip-hop media. Those who leaned into his hardest benefited greatly, while some stayed out of the fray lost ground. The 2024 hip-hop media ranking reflects the shifts that have resulted as the smoke of the battle is cleared. There are 7 newcomers who weren't ranked at all, plus a new name at number 1. As with previous lists, the ranking below reflects the current moment, not the entirety of one's career. Okay, this is what I wanted to see. So it reflects the current moment, not the entirety of one's career. We ranked each media personality based on their impact in the space since the release of our inaugural list in 2023. Complex employees and hosts were not eligible for inclusion. Let the debates begin. Now, because I want to give my opinion on the list overall. Actually, no. Should I start at number 1 or 25? You tell me. Should I start at number 1 or number 25? Now, I'm looking at y'all comments. 25? Okay. We'll start at 25. All right. So, um, 25 was gifted to Gay P. Gay P, if you don't know, is, I believe, the owner, but also the host of the platform On the Radar. Now, On the Radar is actually a pretty dope platform. It's a platform that, shit, at this point, you know, it's the East Coast version of what the LA Leakers freestyle is, but it's a lot more than that. It's a place for new discovery. It's a place for, it's this place that's been pushing the envelope, and it's one of the dopest places you could see new upcoming talent showcase their talent more than just an interview, or, sometimes, these days when it comes to media, people have to showcase personality and music. If you just only care about music, I think they've been doing an amazing job. Like, you know what I mean? Of course, the Yachty brought his crew up there. And if you didn't know about them then, after he brought them on tour and you start seeing them develop more, everybody kept going back to that freestyle. Drake and Central C, they clearly had a freestyle that even took to DSPs. It's been kind of really popping. Also, I gotta give him credit. Because on the Radar, there's a lot of freestyle things nowadays. Ones where the mic just dropped down in front of you and you're out in the middle of nowhere or whatever and you're just rapping. He's made it where artists respect his brand and platform. By the way, I got to shout out to Fabio. Fabio murdered his shit too. People, you could tell they're taking his shit serious. They're almost looking at what he got going on with On the Radar, like BT Rap City, like the freestyle. If you guys know anything about hip hop, BT, Rap City, with Tigger, like, people used to really take that shit serious because they knew that shit was going to live forever. And I could see people writing custom verses and really wanting to put their best foot forward. So him being on here, I like this. I'm going to tell you why. Because again, and off top, if we're talking about platforms versus personality, and this is where I have to give my criteria if I'm going to give comments on the list. So before you hear any comments on this list, let me tell you how I think of the space. I think we have media personalities and then we have media platforms. And a lot of times, some people might have a great media platform, but them as a personality isn't the thing that, is the most viable in the space at the time. Let me give an example. For example, I do believe when it comes to, like, for example, Say Cheese. I like Sean Cotton. But Sean Cotton, I do believe the stronger point of what he got going on is what he's curated with his platform. Say Cheese, amazing platform. I'm going to be honest with you. And it's just mutual respect for me and Sean. I'd raise hell if there was a hip-hop platform list and Sean Cotton not top. Well, Say Cheese, and Sean Cotton owns it, was not top 10. Like, come on. We got to make this shit make some sense. You know what I mean? Like, the guy's been really doing his thing. But now if we're talking about personality, I understand they might not give him the nod, even though, by the way, I want to say as well, I think Sean should be on the list, which I don't know if he is. I'm just looking for the first time. Okay, so I look at On the Radar as a platform. I look at Gabe P as the personality. So yes, On the Radar popping. Gabe P, how influential to that is he? And by the way, let me give you my quintessential determinant factor for personality. Actually, no, I'll get there. All right, so he's number 25. All right, cool. Arshawn Jaweed. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I've never heard of this nigga until I seen this, okay? And this is where I think, I've been really campaigning to say, I wish we could just do platforms and then personalities. Because with all due respect, I don't know him as a personality like that. I do know about Kids Takeover. You get what I'm saying? Like, is he like the main person on Kids Takeover, or am I tripping? Let me see. Yeah, Kids. Yeah, so like I think Kids Takeover is a really viable platform, but I don't know. Like, here's my thing about a personality. If I don't know none of your hip hop opinions, I can't just be like, oh great. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Kids Takeover, I think it should be on the list for platforms. 100%. That's why I keep saying, even with the BET Awards, let's have two categories. One for personalities, one for platforms. because there's certain type of like personalities who they might just bounce from platform to platform, but their takes, their effect or opinion on hip hop actually is what make them viable. And then there's certain platforms that they have platformed so much hip hop that they're a factor. That's what I think Kids Takeover is. Okay. All right, Jason Lee. Okay, this was interesting. With all due respect, I love Jason Lee. You know what I mean? Pause. I know he's gay. That's my guy, though. Still, don't play with him. Anyway, I think Jason Lee is just a power player in media. Hip hop, I don't know if I could really say he's like. And by the way, I don't want this to sound like I'm just criticizing everybody, right? But I'm also like, you know, I'm scrutinizing the whole list too. You know, his stuff is a lot more like shade roomish, but I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the stuff they cover kind of shapes and mold, especially female hip hop, and female hip hop has been on the uptick in the last year. Like there's a lot of things that has shaped always, you know, Cardi B and Nicki and Meg and whatever the case is, that has originated from Hollywood Unlocked and with Jason Lee, obviously. And I've even gone to them for that. Other stuff, I can't say. I mean, again, Hollywood Unlocked and Jason Lee, definitely in the power media list in black culture. When I think of hip hop, where I'm basing it around the music primarily, not as sure. Okay? Whoa. Adam 22 is at 22. Wow. That's kind of interesting. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Adam is gonna give a fuck because, you know, at this point he has to realize he's white, and I don't think that he's cared that much. Once you don't care that much about some of the cultural things, you can't care about accolades that the culture will give. You get what I'm saying? I think he's about the money, right? So I personally believe, supposedly last year he was 19. They put him at 22 now. I think they use a lot of things against him that he probably does to make money. Let's say one, porn. They use it against him. Bro, some of your fame is because you're doing porn. Some of your biggest highlights in the last year is because your wife got penetrated by another man. That's not hip hop. It was noteworthy, but it's not hip hop. I think they use it against him rather than only looking at his hip hop. And by the way, this might be to some of his fault too. Some of the things, because I think Adam does a lot in terms of interviewing hip hop artists and a lot with hip hop, but because some of his bigger moves end up being porn or some other stuff, it overshadows the hip hop aspects of what he does. Because I'm going to be honest with you, whether you want to call it culture vulture or not, when it comes to like some of these smaller rappers or like rappers from Chicago and other people, Adam is still top 5 in platforming the most upcoming rappers, period. Definitely. And he's not just outside of the conversation. He's sitting with these niggas and interviewing them. So I think they're using things against him. And it's probably just because he's involved in a lot more other things that they're probably just saying, you know, it's kind of like the Jason Lee ranking. Like, you know, Jason Lee's a top 10 power media person overall, which I think Adam is too. But if we're talking about hip hop, they're like, well, yeah, you're lit, but not necessarily for your hip hop. And this is where I get to like the criteria. If I'm thinking about a media hip hop list, if I was on this list to vote or on the committee to vote, the first thing when determining my list, I'm going to say this. Does a opinion about hip hop or music from you matter? That is a main thing. I think the Drake and Kendrick thing was one of the things that showed. There were certain people didn't give a fuck about what they said. There were certain people did. That's a big indicator of how the ranking, in my opinion, should be when it comes to media personality within hip hop. Right? So I think they're looking at Adam like, yeah, we don't really, you know, what I mean, a lot of his notable, you know, moments, which by the way, I could tell they're not that researched on Adam. He just did the Kodak Black interview like 3 days. They put it as his most memorable moment in the past year. That's crazy. That's that's kind of fucking crazy. You know what I mean? And then they put the Fulio interview. You can tell they just put anything. Like, bruh, they put the Fulio interview just because Fulio died. Like, they probably just seen in their search. Oh, that's the no. Like, no, like Adam has been doing really notable things. It's just that he has other things that are a little bit, you know, more popular. Now, Van Lathan. Hmm. Van's my man. I don't know what the fuck this was about. It's like, with all due respect, it's no way you put Van Lathan. Van Lathan is more into politics. He does say and expound hip hop opinions, cultural opinions, but ain't no way you got Adam 22 and Van Lathan 21. Come on, bro. Even if you think that everything Adam says is trolling or a bunch of bullshit, come on, bro. Come on. Like, come on, right? Oh, my boy Trap Lord Ross, he's 20. I think Trap Lord Ross deserves this. Not even gonna lie to you. Maybe even deserves to be a little bit higher. I'm gonna tell you why. Trap Lord Ross, through his research and through how thorough he is, with a lot of, you know, there's a lot of people doing these documentarian type, you know, pieces that are really popular on YouTube now. Trap Lord Ross, not only has he set up what he got going on as like a fucking movie, like he's the only nigga dropping shit for 6 hours or 3 hours and we'll watch the whole thing. But if we're talking about a personality or someone who has impact, not saying that we weren't already saying the King Von thing, but everybody reacted to the King Von, is he a serial killer question because of him. Again, not saying he's the first person to say it, but he made it a thing where every Chicago rapper that went to an interview had to answer that question. Yo, do you think King Von was a serial killer? That's where I'm going to say there's a lot of impact. A huge amount of impact, right? Shit. I think he mentioned also, or he categorized even the YoungBoy situation. And I think YoungBoy kind of like indirectly kind of like almost responded to it as well. So Trap Lord Ross, I'm going to be honest with you, definitely deserves to be on this list, if not a little bit higher. Okay? And by the way, you know, I got to salute to my man Trap Lord Ross. I think in the last year, he's done a good job. I've always said this. Let me tell all y'all YouTubers this. You want to get good content, but at a certain point, you're going to have to cross a bridge. Here's the bridge I'm going to tell you, because I was there too. I was there probably like 2016. Yeah, you're really lit on YouTube, but you got to start putting your face out there. You got to cross over. And with that is going to do other people's platforms, get out of your comfort zone. And Trap Lord Ross, even though he lives in the UK, the nigga's shit. He did my platform like twice or 3 times now. Like I saw him in Miami, he came to my headquarters. He's in LA. He's moving around, you know, and he's definitely shaping how people kind of see a lot of these contemporary stories. And I'm going to be honest with you, what he's doing right now is going to be invaluable research that I guarantee in 10 years, a Hulu, a Netflix, or some other bigger entity, when they realize the plethora of not only information but entertainment, or let's just translate to dollars, that they could get from doing a hip-hop documentary, they're either gonna try to get him or they're gonna use a lot of his information, right? He's the person who I believe has done, like when Vice did it, like he does it even better than Vice, truth be told. Okay, so that's 20. Nadeska Alexis. Now, Nadeska is my sister. I love Nadeska. You won't ever hear me say nothing negative about her, so don't you even hope. She's ranked 19. She actually went up a spot. And one of the things I want to say, again, I'm biased, so it's cool. Nadeska has her own show on Apple. She's very influential with a lot of the acts that even passed through that building were Apple Music, let's be specific. And honestly, I think more than, you know, she's not the person I would probably be like, yo, I want the the hot take from necessarily. But when it comes to impact, putting people on, championing, and also having some really good nuance, I'm telling you, I my nigga, I could never say nothing bad about Nadeska. I would have never done. Everyday Struggle without Nadeska. Like Nadeska was the Rock. Nadeska, I love you. You deserve it. Nadeska, every year you should be on this list. All right, and that's just me. I think I'm speaking truthfully, but I'm also super biased. So fuck y'all. All right, Sway. It's almost. I feel like it's blasphemy for me to even rank Sway and Sway's year. A guy who's been in hip hop for like 20 to 30 years. And when I mean been in hip hop, I remember going to high school listening to Sway, and Sway was just the biggest figure on earth. I remember like when I'm really getting into shit and I'm trying to find old Sway interviews, some of them old Pac interviews with no video, just audio. It's hard for me to be like, yo, you know what I mean? Sway's gonna be on this list somewhere. I think the only thing that matters is it like a year where he gets like a Kanye interview? Like, obviously, remember when that year when it was like, yo, you ain't got the answer, Sway? Like that, you got to put him top 10. But other than that, him being on this list, I don't care if he's 18 or 25, it's Sway. It's Sway Calloway, someone who I've tried to take notes from. Like, even when I do my podcast, I try to do illustrious intros. One of them is because of Sway. Sway's just amazing, all right? Angela Yee. Angela Yee, if you don't know, formerly of The Breakfast Club. Now she has Way Up with Angela Yee and also a lip service. Last year, she was ranked 14. She fell 3 spots. One thing I got to give Angela Yee a lot of credit for is that, you know, she still has that demeanor of maybe not necessarily an Angie in terms of making people feel comfortable, but she'll get some of these tough ass niggas to talk about them eating ass. You know what I mean? She'll get them to a comfort zone that only a woman could do. And I think she's, you know, a lot of people thought she was going to disappear. And actually, I had no idea what to think after she left The Breakfast Club, but I think she's kind of held on. Now, again, I also have to tell y'all and premise everything I'm saying that some of y'all might be looking on a digital aspect. Like, oh, well, we don't see this going viral or we don't see this. But she's still pretty relevant in the space. So, you know, salute to Angela Yee. Definitely still doing her thing. Give me 1 second. Give me. What the fuck? you, I'm reading some of y'all comments. Look at some of y'all talking about Gucci Man. I said Gucci Man. Let me stop. Okay, all right. So now we're at 16 Big Boy. Big Boy's like Sway. Again, I mean, he did have the Mustard interview recently. Oh wait, was he on stage at the Pop Out show? And he had the Kanye interview. Yeah, he did have the Kanye and Ty Dolla $ign interview, which, you know, Kanye dropped the Vultures album, so that's actually dope. Again, I don't really care, or I won't judge like somebody like Big Boy, because these people, and even Angie Martinez, Angie's at 15. To be honest, I got to say, Angie's consistently did her thing, and she's the most relatable person. She's still the Oprah of hip hop media, in the aspect of, once you're a rapper that is lit on the blogs, like the bitches like you, but now you want to cross over to that conversation of growth, the conversation that maybe somebody in their 30s, say you're a 20-year-old rapper, you want to get a different audience. You want people who in their 30s and 40s and 50s to fuck with you. You want to go sit down with Angie. She's like almost like an auntie, like a mom type vibe. She's not invasive. She's so relatable. She's kind of like the Oprah of this shit, if you ask me. You get what I'm saying? Bootleg Kev. Shout out to Bootleg Kev. I'm going to be honest with you. I think last year he wasn't even ranked. But I think he's been going hard for his content. He went up to Gravedigger Mountain, did some shit with Young Boy. He's been having a good amount of moments where, for better or for worse, actually not even for better or for worse. I think he has a really good grasp of hip hop, and yeah, I've seen too many moments that has happened on his platform and happened with him to say he shouldn't be on this list. So 14, I actually agree. What the fuck? Rory and Mealy Mo. All right, no, I mean, I should let that beef go. Nah, I can't let it go. I can't let it go. All right, Rory and Millie Mo. They're ranked 13. And I'm going to be honest with you. This right here is definitely a OVO stimulus package. And I'm going to be honest, like, to keep it real, these two niggas I told y'all most famously, I put these niggas in a bunk bed casket, and I believe that. And I still do. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. And let me be very fair and just blunt about this shit we do in terms of hip-hop commentary and whatever. I never like these niggas, especially when they start having such adverse opinions about me. It's because they were niggas that lacked an opinion. They were niggas who lacked passion. So anytime I had an opinion, they were judgmental. Because these were, well, I could see it this way and I could see it that way. Listen, this is media personality land. Pick a side, have an opinion. We don't need the nigga to be like, oh, well, it's half full, half empty type of niggas. So when they were talking, I had to get them the fuck out of here quickly. What I've realized is that this Drake and Kendrick battle, especially, which, by the way, I ain't gonna lie, this detergent hiding motherfucker, Maul, a fire lit under him. I think it's probably because Drake was hitting him, like, yo, whatever. But, like, it's the first time I've seen them passionate. And it just kind of shows. Because if anybody knows these two bozos right here, they were the niggas who were always, anytime they used to judge me, they used to try to come across as, nah, we too cool for that. Nah, we're cool. That's why Joe Budden fired them. They were too cool for school. And except in the last, I want to say about like 4 to 5 months, they finally start realizing, hey, maybe sometimes you're not going to look cool. Maybe sometimes you just have to live on your passions or whatever you actually think. Let it all hang out there. And actually, I'm taking some credit for it, and I know Drake taking some credit for them niggas being on the list, because these niggas would have been washed up. And last year they weren't ranked, and this year they are. So, again, I hate to give niggas secret sauce when I don't particularly like him, but let's see how these niggas fare after the Drake thing. Because, again, if you are not passionate about nothing, nobody gives a fuck about what you're saying. Like, what y'all know with me, y'all have seen me cry, laugh, fall asleep. Y'all have seen extreme emotions from me, and it's not me doing bullshit. I remember one time I fell asleep to some Tory Lane shit. That's when I got into it with a Rory nigga, and he was like, I'm faking it. No, motherfucker. I'm not getting online to give my opinion to be cool. I don't want to be cool. I just want to be me. There's sometimes people who really like me who be like, yo, you was on some bozo shit. I don't agree with that take. And I'm like, well, that's really what I think. It's okay. So I always thought these guys were just going to fizzle away, because without a actual opinion or without passion, nobody cares. But somehow the Drake thing lit a passion under them. We'll see. Them being 13, I'm not sure I put them over Bootleg Kev. I would have put them niggas at, I don't even sure I'm putting them over Trap Lord Ross. I'd probably put them niggas like closer to 25. I'm going to keep it a bean. But all right, they're on the list. Fuck it. Yachty and Mitch. What the fuck? That's interesting. Yachty's turned into like a personality of sorts. And that has showcased a different side of him. Of course, he had the J. Cole interview, which was amazing. He was pretty much the, I know y'all called me the spokesperson for Drake, but nah, he was the spokesperson for like all the dogs and, her loss and yeah, I could definitely see. Yeah, Yachty definitely made some waves as a personality this year. But Yachty's always, to me, been more than a rapper. The same shit, so if I'm Yachty, it got to be satisfying. It has to be satisfying, right? That currently, he's getting praised for everything they criticized him for. I remember me and Yachty talking privately, nothing too invasive, so I could share it. when he said, you know why they get mad at me and they hate me more than they hate everybody else on that 2016 freshman list? He said, Uzi's not going to answer those questions. He's not going to respond to that publicly. 21 ain't going to do it. But me, I'm not going to duck the conversation. I'm going to go answer that head on. But then they make me the poster child for, oh, this is the trash guy who blah, blah. And he's like, I'm just not going to sit on my opinion and not give it. So he was crucified for that back then. As time went on, not only have people realized Yachty's like an amazing genius when it comes to music, he helped out Drake, right? People have realized, damn, he actually has some opinions about not only culture, but even the conversation with him and J. Cole. You saw that Yachty was pretty much a student of the game, right? And if we're talking about growth, that is such a tremendous growth for Yachty, who, when we saw him start, like with all due respect to Yachty, when we looked at the 2016 freshman list, if everybody had to just, they say, don't judge a book by a cover. Let's say we were judging that cover by the cover. We would have voted Yachty as the dumbest nigga on that list. He looked dumb. Like, that nigga looked like an airhead. What he's proven since then, he wasn't Trinidad James. And I'm not saying Trinidad James is dumb, but Trinidad James, for a minute, until he got, I want to say, relevant, he became a caricature of his own self. Now, Yachty had the gold grills in, and he had the red hair. And if Yachty was saying, I got to stay in this character for my whole career, he would have been out of here. You know what he did? He grew. You don't even see him really as much or ever with even red hair or them beads, or you don't see him with the fucking, like, he just has his regular teeth, or not regular teeth. He got his little veneers in. You know what I mean? He's changed up his look for a more mature look, which shows that he had to go through the process of ditching the character that could be a caricature of yourself. And he became someone who was growing. So salute to him. All right, we're getting the thick of things, people. 11, Nori. This is interesting to me. So Nori being at 11 is a little bit shocking, but I get it. But I'm also wondering what's going on. Now, when we get to the Nori, who else? Gillian Wallow and Joe Budden conversation. Those guys always had the best podcast. But I feel like last year and the year before especially, Drink Champs, I thought it was like pretty much number one in terms of podcasting and shit, definitely one of the big platforms to be on. I can't tell if maybe Drink Champs has lost his luster. And by the way, I'm saying this respectfully. I love my media partners. I'm never trying to shit on, especially the guys who I know they don't shit on me. But I'm speaking of, like, I remember, I think they dropped on Sunday. Niggas used to be like ready to, or maybe that's the cause of what happens indubitably when you have a interview platform. When you have an interview platform, it might just revolve around who you interview. And even though I think anytime I've seen Nori away from that platform, or Nori's just talking, Nori even came on, I did an episode of Everyday Struggle with him back in the day. Nori is extremely smart. He's also opinionated. He's funny. He's an entertaining guy when it comes to hip hop takes, but he is an interviewer when it comes to Drink Champs. And maybe didn't have because look, they're saying the most memorable interviews or moments was Benzino and Luda. I guess that won't do it, right? But I'm kind of shocked that he fell out of the top 10. Because pretty much he was definitely top 5, and his podcast, I still believe his podcast is a top 5 podcast, but Nori is the life and soul of that podcast. Anyway, let's keep it going. By the way, Nori, I love you. Those are no shots. Nardwar. Okay. Now, Nardwar is someone I can't even really, like, try to figure out or try to, like, is he, no matter where they put Nardwar, he is another one of the legacy people on this list. You just got to give him his credit. Nardwar, you're amazing. Nardwar, you're one of the reasons a lot of people do what they do. You're one of the original people that if I'm going to think about awkward style interviews, you are that. You're one of the, actually not one of the, you are the most researched person when it comes to every hip hop artist that you interview. It's still like beyond bounds and leaps. You're the guy. So you being 10, despite, the Tyler Creator interview did do good. You know, obviously the Ice Spice joined too. I think, did he catch Uzi in the last year, or was that tripping? It still doesn't matter, or was it Cardi? I can't remember. Anyway, regardless of that, Nardwuar is Nardwuar. I'm not going to judge his position. Gillian Wallow. I was also surprised by this too. Gillian Wallow, I still think well, first of all, Gillian Wallow, I could watch them on a reality show. I want to watch Gillian Wallow on a reality show. Literally. I watch their stories and their posts like it's a reality show. Two of the most hilarious people. I like their dynamic. It's one of those things, when you see like a duo and it makes you feel good? It makes you feel good watching these two interact. When they joke on each other, when they clown each other, when they wrestle, when they start, like, it's just good. They also put artists in a really good place. Now, the only thing I would say about why I could even justify, if I'm trying to justify this list, them being ranked 4 last year and this year being 9th, I'm wondering if hip hop, or was it a down year for hip hop podcasts? And I'm gonna connect it to the Drink Champs thing. Was it a down year for hip hop podcasts who, by and large, rely on interviews, or are people looking at podcasts a little bit different? And I'm gonna get to like some of the late. Well, we're gonna get into 8-1, but I still think Gillian Wallow have a top 3 podcast that is in hip hop. So how could their power ranking fall if they still are top 3 in terms of a podcast? I still think that if we're talking about hip hop podcasts respectfully, and I don't even think I do even off the record enough to really qualify in that conversation anyway right now, but I still think it's Joe, Drink Champs, and Gillian Wallow. Like, what, with all due respect to Matt Hoffman, there's some other podcasts, and they're still top 3. But why would they drop? I'm almost wondering if maybe that medium is becoming less like it had 2 hot years, and then people are kind of going to it less, or maybe the big interviews didn't go there this year. I don't know. All right, love Gillian Wallow though. 2 guys who they show a lot of artists love. Also, I still think that they should be ranked higher. Gilly had Gilly Fest. They've expanded way beyond a podcast, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Of anybody on this list, if we look at real world activation and how they've I think they even did like a boxing event or something like that. These guys have really activated their audience, and them being a media personality, we have to think about that too, right? It's not about just who has talking points, right? Like, yeah, maybe they're not giving the hot takes, but their impact is much more vast, if you ask me, right? So, salute to Gideon Wallow, $1 million worth of game. Anthony Fantano. Now, y'all know I don't like this fuck nigga, so I'm not even gonna sit here. I can't even lie nowadays, right? I don't even like this fuck nigga, bro. Oh man, I don't even like this fuck nigga, so I can't even say. But I think he was ranked too high. I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. Like, I don't think he deserved to be number. Y'all gonna be honest with you. But again, I'm not a guy who looks to reviewers. Nah, fuck that. Let me just keep it being. Yo, if y'all gonna put Fantano on this list, gang, I would have took this bum ass nigga out completely. Facts. I'd take this bum ass nigga off the list completely. And you know who I put? If we're going in that lane of, people who react or review music, I'm putting Zeus and I'm putting Zeus and Belu. Zeus, I'm sorry. Y'all can get mad all y'all want. Zeus and Belu, I'm putting right here, bro. Yo, Zeus and Belu just got me back into watching niggas to react to music videos. I even hit them about it. I was like, bro, I can't remember what song they reacted to, and I'm dying laughing. But it feels like, they're so relatable, so cultural. I'm sorry. I'm going with Zeus and Belu, bro. I'm sorry. I don't care. Okay? And here's the thing. And, even though I kind of am hating on this fuck nigga right now, because I don't like him, because he talks shit about me. But I'll say, bro, I don't think he aims to be like a hip hop guy. I think he reviews all music. Now, if we're talking about platforms, yeah, he'd be on a platform list. But on a hip hop list, I don't know one hip hop opinion this fuck nigga got other than him saying that, just saying everything Drake did is bad. Drake got a son, that's bad. Drake is alive, that's bad. Like, that's the only thing I know this nigga says. I don't know anything else this nigga said in terms of hip hop opinions the last year. But maybe I'm not tuned in, so I'm not gonna be mad. Ebro. It's another fuck nigga. Now I'm playing. Yo, Chai, am I full of hate? Ebro being up here on as number 7. Man, I don't know one thing Ebro has done. Yo, I feel like Ebro just got this position because of his power in the game. I keep telling you, Ebro is the most powerful media personality in the game. Ebro runs Apple Music. So if Ebro wants to shut your shit down to Apple Music, he could playlist your shit at Apple. He's a global head of hip hop at Apple Music. I don't think he should qualify for this list. To keep it real, every time I've listened to Ebro, he sounds out of touch, sounds like he's lost in the 90s, and clearly has zero idea what's going on currently and is not in the know. I'm sorry, when I'm listening to a nigga like that, basically just spew out shit that like he think he's on Hot 97 in 2004, I'm usually like, God damn, who watches this shit? But there's probably an audience. It's probably the 35 plus crowd. You get what I'm saying? And yeah, I mean, other than that, like, put like this. It says a Gunna interview. I didn't even know he did a Gunna interview. Or maybe I watched it.
What's up?
It's the first day I've seen this. You get what I'm saying? Nigga, it's no way. Yo, if you in the top 10 and you got a Gunna interview and we all want to see Gunna, nigga, if Gillian Wallow got a Gunna interview, nigga, we'd be watching this shit like it was going out of style. Nigga, if we had Gunna on Drink Champs, it would be going crazy. Nigga, I don't know what the fuck this nigga's talking about. Like, again, you know, I will give Ebro this. He does have strong opinions. 100% strong opinions on hip hop. Whether I think they're outdated or not, he does, like, I give him that credit. He's not a play the middle type of person. So maybe actually he does deserve, I guess he does deserve to be on it. I guess I'm critical of the top 10 because it's like, bro, like, are you making waves out here or what? But does he have strong hip hop opinions? He does. He definitely does. Okay. That makes a little bit of hate with a little bit of, you know what I mean? DJ Vlad. Clap it up for Vlad, man. Now, I'm going to take slight credit for Vlad being on here. Yes. Hold on. Let me explain. I think, first of all, Vlad is the OG of new media. OG. Clap it up, Vlad's the OG of new media. He set the path. He's also showed love to everybody. Him being on this ranking list, though, is not only about his platform. I think what Vlad learned from watching people like me, and even some people he interviews, and also see how other media outlets, like, for example, even Adam 22 with No Jumper, I think Vlad realized that, and also probably watching his own audience, there was a shift when Vlad realized that he had to get more involved with his interviews. If you listen to a Vlad TV interview now, from 8 years ago, Vlad tells more stories. He interrupts his guests. It's a dual conversation. It's not just I'm asking you questions and you say whatever, then next question. Vlad is cracking jokes. That's kind of what a personality does, right? He's giving his opinion. Oh, I thought this is this. He's giving his hot takes. Granted, most on his platform, but he goes to other people's platform. He goes to mine. He's been moving around. So I think that's what's put Vlad up here because, again, remember, this is not a platform award. This is a personality award. Like, we all know certain things that Vlad thinks. Like, we all know that Vlad, you know what I mean, got into it with Aiden Ross. That him and Elite Chopper had some issues. We all know that what he thought about Drake and DJ Khaled not saying something about the Palestine Israel type of situation. Like he's spoken up shit. Like he's been more vocal and more opinionated, which I believe that's part of being a personality. Okay, so congrats to Vlad. Elliot Wilson gets to number 5. Okay, Elliot Wilson actually got an upgrade. I think Elliot Wilson didn't like his ranking last year. They gave him number 8, and that nigga was tight. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe through pure and petty annoyance, Elliot he's been going hard, man, in the last year. You know, I think there was a battery put in his back by Drake saying that he was doing run and gun interviews at motherfucking Rolling Loud. And also a lot of people questioning him saying, hey, I don't know how old he is, but I think maybe 50 or over 50. They'd be like, listen, a 50-year-old guy, you don't really fit in when you're talking about hip hop because it's a young man thing. And I'm going to be honest with you, he's done an amazing job of expounding his opinions, whether it's through Twitter, Instagram, one of his shows, or even going on other people's shows and kind of doing his thing. You know what I mean? Also, one of the things you can't knock Elliot about, he has that Rolodex of motherfucking contacts and people who just know him that he's going to have the leg up. Like, for example, a Tyler, the Creator interview. Like, shit. Nigga, I've been trying to get a Tyler, the Creator interview. Yo, Tyler, the Creator, you fake as hell. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, Tyler, the Creator went on Hot 97 and was just like, yo, like he was saying something. He said, yo, he basically said he felt a way when people like, you know, like Akademiks didn't involve in him certain conversations. So I was like, oh shit, the nigga watches me. Nigga, I hit that nigga up asking for an interview, left on red. You feel what I'm saying? Yo, but anyway, you know, I don't have a relationship with him like that, you know. But Elliot clearly does, and I think Elliot has done a great job of not being just seen as legacy, which a lot of people would want to put him in. Like, yo, you an OG, you a legacy. He's been one of them people like, yo, I still want to compete. And if that's the case, he's doing what's needed to be done to compete, and I got to give him credit. So, salute to my boy. Charlamagne the God. Y'all all know Charlamagne the God, you know, again, if we're talking about hip-hop media, you can say whatever. I still think in the grand scheme of things, Charlamagne is pretty much the top guy when it comes to black media, period. You know, he's focused on some things that might be politics, mental health, all that type of stuff. But Charlamagne is always putting up numbers and doing his thing. And he gonna find a way how to age gracefully rather than still covering Julio Fulio. And I think that's the dope thing about him. The platform of Breakfast Club he's still carrying on his back. It's still a viable platform after like it's approaching like 15 years, goddammit. So I can't even knock it. Also, one of the things I'm kind of impressed by him, I thought he was just done with hip hop. He's been giving a lot more hip hop opinions recently, and dare I say, I've seen glimpses of the old Charlamagne at times, because we all know Charlamagne went woke at a point. Like he stopped talking about real shit or stopped saying real like stuff that would be funny but edgy, because he's not trying to get canceled and the other stuff kind of came up. So he kind of fell back on everything. You know what I mean? He started being super PC, but nah, he been testing the waters again. One of the reasons I'm going to give some of his credit to Andrew Schultz. He's seen how Andrew Schultz been letting it hang, been letting his nuts hang, pause. And Andrew Schultz has been succeeding. He's selling out arenas, and he's been on Netflix and all these other things that Charlamagne's realizing, oh, I don't have to abandon it. Because I think Charlamagne was trying to become Leonard McKelvey. That's his real name. He was trying to ditch the persona of Charlamagne the God and become Leonard McKelvey in the case of, let me not do hot takes no more. You know, again, you know, he's always talked about shock jock, but having a controversial take or saying funny jokes don't make you a shock jock to me. You know what I mean? A shock jock is just someone who's just saying shit like clickbait shit to me. Like Charlamagne used to be just fucking hilarious. These days it feels like every time he's about to be funny, or not these days, but like about a year ago, it felt like every time it was about to be funny, he shut it down to make sure he didn't get canceled. But these days, I'm seeing him kind of opening that bag again, which I think is necessary. So him being number 4, I think that's cool as well. Number 3, Kai Cenat. Shout out to my boy Kai Cenat, man. Evaluating Kai Cenat's ranking is like really hard to do. And I'm telling you this right now. I haven't seen my name yet. I don't know where I'm at on the list. But me and Joe, which I don't think I hit Joe about this yet. I'm telling him, like, yo, listen, we love Kai. Like, come on, like, nobody's hating on Kai. But, bruh, the goal gotta be for next year, we make sure Kai doesn't get number one. Because this nigga Kai, number one, the biggest platform overall. Biggest platform. Like, the guy has 200,000 people just watching him on a regular. The nigga does 24-hour streams where he's sleeping and there's 80,000 people watching him. The guy is just like, you know, he's doing something actually amazing soon. He's about to throw a festival. I think he could pull 100,000 people to pay for a festival in any major city. Not any major city, like New York, LA, Miami, I think, or Atlanta. I think he could do that, right? He's about to have a festival with rappers. Like, this is how massive of an audience he is. Now, here's the thing. And if you want to knock whatever he has going on, well, he's not necessarily all hip-hop. He loves hip hop, but he's not under the hip hop umbrella, as in that's the main thing what he's doing. He's just a regular kid that loves hip hop. So his influence on the list comes from his love of hip hop, but he's not necessarily like he lights up a stream that says, let's do hip hop. However, he's had some of the biggest moments. I mean, Nicki Minaj, shit. Drake hitting him up. 21 Savage, Offset doing a 24-hour stream. Kevin Hart, Drewski. These are all people who are very relevant to the conversation. Ice Spice, Tyler. Yo, he's had so many moments that it's kind of crazy that you can't even quantify how much impact his platform has had on those artists, but has had on hip hop. Like, if we're talking about clips, I think he might have had the most hip hop clips. And he's not only trying to do hip hop, but it's just of sheer popularity. And basically, he's almost like he's a nightly show. He's a nightly show. He's a nightly show for people under 25. He's a nightly show for them. So whether he hangs with a comedian, an actor, an athlete, or a rapper, it's like the nightly show. It's like Jimmy Fallon. It's like Jimmy Kimmel, right? But if he's doing it enough, like the moment he made with Nicki was fucking huge, right? So again, I could never dispute why his place on the list. And to be honest, even this year, if he was number one, I couldn't even be mad. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. Now, the only real knock, if I was gonna give a knock, I think he has an amazing hip hop platform, even though I don't think it's primarily hip hop. But hip-hop does live there, or hip-hop is on there frequently. As a personality, we do know he's hilarious. We do know he's entertaining. I don't know if people go to Kai for his opinion. And I think that's the only knock he could get. Like, I don't even think he's even said, or people haven't really put out there like who he thought won the battle, or he'd be like, he hasn't made, like, he plays the 50 a little bit. Like, he's not gonna, be too gun-ho on like hot takes, right? Then we get to number 2. The man, the myth, the one they call the Podfather. He was formerly number 1 last year. He's featured now mostly on the Joe Budden podcast. And I think without a doubt, when this was said like about last year and the year before, I'm going to be honest with you. One thing we got to give this guy a lot of credit for, a lot of kudos. This nigga might be the oracle here, or he might have like some type of glass ball that he can see the future, because he's definitely right a lot. Whether it's with his hip hop takes, his takes on business, his takes on the industry. Even if he says it in the moment, and he usually does say it in the moment, that it sounds utterly ridiculous. You're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? You wait some time. You wait a little bit more time, then a little bit more, and then you'll realize Damn, this nigga was right. I don't think it's a conversation anymore. What's the best hip hop podcast? Maybe last year it was, maybe the year before more than last year. But this year, I'm going to be honest with you, especially 2024 is the most hip hop year. And what I mean by that is it's the year where we've discussed the most amount of hip hop. I haven't gone to nobody else's podcast but Joe Budden podcast to hear opinions about hip hop. That's a fact. He's also mentioned on the Tailor Made Freestyle by AI Tupac, Drake. So having now undisputedly the number one podcast in the game, his opinions is weighted, dissected. It interrupts the narrative. You have to realize Drake getting at him in my comment section was Drake realizing, this motherfucker, by him saying this about my album, could set a narrative about my album that I need to address instantly. That shows the power of a voice. And a media personality, you got to have an opinion. You have to have a voice. People need to come to you to hear what you have to say. Invaluable amount of things you can learn from it, his podcast. Now, I had the pleasure of working with him. Joe ain't the best person to work with. I'll tell y'all this right now. He ain't the best person to work with. You work with him, sometimes you might think, maybe I should choke this nigga out. But he definitely does know content. He knows content. He knows how to produce. I've watched him become really good at that, especially since his last crew left, because he had to learn how to produce on the fly. And now I think he has a sustainable situation where he could plug and play anybody he wants. I don't think, and with all due respect to, of course, Ice-ish, Parks, like these are guys who, by the way, they do an amazing job at center. But I think Joe at this point now knows how to plug and play because he knows how to produce. I don't even have that skill yet because shit, when I try to do podcasts with other people, if they're not good at podcasting, it feel like I'm pulling teeth or it feel like I'm teaching somebody how to ride a bike. And I usually have a lot of patience, but that's a different skill to make sure people who might not be as good as you in a podcast sense don't fuck up the product or don't step on each other. And he does an amazing job with that. So anyway, Joe is exactly who we thought it was. Again, if he was number one, I would not have a problem with that as well. Someone who, y'all know when his pod drop, or if you one of his Patreon members or whatever, usually on a Saturday morning or on Wednesday or whatever, he drops the other one. You'll have something that people are reacting to, and that there is the impact of it all. So congratulations to Joe. I'm glad, you are at least off the top two. And then we get finally to number one. And it's yours truly. I was a little bit surprised that I was number one. Not because I don't think I deserved it. But in life, what's always driven me is that whenever I thought I deserved it, I didn't get it. I've never gotten the validation ever in life that when I felt I worked hard enough, it came back. And I have resentment about that in many different places in my life. But I've also realized that resentment made me work hard. That resentment makes me knock out a 10, 12-hour stream like it's nothing. That resentment makes it when I know they're going to go meet up once a week and the rest of the time they're going to be at bars, this and third. They're just having a good old time. I say, I'm going to go create content. Fuck vacations. I haven't been on a vacation in 2 years. That makes me work hard. So I'm not one who, Even though I'd be salty at times, but not being number one or just being slighted, it tells me to work harder. And then I see this honor bestowed upon me that Aki, you're number one. Not to get too sappy and not to make this a long story. I know this is not a speech, but when I was just starting out, and I had like a love affair with hip hop, I still do. It's passion that makes me cover and do what I do. It's not the ancillary things. I don't even get to enjoy them. I live in a nice house, but I don't get to enjoy them because I'm constantly working. I still feel like I haven't got to where I want to get to, and joy for me comes in not being on a beach somewhere. Doesn't even come in the sense of being with, I don't know, a significant other. A lot of it comes from doing what I do. I keep telling you I live it. I dream every night about something that's happening within the culture or what I'm working for. This is kind of what my life is all centered around, for good and for bad. You know what I mean? It's what makes me happy. I don't know if it's what makes everyone else happy. And people have told me eventually it'll change. But I do want to say this. I remember, I think the year was like 2014. I still had a regular job. And I was starting to make these videos, and they were kind of doing decent, doing good. And I remember driving on the New Jersey Turnpike. And I remember looking up, and I ain't gonna lie, man, iHeartMedia was going crazy with the promotions for the Breakfast Club. And I remember seeing DJ Envy, Charlamagne the God, and Angela Yee. And every time I would pass it, I said, damn, how do I get to be there? I want to be the best. And for me, I had to make a lot of decisions and choices in my life. And essentially, when I say my life, I mean damn near whole career, because I treat my life like the career. I said, I don't know if I'll ever be number one, but I want to be in a conversation. And at that time, I was very far from the conversation, but how could I get there? And, for anyone who's a YouTuber, I hope you guys take this, what I'm saying, and use it as advice. Because I was never complacent with what most would have been complacent with. I kept remembering that billboard. If you're not top one, you're basically not mentioned at all. And if you ain't top one, and if you ain't the number one guy, rest should not be in your vocabulary. Sleep is for the weak. I always say this, you can never be mad at someone who gets more to you if you don't work hard as them. I've never thought I was the most talented person. I still stutter from time to time now, but I used to stutter more then. Maybe not like Flacco, but still. I worked on it tirelessly. I studied other people. I took little pieces of them, crafted my own style. Put a lot of diligence into research, running a platform, doing things. I remember walking into one of the most important things I'll tell you is this. Let me go back to me meeting Joe Budden for the very first time. I'd covered Joe Budden, and I reported maybe some articles about him that wasn't that good. Joe had me blocked. And when they invited me to Complex, and this was also an important thing in my, growth, was me doing something out of my comfort zone. And what was in my comfort zone was sitting behind the screen. Nobody could see my face. And just doing these videos, which I was getting paid for at that time. I was fine. Didn't have to do anything else. I could have stayed there, and I said, nah, I want to be number one. Complex calls. And I remember saying, nah, I'm doing good now. This is 2016, 2017. And I said, I don't need Complex. Like, really, I'm kind of doing a lot more numbers in Complex. And then something came, it was like a angel on my shoulder that says, don't be lazy. To be number one, you got to do something you've never done before, and you got to be uncomfortable. And at that time, if you will look back at me, in college, man, freshman year I was definitely in shape. Towards the end of college, I was maybe a little bit, beefier, but I wasn't fat. The years that I just sat in the house doing videos, didn't go out. Also, probably at the detriment of my health a little bit too, because I wasn't working out too, drinking too. I gained weight, and I was a little bit uncomfortable with myself. I'm like, I don't want to go on camera. I don't want. Let me just. But I remember that thing on the shoulder saying, if you want to be number one, you got to do something that you can't, that's make you feel uncomfortable. So I went into Complex. First day. And by the way, they had told me it was Joe Budden. I said, fuck. I could tell how this is going to go. This nigga's going to probably try to swing on me. And I said, you know what? Fuck it. To do something you've never done or accomplish something you've never done, you got to do something you've never done. And I went in there. And I never, at this point, anything I've gotten in life was based on pure and sheer hard work. But I never interpreted it as hard work. And I remember one of the questions, it was a guy named Noah, he asked me, because they were very intrigued, like this Akademiks guy. They said, yo, how many people do you hire to you put out 7 videos a day, you have an Instagram page you're running, you do this, you're streaming. How many people work for you? I don't know if Joe will see this conversation, but I know he'll remember in that room. At that point, I was living with my girl. I had 0 employees. I ran a whole Instagram by myself. I slept 3 hours at a time. I would sleep 3 hours at night. I still kind of have that sleep schedule. 3 hours at night and about 3 hours midday. I had to be a 24-hour news network by myself. I had to parse through millions of tweets to get my info, whether it was for war in Chirac or exclusive shit, go through every DM, post on Instagram, write up scripts to do videos. It's a 24-hour job. And everybody, a company worth $300 million, were very intrigued because they thought I had a team of 10. They said, how many people work for you? I didn't want to seem like a peon. And I said to them, I got 4. It was nobody. It was just me. It was nobody. It was just me. Again, it goes back to what I'm saying. To me, hard work beats talent when talent don't work hard. I've only known how to outwork people. I've only known how to, listen, average podcast is 3 hours. We might end up doing 9 today. And then I probably got to come back tomorrow and do 6. It's now ingrained in me, right? So that happened then. Obviously, we know the history that followed. Me and Joe, we had an amazing show. And the person who deserves, or the people who deserve this accolade the most is you guys. You guys been rocking with me for so long. Like, incredibly, so long. So long. That I remember back when I started Twitch and I started streaming, I started streaming off of the philosophy of 300. I had 1 million subs, or about 1 million subs on my main page, and I said, I'd rather have 300 strong soldiers than 1 million fly-by-night fans. And that was my mentality. When I started streaming, I had 23 people watching the first stream. Then I had 30, and then I had 56. And for a while, we pretty much, maybe 100, 200. But this is over 10 years now. And my thought was, if you follow me from YouTube to another platform, to a stream that probably was shitty. Yeah, somebody probably be like, yo, Ak, why don't you have, I got a better house, but still got pretty much the same camera. Don't do that much, even though I'm going to do some IRL stuff this year. Me trying to get 300 loyal supporters to watch me, because I wanted to find my 300, have now turned into us having, pretty much every time we stream, upwards of 15,000 people watching. That's amazing. That's 10 years of work, 10 years of dedication, 10 years of y'all rocking with me, believing in me. Y'all have heard the worst things about me. Listen, I know how I am, and I know sometimes I ain't shit. And this is why I do love y'all, and I say this accolade is for the chat. Because anytime I talk to even a peer, one of the things they say is that when my name comes up, they have to defend me because people always be like, man, why you fuck with that nigga Akademiks? And I know if you watch me, and if I'm on your search history, or you would be like, oh shit, I gotta go watch Ak. You probably have gotten that in real life too. So I salute all of y'all because that's exactly what really does matter. You all have supported me. It's allowed our platform to have a voice. And to complete that story of the billboard, I remember I said, I was saying, I want to be number one. How do I get up there? You know, thank God for the internet and the changing culture that, you know, radio is still an amazing place, but it's not, I don't think it's a place you have to be or end up if you want to be number one. I think this is living proof. But as digital media and independent media platforms were increasing, and that was you guys, I noticed, I said, the shit I was chasing, I didn't have to go get a billboard. I didn't have to go be on a billboard on the highway. I didn't have to go be in a radio station in one of the biggest markets or the biggest buildings in Times Square in the world. All I needed to do was to sit wherever the fuck I was going to be at, give quality information, quality entertainment, give you guys all of me, whether the good or the bad, and hope that more people come and join our struggle. And I'm very happy to say I think we've done that. Humbly, I do believe as a platform, but as also a media personality, because trust me, I look at this not only as a crowning for me as a personality, it's for me as a platform. If you remember the story of Jay-Z, that's kind of what this was, especially for me. Remember Jay said labels wouldn't give him a deal, so he made his own label? I wanted to get on radio. I was like, shit, I don't know none of these niggas. I always told y'all the story of I'm hitting people up and I'm getting curved left and right. I almost lost my job because I was calling out of work when they were canceling on me. And I said, rather than chase their platform, let me build mine. So I'm very happy that the platform of Akademiks, and now, of course, the company, the Academy, and, of course, me, DJ Akademiks, I'm glad we at least got some acknowledgement. Won't make this much longer after that. I'm just happy to, thank you, Complex. And lastly, I was reflecting about how hard and how incessantly and how tirelessly I kept going trying to be here. And yes, we could talk about defining moments. Dirk interview, dope. Maybe 6ix9ine interview. My relationship with certain people, Young Boy and others. You could say, well, you were mentioned both on the Kendrick Lamar and Drake disses. But for anybody watching, you don't get those moments unless you did everything I said before. Those moments are once you already won the race. There's still people on Twitter saying, well, why did Drake drop it on? Why did they keep giving him the record? They lost. You have to win the race already. Rappers ain't loyal. They're going to rock with who they feel is the most relevant, who's going to do the most impact. That's how it's always been. So you got to do the work. That'll come. And of course, I'm very thankful to both Drake and Kendrick Lamar. I'll tell you one thing Drake said. When Push-Ups first leaked, Push-Ups was posted in a Reddit that was dedicated to me. the conversation me and Drake had, I said, hey, is this real? Drake looked at it. It was in my Reddit. Drake said to me, hey, could you delete it off of there? It was an unmixed, unfinished version of push-ups. Now, for whatever reason, he thought I control my Reddit. I have no idea what goes on my Reddit. Like, that's just the Wild Wild West. So I said, I said, I don't really control it, but I could probably hit somebody to make a request for them to try to get it down. And he said, nah, it's okay. He said, Ak, do me a favor. And this is a real conversation. He said, don't post about it. And I'm kind of looking at it like, well, you know, people are going to post about it. He's like, Ak. And this is why I said the race was already won. For the people who will be like, why did I get this? And Drake says, Ak, you're the biggest. When you post about it, everybody knows. You're the biggest. If the rest of the narrative and the rest of the story doesn't make sense after that, the race wasn't won with the Kendrick Lamar thing. The platform was used because the race was already won. I'll go back to my ending. Anyway, again, after pursuing number one for so long and, you know, whatever, I'll say this, though. I've realized a new pressure, and I'm actually happy for this. I'm very happy for this. I thought, number one, I enjoyed the plight to get to this point. But in having 2 days before I even got on stream to reflect and to really gather my thoughts, I realized that, yeah, it's hard to get to and be number one. But it's a whole lot harder to stay number one. That's our new plight. Okay? So yeah, I've acknowledged that we've hit certain milestones in the last year, but we ain't trying to be the person who fell from top 1 to not mention at all, or from top 1 to top 10. It's kind of like the LeBron James shit. After, when you supposed to be the guy, when you win the first ring, we don't care about them playoff appearances no more. And we don't really care about oh yeah, he went to the second round. So again, it's pretty hard getting to number one, man, but I think it's going to be a whole lot harder trying to keep it. Joe, my guy, always love between me and you. You got one, I got one. Let's keep it going, man. As long as me and my guys, like, you know, one, number two, I think hip hop is, you know, is in a good place. Never forget what we started with Everyday Struggle. We represented the conversation that needed to happen and a conversation that was at a juncture. We had people who were more traditionalists, people that came from a different era, who were confronted with people who were more sales focused, new era, new styles, new generation. That's where hip hop met in a crossroads, and it's grew beautifully from then. And for that, I am truly honored, and I'm very happy. All right. Okay, enough of my speech. I ain't gonna lie, I'm body these speeches, right? Let's get into some hip hop shit, man. Okay. Matter of fact, what were we gonna talk about today? Oh, we could talk about Eminem. I know y'all would like your act. After that glaze-a-thon of yourself, please don't do more. Well, we are gonna do more. We're actually gonna do we're gonna do Serena. Oh, hold on. Give me a second. All right. Let's do the Serena topic. By the way, so chat, I don't know if y'all seen this. So the ESPYs happened, and I'm gonna be honest with you. The moment that clearly, you know, just won't. And I know a lot of people feel like either party or either side is dragging this. I actually really disagree. There's gonna be ramifications of this. This is the biggest battle on a numbers level and a consumption level of all time. Like, people ain't gonna be like, all right, back to business, right? People are gonna still make memes, still make jokes. And, you know, as long as it's not like going too far, you got to take shit in stride. Anyway, Serena basically was at the ESPYs, and Jesus Christ, why is this in such bad quality on my page? Let me go check it out. She basically played into the whole thing while she was doing a bit at the ESPYs, and she said this.
I've learned anything this year is that none of us, not a single one of us, not even me, should ever pick a fight with Kendrick Lamar.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Hey! He will make your hometown not like you. The next time Drake sits courtside at a Raptors game, they're gonna Forrest Gump him. Sight's taken.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
And if
now, Benny X, who's a producer who's worked with Yeet a lot and also worked with Drake, he commented on that, and his comments was like, "Okay, this is getting corny now."
Hey, bro.
Sorry, let me go find what he said. He basically said, "Yo, this shit is getting old and corny," right? And I'm going to be honest with you, just speaking truthfully. Yo, to the victor goes the spoils. We can't be upset at people still having fun at Drake's expense, right? A lot of people believe that the battle was won by Kendrick. A lot of people like that song. I mean, it's different if, like, maybe they were trying to exploit the hide your children from Drake line, because now they're feeding into a false narrative. But people are gonna make jokes of it. You know what I mean? Like, shit, we were doing it to Meek Mill. You know what I mean? Like, we kind of did the same thing to Meek Mill. That is fine. And one thing I've realized, and this is also the Drake fans, and I'm a Drake fan. I know we all want this moment to end. We want it to go away. But the best way to wait for it to go away is just wait it out. Not get salty every time it comes up. People are gonna make fun of shit. That's just what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Yo, the more people are like, nah, get over it. People are gonna be like, nah, nigga, we're not done with it yet. So not only do I think that, you know, first of all, you know, there's an angle where you gotta expect people to make reference of it, especially on like speeches like at the ESPY. That's kind of a little bit cultural, or love hip hop. Serena, I'm going to be honest with you. Serena doing this could never be old and corny. I have to be very honest. Why? Because Drake rapped about her. Like, you know, we got to be a little bit fair. When Drake rapped about her boyfriend being, you know, Drake dissed her man. Like, nobody said, yo, Drake, that's mad corny, Drake. Yo, why you do? No, we fucking enjoyed it and laughed. We can't do the, like, yo, if Drake gets a little bit of taste of his own medicine, we tight. I thought she kept it light. I thought they could have went way crazier. I think she could have been in the video. Keep in mind, Drake, ever since, you know, Drake has mentioned her in probably not the best ways that a woman or anybody who are romantically involved with somebody would want to get mentioned. Let me showcase some examples. When Drake basically says on stage scheming, right? I think that was reference to Serena, right? Basically saying, bothers me when the guys getting act like the bras. Guess every team doesn't compete with niggas like ours. Come complete with niggas like ours. That's why I see no need to compete with niggas like y'all. I just ask you when you see me to speak up, niggas. Oh, don't be ducking like you never wanted none. Blah blah blah. Okay. Anyway, when you go down, it says, "Shorty want to tell me secrets about a rap nigga. I tell that bitch is more attractive when you hold it down." Now, if this was at, and again, we don't know, but we're making this association. Because Common was romantically involved with Serena. Allegedly, Drake was too. So if you're talking about her talking about shorty want to tell me secrets about rap nigga, I think I tell that bitch it's more attractive when you hold it down. You can't tell me that she dancing to a song is too much, bro. Come on, dog. We got to be a little bit fair, bro. Then she disses her husband. Drake disses Serena husband. So when was Stay Scheming? If we could even, Stay Scheming was 2012, and then he disses her husband on Her Loss. What song was that? Middle of the Ocean. Let's go look at that. Middle of the Ocean lyrics. Sidebar, Serena, your husband a groupie. He claimed we don't got a problem. No boo. It's like you coming for sushi. We might pop up Adam will like Suzuki. Okay? Cause Kawasaki, sushi, sake, the money growing trees like shiitake. Yeah, my boy was rapping, I ain't gonna lie. But still, yo, Drake, let me tell you this. Maybe if somebody wasn't involved or Drake wasn't sneak dissing for years, nah, Drake been giving her some bars. Like, to keep it real, if Rihanna did the same thing, I'm not mad at Rihanna neither. He called Rihanna pussy mid. We gotta be a little bit fair. Drake, like, again, for Drake fans, his career ain't over. He's gonna be just fine. People just laughing at him for like a good 3 months. Like, give it 2-3 months, they'll stop laughing at him. They'll realize they love him, right? And life will go on. But you gotta let people get their little jokes off. Let people get their jokes off. People get their lick back or whatever the case is. And this is Serena's lick back. I thought this was light. Yo, if somebody dissed like your wife, nigga. When Drake dissed Pusha T's wife, he exposed that nigga's having a kid. When Drake dissed motherfucking Kendrick's wife, he called him a pedophile. That might be going too far. But just dancing to a song, y'all can't tell me, oh no, Serena deserved to get her lick back. I'm sorry, dog. We just gotta be honest, bro. Serena deserved to get her shit off. She ain't even dissing too crazy neither. She was just like, yo, you know what I mean? Even though what she said wasn't true. I don't think Toronto, she said, Kendrick will make your own hometown hates you. I don't think Toronto hates Drake. I think Toronto loves Drake. But does she deserve to probably get her little jab back at the nigga because the nigga been jabbing her? Yes. By the way, so her husband, let's figure out who her husband is, right? Her husband is Alex Ohanian, who supposedly was a co-founder of Reddit. Let me see. I think he had responded too. He said, your husband's a groupie. What did he respond? He said, the reason I stay winning is because I'm relentless about being the absolute best at what I do, including being the best groupie for my wife and daughter. Typical white guy response. Serena with he took the diss in stride. And somebody says, Drake used to be Serena Williams' groupie. Huh? Okay. Yeah, did that nigga, if I'm him, I'll be quoting Not Like Us too. Bro, it's just a way of life, man. People, Drake been given a lot of, what the fuck? How the hell does Serena look like this? Oh, this must be a bad picture. What the hell? Anyway. Yeah, I'm not mad at what she did, bro. Truth be told. I don't think you could get mad about what she did. Oh, she spoke on it more?
Oh, I love that song.
Oh, she's talking about Not Like Us. She said she loves the song. Yeah, of course she's going to love the song. Drake dissed her.
Oh, I love that song. It's like a hit of the song.
She says it's the hit of the song. Yeah, she's supposed to like the song. You can't be mad at her liking a song when, that's one thing, Drake has done. Drake has dissed a lot of people. Now, granted, us as fans, we like when he disses people. We don't want him to stop. But it's the same thing with the dude who likes to fight. You like to fight, or one time you might get knocked out. Now, if you don't fight at all, you won't get knocked out. Right? So again, part of one of the reasons this is happening to Drake is because we know Drake likes to diss, and we like when Drake talks spicy and this is people. Yeah, look at this. Damn, this nigga look like a supportive husband. Holy shit. This was Drake and her back in the day. Yeah, I'm not mad at her, bro. I can't be mad at her, truthfully. What does she mean, though, they're going to Forrest Gump him? What does that mean? Next time Drake sits at the Raptors game, they're going to Forrest Gump him. Seats taken. Oh, that's what like, you don't got no seat here. Nah. What do y'all think? Am I tripping? Yo, am I tripping? Again, y'all know I'm as big as a Drake fan as anybody in the fucking world. But like, dog, Drake did this woman. This is the moment that people feel like they could clown on Drake for a little bit. Again, it's not gonna be forever. It's for right now. Shorty had to go. Like, if I'm her, come on. You know how I am. Nigga, I'd be saying some ungodly things about you. Like, somebody said Serena's stronger than me. Y'all know I got a picture of Serena, right? Yeah, Serena did. Yo, Serena looked buff when I took a picture with Serena back in the day, bro. Y'all want to see it? Hold on. Where's my picture with Serena? Yeah, right here. I ain't gonna lie, she was crip walking on the dance floor too. This was at a Richard Millie party. I was the brokest nigga there. That's a fact. You know who brought me here? French Montana brought me here. Bro, she looked like she could have just lifted me up and threw my ass in the water, my nigga. Like, she did look strong. But like, for y'all making the jokes that say she's a man, now she's not a man, bro. She just, I ain't gonna lie. She looks strong, though. She looks strong. Let me just say that. She looks strong. But Drake gonna have to hold that. If Rihanna come out and start singing They Not Like Us, he gotta hold that too. Because shit could always get worse. Like, they could have been, like, Serena could have been like, shit. Like, you know how women are. Like, women are the most petty people on earth. You diss them and diss their new situation. Man, the ratchet Jezebels I know, you know what they would have came out and said? Y'all know I left him, right? I left that nigga because I realized he like him young. Oh, that's a different type of, like, you just open up a different can of worms if she said that. But she didn't say that. She just like danced to the song and just kept it moving. It's okay. I'm telling you, know, the people who I deal with, they come up with the wildest lies to really try to bury you. It's all right. Drake was notably seen cheering on Serena in 2011 in Toronto at the Rogers Cup and at the 2015 US Open. They blamed her for her loss? Really? Serena retired, though, right? I think she retired. Y'all can't tell if it's the lighting sometimes or is the cake soap. I can't tell what's going on. Oh, you know what? I realized? I just realized something. All y'all people who said Serena was bleaching or whatever, she not bleaching. Yo, this was, when she's playing, she's probably under the sun. Bro, you know it'd be like 100 degrees when they're playing, right? Outside. So she probably was darker, right? And then now, she's not in the sun all the time. She's in the cool AC with her man. She's this complexion. That makes sense. Right? Her loss was about Serena. No. I think her loss was about all the women who Drake felt either passed on him or all the women who try to play with him type shit. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? Hold on, I'm just seeing some wrong shit. Oh yeah, I think it's the cake. So, I mean, that might be a thing. You know what I mean? Like, like she still looks black here. She just kind of look browner. The pictures of her looking extremely dark, and her sister. This is her and Venus, right? Yeah, they kind of. Yeah. She just looked a lot darker when she was like actually playing tennis. Right? All right, whatever.
Stories in sports this year was Dodgers pitcher Shohei Ohtani. He got $16 million stolen from him by his translator and didn't even notice. $16 million, y'all. Male athletes get paid so much more than female athletes. They don't even notice losing $16 million.
How much did Serena make in her career? I think she made the bag. Serena career earnings. Damn, she made $100 million. Okay. Well, she should make more than that. If she's the best tennis player of all time, oh, she had $94 million. She should have made way more than that. But she definitely had like the Nike deals and whatever the case is. Yeah. I guess so. Her wealth history, she's worth $340 million now. Before it was $290, then it was $260, then it was $240. Okay. All right. Anyway, all right. Drake got to hold that, man. Unfortunately, bro. It's get over it. Get over it. All right. Let's kind of run through some more topics. Let's see what's going on in here. We're gonna get to Eminem shortly. Let's talk about Boosie. So Boosie supposedly had a Fed gun charge. This is from when he went to San Diego to do a feature. You know, Boosie's pulling up on killers, serial killers, like degenerates, all type of people, as long as you got that bread. I forgot how much he's charging for a feature, but if you could get him $30K cash, nigga, that nigga don't care. It could be the middle of O Block. He going to go get that money. So he pulls up. Of course, he got a gun on him. The people he pulled up on, because they're criminals, they were being investigated by the police, and the police realize he pulls up with a gun. They figure out who he is. They realize that's a gun charge for a felon with the possession of a gun. So he gets that charge, and then now we're trying to figure out why it got dropped. Let me hear what he had to say. I ain't gonna lie, it do hit different when you trying to fake cry for the camera. I ain't gonna lie, he probably did real cry, but he probably cried for real off camera, but now you gotta cry on camera too.
So weird.
Nigga, that sounds like a scene out of Dexter. Nigga, I've been watching Dexter recently. It's over with, sounds like, yeah, it's done. We killed him. What the hell?
God good, sucker ass nigga. Hate man, bitch ass.
Yo, even when a nigga's talking even when a nigga's crying, he's still talking shit. He said, the case is dismissed. God, I want to say thank you. You never leave me. Make a way out of no way. You made me beat South Baton Rouge. You made me beat cancer. Made me beat death row. You made me beat gunshots. You made me beat Fed cases. You forgave my sin. I trust in you, God. Every time it looked like it was impossible, you showed they ass. To anyone in trouble, call on God. I don't care how bad it looks, he will do it. He will make a way out of no way. Shout out to my attorneys. We did it. Shout out to my prayer warriors and all my fans who said a prayer. To everyone who shitted on me and said I was going to jail, to those who wanted me locked up, and to those who did me wrong, thinking I would be in jail. Jokes on you, bitch. Damn. Let me see if that's the case. That nigga does not give. Yeah, it was a San Diego joint. I'm wondering why they. Damn, is this his lawyer? Lawyer looking a little. Ricocheting from the state to federal court, prosecutors spent more than a year aggressively pursuing felony gun charges against rapper Boosie. By the way, for as much as we keep hearing that the feds are undefeated, this is the second Fed case that has a gun possession charge that we've seen the feds lose, or, well, they didn't lose this one, they dropped it somehow, or got dismissed. Remember, Youngboy beat the feds. And now we're finding out that Boosie gets a gun charge federally and it gets dismissed. Let's try to get more info on the situation. He said, this situation made me see who was down with me, who wasn't. The rapper Torrance Hatch Jr., a.k.a. Boosie, who said outside of a San Diego federal courtroom as he wiped tears from his eyes, 90% of people thought I was going to prison, but God had a different plan. Hatch initially faced charges of being a felon in possession of a firearm. After he was arrested during a traffic stop in May 2023, police said they found him and a companion with 2 loaded guns in the car. According to prosecutors, a San Diego police officer was reviewing the social media of what they said was a local gang member when they spotted Hatch with a handle of a pistol in the waistband. Oh, okay. I can already see where this is going. They're claiming the video because somebody was on Instagram Live and what looked like it was a pistol was in his pants. They then pulled him over as he was leaving. They found the gun, but there's other people in the car, which I could imagine somebody else is going to take the charge, not Boosie. You get what I'm saying? But they probably wanted to put it on Boosie because he's famous, it's and third, but they probably successfully argued to say, did y'all see the whole gun? How y'all know it was the same gun that y'all found in the car? And so, you know what I mean, without all the proof they would need or somebody cooperating, maybe that's why I got dropped. Let me keep reading. At the time, Hatch was in San Diego to perform and shoot a music video. The state charge was dismissed. Okay, so he had 2 charges for it. Damn, the state charge was dismissed in 2023. But as he exited the courtroom, they dismissed the state charge and the feds picked it up. He was arrested by federal agents and handed an identical charge in federal court. The district judge and a Obama appointee presided over the federal case. The fate of his case came down to the recent precedent, including the Ninth Circuit Court opinion this May involving someone named Stephen Shorty Duarte. Like Hatch, Duarte was picked up by police for having a gun. His case went to trial where a jury found him guilty of being a felon in possession of a firearm. He appealed, claiming the government violated his Second Amendment rights. Okay? Now, Second Amendment right, I believe, Second Amendment. It's the right to bear arms. Okay. How did they violate the Second Amendment right? Okay, let me read. The Ninth Circuit Court sided with Duarte, agreeing that the government failed to find the historical analogs for permanently denying his right to have a gun after he had served time in jail for prior nonviolent offenses. The court sided blah, blah, blah. In that case, decided that the high court ruled that the gun restrictions must be consistent with historical firearm regulations in the 18th and 19th centuries when the Second Amendment was first enacted. In light of this, the Ninth Circuit decision, Hatch filed a motion to dismiss his case, and like Duarte, he prevailed. Wow. They said, the lawyer says that Boosie was the second person to have their charges dismissed after a Ninth Circuit ruling in May, along with thanking his lawyers and God. He thanked Duarte and offered to take him out to eat. With his felony charge behind him, Hatch says he planned to take some time at a local whatever. Asked if he would ever return to San Diego, he said no. Wait, I'm confused about this. This looked like it's a historical type of thing where they're saying, because isn't he's a felon, right? So if he's a felon, he shouldn't have a gun. This is them walking out of the courtroom. Is the video? Let's see. No, it's just a picture. Huh.
I'm lost for words right now, man. take me a trip cross country, bro. Go to about 3 different countries. God good, boy. He'll make a way out of no way, bro, man. That nigga love me, bro. Finna take me a trip, bro. Everything coming back around. Finna get my rights back, my gun rights back. My pawn money back. I'm grateful, bro. Thank you, God.
Interesting. Hold on, I'm trying to give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I could pull the documents on this court case. That's an interesting thing because that's the most. Every rapper gets arrested on that. You know what I mean? The whole felon in possession of a gun. If I believe Boosie's a felon, if he was on death row, he has to be like a felon, right? How the hell did he get out of this gun case? This is kind of crazy. I know they're citing this other case, and they're saying it's a violation of his Second Amendment, but what? Oh, let me see. I'm looking at the Fed cases right here. Huh. Hold on. No, I can't find it right now. Oh, I think it's sealed. Is it sealed? Why would it be sealed? If it just got dismissed, it should be in this shit. I'm looking in the federal database right now. That's why. I'm not showing it on camera until I could verify. Maybe this is it? Yeah, this got to be it. Yeah, this got to be it. Let's see. Is it? Okay, let me look at this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put this on the screen for y'all that y'all can see it. Yo, this just goes to show you. Sometimes it's not even being guilty or not, man. You just gotta get you a good lawyer, my nigga. Cause they'll find some loophole in the law to like fucking make sure you stay the fuck out of jail. Cause if you look at the video, I don't know if y'all know the video in question, right? Boosie, San Diego gun. You're gonna see the gun. Like you're gonna see the gun like in his hip band. And I mean, obviously, you can still deny it, but like, oh, that wasn't a gun. That just looked like a gun, or it was a fake gun. Where can I find it? It was an IG live. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
I need everybody.
Hold on.
And technically, million hit view, Vlad TV, whatever and everything like that. But as it stands right now, bruh, it is over.
Here we go. Yeah. So they were saying this was a gun. I guess it don't even, nigga, that could have been a wallet, nigga. Does that look like a gun? Am I tripping? No, that looked like a gun right there. Oh yeah, they got it right there. They was trying to hem that nigga Boosie up, dog. They were trying to. This is the order right here. Defendant Torres Hatch, blah blah blah. Judge Holcomb granted his motion to dismiss felony and possession count and denying the government motion to hold the defendant motion to dismiss in abeyance. The attached order was publicly filed moments ago. Yeah, the government alleged in 2021. Oh, okay. This is them talking about the Dort guy, I guess. All right, we're not gonna get too much into the legal woods of this, but who the fuck is Navarro though? Oh, this is a different case there. I guess they're citing. Okay, whatever. All right. Good for Boosie, man. And congratulations to him. This was them leaving court. Why can't I get no audio? There's no audio in this?
Now if you're red,
Here you go.
just ready to go cross seas. I'm gonna take a vacation. Just really was a bump in my life, and I done made it over that bump. Now it's time to enjoy my happiness, you know.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Here y'all go. Rock. That's Sylvia, infamous Sylvia. What you gotta say about the charges drop? It's over with. God good. There you have it, y'all.
This lawyer look a little bad though. Holy shit. Yo, who got the baddest lawyer in the game? Yo, we ain't shit, right? We ain't shit. Lil Durk lawyer. Who got the baddest lawyer in the game, bro? This is Lil Durk lawyer right here. Nah, they were fucking. Nah, this ain't no just regular lawyer right here. Anyway, she was known for getting one of Durk's cases dismissed. Holy. Attorney-client privilege, my ass. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is her leaving the courthouse, nigga. With the wagon. Lord Jesus. Yeah, where's the pictures of her and Dirk? This I know there's some pictures somewhere of her and Dirk.
Turning Nicole Mormon is not going viral for not only her good looks, but for getting Lil Durk off 5 felony charges. But to all the trolls on Twitter, did you know even if you thought you had a chance with her, she still couldn't sleep with you anyway? Under rules that govern lawyers, attorneys can't sleep with their clients unless they had a prior sexual...
Cap, nigga. Cap. Nah, she the baddest, but I ain't gonna lie. What's this girl's Instagram?
Rock. That's Sylvia, infamous Sylvia. What you gotta say about the charges drop?
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't shit. I'm finna find her name right now. If she one of his lawyers, it's gonna be in the court documents. Oh, it's Megan Blanco. Oh shit. Megan Blanco. Oh, this her right there. Oh, I see you, shorty. Let's see that Instagram though. Let's see the Instagram. Am I thirsty, chat? This ain't thirsty. Like, this is like legal consultation at this point, right? Let me see the Instagram, though. That's what I'm down about. Okay. But what about the gram? Where's the gram at? Chat, we gotta find her gram, nigga. Cause that shit looked like it was poking. I ain't even gonna lie to you, chat. I'm keeping it a bean. Like, that thing looked like it was poking a little bit.
It's over with. God good. There you have it, y'all.
Nah, we gotta find the gram. I know somebody got it already in the chat. I know somebody already got it in the chat. I know somebody got it. This is real journalism right here. We gotta figure out the lawyer that beat the feds. Megan Blanco, lawyer, Instagram. Is this her? Got it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm trying to say that thing is poking. Oh, she got a nigga, but who cares? Oh, she got a little skinny booty. All right. She ain't got the wagon. Okay. You know what I mean? Who the fuck is this old ass? Now, let me not sexualize this woman, man. She's a beautiful, brilliant mind, and damn, her price probably going up. Now, I think kind of let me chill, bro. Let me chill. Look at Boosie. That's what I'm talking about, Boosie. Congratulations, my boy.
Boozy, what can you say about the charges being dropped?
I'm emotional. I'm just glad that it's over. You know? Thank God, thank my attorneys.
Yeah.
Fire. Congrats to Boosie, man. Hey, if I could give advice to any rapper, unfortunately with fame comes a lot of scrutiny. Whether civil or criminally. You're the target. Every police department, the feds want to hold you up in front of the camera to say, look, we're doing our job. We arrested a bad guy and the bad guy is famous. That you're going to have clout chasers. You're going to have slurs. You're going to have people who, you know what I mean, who are former business partners or associates who got cut off or cut out the money. They're going to sue you. What I've learned, and I wish I never learned this, is that when you make money, save some for the IRS and save some for lawyers, because if you ain't ever get sued, you ain't big enough yet. If they haven't deemed you that you're like a money bag that they could get, yeah. And also, I say that to say lawyers are expensive. Trust me. I've been in that bank and wiring wild amount of money to lawyers, and they could see the look in my eyes, and I'm like, life was much simpler when I was not popular at all, bro. But again, when you do have a good lawyer, they could make shit go away, right? Now, again, I'm pretty sure whatever he paid to this woman, she's worth her weight in. This case, apparently on face value, I haven't read into it. I'm not going to just bore you out by trying to do it on stream. It looks like it was won by a lawyer or a law firm who did diligent research to bring up other case law that showed that mirrored what Boosie was going through. And what you should know about the law is that the law, if they have they go off what's the precedent. If there's precedent in another court, especially if it was raised to a higher court, that this decision was given in this circumstance, and if you have a similar circumstance, a good lawyer is going to do the research, try to find that, and try to present it to the court and the judge to say, hey, judge, this case is just like that one that was granted that judgment or granted that motion, and you should rule accordingly because it's the same shit. Clearly, that's what was done here. Congratulations to Boosie and congratulations to his lawyer. I'll look again on the complaint or the documents to see. Oh no, it's just her law firm. Yeah, yeah. It says law offices of Megan Blanco. So it's not like she's from a bigger firm. So I don't know how big her firm is, but looked like she's doing a lot of this by herself. I mean, we just were on her website. So anyway, I also put this in the air that, you know what I mean, if people need good lawyers, I mean, salute to her. Okay. All right, let's keep it going. What else is going on? Okay, let me hit this real quick. I don't know what's going on. So everybody knows that. I could probably use Twitter for it. Everybody knows that Ice Spice and Central C, allegedly they're dating. Okay? Now, I'm going to be honest with you, and I got to give credit to both their PR teams. I'm at the junction where I don't know if it's real or fake. Just being very honest. I don't know if it was real or fake. Like, I got certain stuff that I threw up, but it was from people close there. Like, it seemed like they wanted to put out that they had a relationship going on. So I was like, all right, I'll give me exclusive. I'll work with it. Cool. And I was thinking, maybe she's not cheating on Riot. She's just like trying to, because Ice Spice kind of cooled down a bit. She lost all the monthly listeners. And I know people think those were like bought streams or whatever. No, I think one of the songs that was probably hugely popular that made her get all those monthly listeners got taken out of rotation in terms of playlisting. And after a while, when you're on Spotify, like say Rap Caviar, you're going to have like at least 6 million monthly listeners if you have a song on there. Why? Your song is exposed to at least 6 million people that listens to Rap Caviar. So that's how monthly listeners is a different type of game. I've seen a lot of people trying to make it a whole thing. Like, Ice Spice was, Ice Spice lost monthly listeners. And they were making a big deal, that, wait, let me just put, people said, she lost 25 million Spotify monthly listeners in the last year. This is a fluid number that isn't streams. Streams isn't monthly listeners. Monthly listeners is from my understanding, exposures and also individual accounts that have listened to your music. Again, to put in and quantify it, Yeet, and this is what my man at Spotify told me. He said Yeet doesn't have the most monthly listeners, but his listeners listen to his music more than anybody else's fan base. Yeet listeners primarily only listen to Yeet. So his streams is extremely high because let's say he has 1,000 listeners, and say someone has 10,000 listeners. His listeners are listening to his songs 100 times. The person with 10,000 listeners are listening to it twice. So, you know what I mean? It's a fluid stat that you can't take too serious. And I have to remember, like, for example, like Tory Lanez. When Tory Lanez was on the remix of what's that song called with Jack Harlow? What's Poppin' or What's Something? I forgot what it's called. Tory Lanez had 30 million monthly listeners. I'm pretty sure right now, if I go look at, let me see. Maybe I could Google it. How many monthly listeners does Tory Lanez have? He had 30 million at a point. Right now, he has 22.6. So it's a number that goes up and down. Why does it go up and down? It depends on the song. Like if we look at what's that song he had with Jack Harlow? That's the one. It was a remix, but it gave him a shit ton of monthly listeners because people were listening to that song. It was damn near number one. So I say that to say when it comes to Ice Spice, I have to acknowledge or understand that as time goes by, her numbers are going to drop and oscillate. Anyway, a lot of people were wondering, though, because it could be an indicator of if she's falling off. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Her last couple snippets haven't been snippeting for me. Like I've just been like, she did the joint with the Sean Paul rendition. Just give me the light. The shit was horrible. She did get on the song or remix the Cash Cobain joint. I thought that was cool, but also she fell out with Nicki Minaj. And what I've realized with Nicki Minaj and her fans is that they only support what Nicki likes. So if you fall out with Nicki or you're exposed to be a fake supporter of Nicki, they stop fucking with you. So a lot of people, that was going into that narrative, right? So the whole 25 million Spotify listeners, people are like, oh, she's now falling off. So I think she was trying to get shit back popping, or not back popping because she is popping, but drum up more excitement. And I think they were trying to do like a relationship shit with Central C, who's a hot upcoming artist, even though he's from the UK. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, just truthfully, I thought it was fake at first. I thought it was fake. There was just certain things that was just like, it was too profound for me. Like, I get it when they were in the Lamborghini and when he was taking her and buying her some shit. But then when they both put up pictures of them in the jersey, right? Both right here. So this is Central C in the jersey, and then we see Ice Spice in the jersey. Where's Ice Spice at? Yeah, we see her in the jersey. We're like, all right, come on now. You know, and then you hear the snippet where it's like, yo, if he's cheating, I'm doing it back, or something like that. It felt like it was more of a narrative, like a rollout for a song. So I'm believing this is a fake relationship, rollout for song, which, by the way, I've thought that there's been a bunch of fake relationships. I think Drewski and Ruby Rose was fake. I thought Ice Spice and Central C was fake until the girlfriend of Central C came out, and apparently this person is basically saying, nah, it's not fake. That nigga did cheat on me. You get what I mean? And let me see if I can find what she said. Central C ex-girlfriend. She came out, she started exposing shit. Let me find on Twitter, because these other pages got a lot of shit going on. Central CX. Okay, here we go.
You guys caught us, it was all PR. I hope that you enjoyed the video that dropped at midnight last night. I know I did. I know I enjoyed going to the club and going to the set. And I know that I definitely saw that video before anyone on here did. You guys caught us, it was all PR.
Wait. Wait, is it PR?
Yeah, no, obviously not. Girls, you told me to stand up, so I'm standing up. Let me tell you how I did not know that any of this was gonna fucking happen.
Okay, all right.
Let me take you guys back a couple months. I'm laid up in bed with Pookie, and he comes to me, and he's like, I have a new song to show you, and I'm like, yes, serenade me. I'm like ready to hear some poetry. And then he plays me his verse. I'm like, what the fuck? Not only did you just snitch on yourself that you're cheating, but you just told me exactly how. Give me your fucking phone. Are you telling me ZK Trappy69 with the wet emoji is not your childhood friend? He tells me it's just marketing and I know how the internet works, so I just forget about it. A while later, he tells me that he wants to hire an influencer to do
Wait, what?
like a lip-syncing video to one of his older songs, and I'm like, okay, makes sense. Then he's like, I'm gonna send her a car because she asked for one. I was like, okay, makes sense. He didn't tell me he was sending her his personal car to start a dating rumor with her. I was with you guys, knees deep in that comment section, asking if we were still together. I tried to have a conversation with him about it, and all he kept saying was, all right. No, I'm kidding, but seriously. I actually tried to understand what was going on, and nothing. At this point, I'm starting to realize, oh, this is why girls don't date rappers. So I call my team and they're like, Madeline, he just started a dating rumor with another girl. Aren't you supposed to be going to Nigeria with him?
Who is this girl where she says she has a team? I thought she's just the ex.
In 2 days. This is going to be multiple parts.
Okay, let's go to the other part.
And this is when it clicks. This is not a vacation. I have just entered this man's marketing scheme. So I say I'll still come to Nigeria based on the one condition that none of the professional pictures that are taken of us get posted, because I've just realized what is happening and I don't want to be seen with this guy. I understand that rapper boyfriend has promotional activity to do. I just don't want to lose the last shred of my dignity. Shocker, the pictures get out. Guys, if I had known I was going to be photographed like that, I would have put on some fucking concealer. Let the fucking lesson from the jet skis. Although I actually clearly didn't learn anything. So now I'm seeing these ugly pictures of me come out. I'm getting flamed by my friends and my work is calling me, Madeline, we told you not to do one thing. Get photographed with him. So you guys remember the song? I then remember he also gave me a release date for the song, and I'm realizing that it's only like a month and a bit away, and that this Lagos incident was not a coincidence, and I am knees deep in this guy's plot. I didn't want to be seen with him for like as long as possible before this song drops because I want to be as far away from that conversation as humanly possible. The girlies are fucking laughing at me, like I cannot take another public humiliation. So I ask him for a conversation because I want to break up with him, and he's like, I can see you on the 1st of July for this conversation. And I thought that was weird because it was in the middle of June, but he was doing his first ever headline shows. 1st of July rolls around and he is begging to see me, like he is adamant that he has to see me that exact day, but I'm kind of busy, I'm with my friend. Anyway, he ends up calling me at 11 p.m. at night and he's like, I need to see you tonight. And I'm like, why are you so desperate? He's like, because you need to remember that I'm a human being when you see what you're going to see tomorrow.
Wait, what?
I am this close to calling the fucking police because that is a threat. He has had no direct access to me ever since that phone call. I'm thinking,
Wait. How is that a threat? What?
and he's like, I need to see you tonight. And I'm like, why are you so desperate? He's like, because you need to remember that I'm a human
Chat, I know I'm lost too.
being when you see what you're going to see tomorrow. I am this close to calling the fucking police because that is a threat. He has had no direct access to me ever since that phone call. I'm thinking that this conversation is going to be our love, our relationship, so tell me why 10 hours later he's posted up with a fucking patty. Guys, imagine you break up with your boyfriend one night and the next day he is posted up with Ice Spice and Chrome Heart. I didn't even actually get to break up with him and he's already with the next girl. He gave me not even like 12 hours notice before he was being filmed in Chrome Hearts with her. The flight from America is 12 hours. She was already on the fucking plane. Hey, woman to woman, what did he get you from Chrome Hearts? Because all I ever got was a tank top. So yet again, I am in the comment section with you guys. Such is a bop. This is 4 days until my birthday. When I saw him in her comment section like that, I tweaked so fucking bad I was gonna put this screenshot on my story. I thought rapper boyfriend was at least considerate enough to let me have my birthday week, and then I see them at the club on the 6th of July. My birthday's on the 7th. You guys remember when he made me pay for my own birthday ticket into the zoo? At least I woke up to something better this year. That is why my friends had to turn up to my house in gorilla suits the day of my birthday, because I had just woken up to a video of him with a big booty baddie in the club. They literally had to drag me out of my fucking house. This man has since emailed me, called my mum, tried to follow my friends on Instagram. You get the gist. So it wasn't that much of a surprise when I get a call from his team and it's a girl on the end of the phone saying, first and foremost, I'm a girl's girl. Cough twice if he is holding you hostage, otherwise I need you to put down the phone. So his team is calling me, trying to convince me to have a conversation with him, and they're trying to tell me like he had no...
Yo, chat, I'm a little bit lost. What the fuck is this chick talking about? It's confusing because it sounds like she had a relationship with him, but not really. Looks like he's not really seeing you. If he hits you up in the middle of June saying he wants to talk to you and you're his girlfriend on the 1st of July, 2 weeks away, it don't sound like y'all together, right?
Control over this, and I'm trying to get the point across. It doesn't matter if he had control or not. Why the fuck was I told 12 hours before it happened? I'm going insane because all I'm seeing is comments being like, how could she condone this? This is so embarrassing for her. Like, why would she let her man act like this? Guys, I never agreed to this. No one told me. I did not know about this in the way that you guys thought I did, but I also haven't watched the video yet, so if you want to see a live reaction, it will be on my podcast. Alright.
What the fuck? This is Central C DMing her? Good night. Come home. I still love you. You should caption your next post the same as Ice. Also, I got a funny B-Day present. That would be good for social. Hold on. I know some of y'all like your act. We don't give a fuck about this. I'll give a wrap up in a second. Just bear with me. Let me see what she got going on. Is this not her? What's her TikTok? How can I find that video? I want to find that video. Is this a new Ice Spice and Central?
I ain't tripping the grip in my purse. I don't care, cause he did it first. I'm selective with who I get with. Get on my phone trying to see who I slept with.
Okay. All right. I want to see this shit with the text messages. Unless I'm tripping.
Detective, lucky for me, I deleted a message. All along it was me and her, but I told her it was me and my brethren. By the
Oh shit. It said all along.
end of this, she investigating detective, lucky for me, I deleted a message. All along it was me and her, but I told her it was.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna give y'all something. Just chill. I'm just trying to see what the fuck this is. Isn't there more? Her name is Madeline Argy. Who the fuck is that? Madeline Argy. I know, chat. If I look confused, I know y'all are too. This is her TikTok. All right, man. Yo, fuck all that. Whatever his ex-girlfriend's name is. Yo, at the end of the day, man, this is why I realize this is the new type of way that people are being marketed. 100%. Like, yo, chat. So let me put y'all in game. It's monkey see, monkey do that's happening in the industry, right? I don't know if this was his actual girlfriend or whatever, this person that was complaining. I don't know if that's his actual ex-girlfriend. I actually want to believe that, to be honest, this is all fake, bro. Like, with all due respect, this whole shit's fake. We've seen it too many times in the last couple of months to actually believe it. Ruby Rose, Drewski, fake. What was the other one that was fake too? That people thought like these two were getting together. Like the industry is drumming up these fake relationships because that's what people are tuning into, and they think this is a way to get these guys to go to the next level. So I kind of get it, but this is all like it just seems too contrived for me. You know what I mean? Now I think it's gonna work, right? Because people like relationships. Central C and Ice Spice seems like, you know what I mean, both are kind of on the uptick. They both need this moment. It works for them. Whoever who puts this together is pretty good. But I'm going to just be honest with you. I think this is probably a deal between all three of them. They tell the ex, hey, people are catching on that this looks suspect and you just had a girlfriend not too long ago. How about you play it this angle for your people? They're going to play it this angle as if you got played, and everybody gets clout out of this, and it is what it is. Now, here's my thing. I think the song is okay. I don't think the song is a hit. So I don't care what type of... somebody said YZ and Sweetie. I don't think YZ and Sweetie actually... and actually, I don't think Kelsey and Swift is fake. I think YG and Sweetie, like, to keep it real, my nigga, and I'm trying to be nice, YG and Sweetie being together won't make us care about nothing they got going on. I'm sorry. It was Drewski and Ruby Rose, and it was someone else. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, the point is, I think this is all fake, bro. This is all fake. And everybody's in on it. Oh, no. I was saying, oh, that's what I say, monkey see, monkey do. The Sexy Red and Chief Keef shit was so believable and was happening in real time that everybody believed that Sexy Red and King Von's sister were about to fight over Chief Keef. That's the only difference here. You get what I'm saying? The Sexy Red and Chief Keef and Kayla shit worked so well that they're trying to replicate it. That's all I'm trying to say. Ice Spice is an attractive woman. At the end of the day, I wouldn't even be surprised that number one, they're not together. Number two, he didn't fuck her. Number three, her boyfriend Riot is behind the video in all of these joints. But, you know, again, and this is what this industry will do. It makes you have to sacrifice your pride for moments to advance your career. Could you imagine that conversation? Hey, Riot, we know that you're her man and y'all are in love and you were there before the fame. You were there when y'all was sleeping on fucking mattresses on the floor. Y'all love each other, won't leave each other, but you're not the star. We need her to do a fake relationship with Central C because he's a star too. And you have to sit there and think about your own pride, but think about the upside with the money that your girl's gonna make, which means you're gonna make, and you gotta sit there because he produced the song. Like, think about it. The nigga who Ice Spice is cheating on, supposedly, I think he produced the song. Ice Spice Central C song, because the song came out. It's called Did It First. Did It First. Like, put like this. This is how you know this shit's fake. Why would the boyfriend of Ice Spice produce a song where Ice Spice is rapping and bragging about cheating on him? Make this shit make sense. That's what I'm saying. This industry is an evil place. It will make you turn on your morals and turn on things you would never do. And you'll explain it to people like, nah, that shit ain't real. That shit ain't real. Because you're looking at it like what people are going to perceive about you, you're just going to give off fakeness, right? But in reality, Riot is with Ice Spice. That's his girlfriend. Or even if they broke up, you still wouldn't produce a song that's rapping about how she was violating you. You get what I'm saying? As well with that, Central C, I don't know if he's still with this girl or not. And by the way, it might be one of those things that they allow for people to believe. And in chat, if y'all don't think that a record label sets up fake relationships, I have many examples to tell you or show you. Like Lil Xan said that him and Noah Cyrus was a fake relationship set up by Columbia. A label will set that up to try to bring an artist to a next level. Shit, I told y'all even back in the day, like even 6ix9ine, who was just a marketing genius by himself, he knew having a relationship was going to bring him to another level. That's why the whole thing with Selena Powell happened. He wanted to link with Selena Powell that she could expose him, that women could talk about him like, oh shit, Danny love bitches. You know what I mean? That's, you know, again, it's part of the game. So obviously we knew a song was going to come out of this. Now, do I think the song is hot? It's okay. It's okay. Central C, Ice Spice. I obviously can't play the whole song. I gotta get these record labels to start whitelisting like my YouTube, right? That I could just play music, period, right? Matter of fact, let me do that. Chat, remind me to do that. I'm gonna hit their labels and tell them, yo, whitelist my shit. Don't, because I want to be able to play their music when I'm on YouTube. That's the thing. Anyway, so I ain't gonna play the sounds, but you could kind of see some shit. Is this? Yeah, you see them here. Yeah. Yeah, this is clearly a marketing thing, and good for them. Good for them. I'm not mad at it. I hope it does what it needs to do. If I look at it, it's been out a day. It did 3.5 million views, number 8 on trending. This is why I was saying that I think Central C is one of the biggest artists in the game. First of all, these are major numbers. 3.5 million in a day. That's crazy, right? I mean, he goes from we could go bond for a bond with him and Lil Baby, and now this song looked like maybe by numbers wise it's gonna be a hit. So How are we not gonna say that Central C is one of those guys, right? Central C. Yeah, his last record with Baby. His last record with Baby did 74 million in a month. 74 million a month. Right? By the way, let me look on the trending thing to see what's above Central C. It's trended. It's not even trending in music. It's just trending overall. Let's see what's trending in music. Oh, no, never mind. Wait, Not Like Us is still trending number one? God damn it. Not Like Us still trending number one. The video, actually. Then you have Eminem, the Toby featured, or Tobey. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Big Sean, Babytron. Renaissance, Eminem again. Bossman D-Lo. Bossman D-Lo been really going up, man. Bossman D-Lo is like... Yo, this is why I hate what that nigga Kendrick did. Because this is the moment that Bossman D-Lo would have got a Drake feature. Facts. Drake would have just drummed on one of his tracks that's already popping. And that shit would have went bananas. You get what I'm saying? Instead, Lil Baby does it. But right now is when Drake usually makes that move. He's like, all right, Bossman D-Lo popping. All right, cool. I'm going to hop on it. A lot of people are going to be like, I put him on. Fuck it. Then another Eminem joint. Then we got Katy Perry. Is this ranked? This is not ranked. Yeah, it's not ranked because I would have seen the Ice Spice video already. How do we see like charts? Anyway, all right. All good, man. All damn good. Chat, what y'all up to? Oh, there's a little bit more. Oh, by the way, thank whoever who just sent this to me. Oh, this is her TikTok here. Wait. How y'all gonna tell me to go to her TikTok, but it's disabled? Madeline RG. Oh, it's right here. I thought it was disabled. Okay. Let's see.
A threat. He has had no direct access to me ever since.
Okay.
Okay, now that we got the logistics out the way, I have to laugh. When I got sent this story 5,000 fucking times, me and my friends were dying. We thought Ice Spice must have found out that he played me and beat his fucking ass. That's the only reason he would have one shoe on. And then he escaped, and that's why he said you only live twice. Then this guy put on his broadcast channel, no Madeline slander shall be tolerated. Who is he talking to? Who is he talking to? Pookie, are you losing it? Who the fuck let this man on my team? Okay, I'm done. And if anyone else has any theories about where his shoe went, please let me know. I actually tried asking his team and
I want to be honest with you. I kind of almost feel like she's not a part of it, and she's the pawn in this. Like she looks like she's having a breakdown. This don't look good for her. But at the end of the day, and this is what I was saying, like making these sacrifices, I think Central C's like, I think Central C has made the decision, yo, I might have to give up on this woman. Like, yo, fuck this relationship. I'm trying to be the biggest artist. And she's a pawn. You know what I mean? Just like I do think that Ice Spice at some point, whenever she links with another producer who could really give her beats, you're right. Let me tell you, your days are numbered. The moment she found another nigga who could give her beats that she likes, she's going to get rid of you too. That's it. You know what I mean?
Demon, they told me to fuck off. Okay, now that we got the logistics out the way, I have to laugh. When I got sent this story 5,000 fucking times, me and my friends were dying. We thought Ice Spice must have found out that he played me and beat his fucking ass. That's the only reason he would have one shoe on. And then he escaped, and that's why he said you only live twice. Then this guy put on his broadcast channel, no Madeline slander shall be tolerated.
Okay. And they told me to watch. Chat, I ain't gonna lie, y'all be DMing me some good shit. They said watch this video from scratch and then watch her other ex.
You guys caught us. It was all PR. I hope that you enjoyed the video that dropped at midnight last night. I know I did. I know I enjoyed going to the club and going to the set. And I know that I definitely saw that video before anyone on here did.
Okay. And they said go to her ex's shit? Her ex's shit is... What the fuck is this?
Got obsessed with you. Can you actually imagine? That video got 150 million views.
Who the hell is this?
Huh?
This nigga said, yo, that's Six Kenza. She knew him before the game and kind of helped get him on.
To ask me to have...
Oh, so what this is coming across like is like Central C's just a marketing genius. He's using these women. He knows how to promote a song. And at the end of the day, he's a UK rapper who, I told y'all the story about Central C. Yo, he was being courted with a $20+ million contract for just his US rights, just based on how big he had gotten off that. Yo, I want to meet Doja Cat because I want to indulge in that. Like, that song really got him big, and he didn't have deals locking him into a major. So he's had a big bag already in front of him, and he's one of them guys who probably, like, you know, he's a young dude. Like, by the way, you know, not to, some of y'all gonna be like, I'm dick riding 6ix9ine. I think people have just seen what 6ix9ine did and just be like, yo, we could manipulate the internet just like that nigga. Maybe not beefing with people and trying to kill people, but we could manipulate people and just lie and joke and get clout and work songs that way. So I guess these people are coming out to say Central C manipulated them, right? Which, shit, Central C, my nigga, get your bag, boy.
Have your kids. I've not even slept with you. So you basically want to trap me and use me and gain off me and not pay me a dime. And then when I'm not with the program, you move on to the next victim. That's what you're doing. Who sent?
All right, come on, get to this stuff. I hate when women are on Instagram Live because they think it's a press conference. They reading comments half the time. Shorty just talk.
Fake.
All right, man, what is she talking about?
No, we wasn't together. We didn't kiss. We didn't sleep together. No. But he really tried to make it look like that for his brand. And then you have the audacity to ask me to have your kids.
Shorty, you must have some fire pussy. That's what niggas do when they fuck bitches with fire pussy. They say shit they don't mean. Have my kids. And as soon as Post Nut Clarity like gets back, you're like, yo, let's go get a plan B. Hey, women, everybody around, okay? When a nigga tells you have my kids, when he's horny, he means let me nut in you and I could get you to pop a pill and you could go bleed early 15 days before your period. We're not trying to have kids. Like, come on, nobody really wants to have a kid, tells you to have a kid in the heat of the moment.
I've not even slept with you. So you
also, women, and by the way, guys, I'm hating if I'm breaking up the game. Women, a lot of men, well, not a lot of men, most men just want pussy. Here's the thing. They know that love language for women isn't saying they want pussy. It's to act like they want a family. Hey, yo, I want to have kids with you. The nigga is literally saying what another nigga would say without game to say, I just want to fuck you. When a nigga says, I want to have kids with you, a woman like, oh my God, that guy want to build. That guy wants to be here. No, he wanted pussy. He just said it in a way that's more mentally appealing to you. Because now you feel like your biological incentive of being on earth, that your fertile this and third is coming true. No, he wanted to put his dick inside of you, but he said something to make you think otherwise, that when he's putting his dick inside of you, you're fooled to think that he wants more than putting his dick inside of you. Come on.
You basically want to trap me.
He did not want to trap you.
And use me.
Yes, he wanted to use you for vagina.
And gain off me.
There's nothing to gain off you. Nobody knows you.
Pay me a dime. And then when I'm not with the program, you move on to the next victim.
Yeah, don't see. I hate when women start using this language, victim. How to victim? You see, this is why we're in this woke era women start using words, you got to watch out. Words have a lot of meaning. Victim. Victim means this nigga's like a predator. No, hold on now. My nigga's just running game. Yeah, he's lying, but he's just trying to fuck. Yeah, I want to have kids with you. He's lying. He just wants to fuck you. Oh, because I didn't do it, he moved on to his next. No. He moves on to the next girl he's trying to fuck.
That's what you're doing.
All right. Okay, I think these are chopped up parts. Here we go.
Is that why you cut him off? Yeah. I don't want nothing to do. I actually don't want anything to do with him because
this is another false thing. Most of the times, women have men in friend zone type areas. They didn't really cut the guy off. The guy cut them off, and the guy realized he's just not gonna fuck. That's when he left. Women will toy with the guy like a yo-yo. Just keep playing with him while he's in the friend zone. They're not gonna cut off somebody who's in a friend zone. The nigga wanted to fuck. He knows he's not gonna fuck. He dipped, but you feel like you had the power because you told him no.
I never deep the situation. Like I never deep that you're actually just using me.
That's another trigger word that men have to worry about in 2024. Sex is a mutual beneficial exchange. If you have any woman who is considering you wanting sex or asking for sex or having sex with them as any type of you're using me, get away from them women. They're going to link up with Tyrone Blackburn and file a lawsuit. Okay? Just stay away from those Jezebels. Okay? If they consider sex you using them instead of y'all both having a mutually agreeable experience, get away from them Jezebels.
How comes you didn't talk about it before? Because I didn't know what to, like, I felt intimidated, number one, by his...
You see the look to the right? This is how she's making up a lie. Why did you never say nothing until now? Then, again, chat, I ain't gonna lie. This year, I'm like, yo, these days, I'm like Jay-Z in the elevator blocking all type of shit now. Like, when people say certain words to me, I'm already, like, doing the... Very valid question. Why you never said nothing about this before till now? She uses another problematic word or another problematic phrase. He intimidated me. So now this nigga is like Diddy. He blowing up cars. He fucking getting people to start. When you hear intimidated, you think somebody who was, nigga, not intimidating you. What the fuck are you talking about? He intimidated you till his hit song came out? Think about this. He intimidated you to never talk about it until his hit song came out. Come on, bro.
Because I didn't know what to, like, I felt intimidated, number one, by his manager. Because his manager was fucking horrible to me. Bearing in mind, I've put money in both of you lot's pockets. That's the facts. And YB's had the audacity to tell me, this was when commitment issues came up. He was like, you lot can go in the room. Huh? So, you want me to sleep with your artist, but you don't want to pay me for any of the videos I've done. You want to use me and suck me dry, and you want to embarrass me online for your marketing. Huh? From that day, I knew he was getting no tuntun. Because are you actually done?
Oh, man.
Yeah, I feel sorry for her too, to be honest. But she probably didn't know. I knew what he was on. I think other girls did fall for it. But, like, I knew better. I knew I was being used. So it's like, I'm not going to carry on whatever this thing is. Yeah, I feel sorry for her too, to be honest.
Okay. Speed through this.
Why didn't you say anything? Because it's like, I didn't want to be messy. Number one. Number two, I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I felt like no one was in my corner. Everyone, like, when that video happened, obviously it changed the trajectory of my career because before then, people knew who I was. I had like 600k followers, but after that, I just like blew up, and it just got a lot because no one was backing me. I don't have security. I don't have people with me 24/7. Bro, I was unsafe. I didn't leave my house for 6 months, and I wasn't compensated for that. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, it got scary.
Yo, I'm scared of any woman when they're talking about trauma, they still talking about money that they didn't get. Like, wait, hold on. I thought this was about niggas intimidating you. What about why you keep talking about you ain't get paid? Like maybe it would be better. Like, yo, all right, yeah, well, yeah, I was getting threatened, but I got paid. Like, this is a little concerning.
Scary. It actually got scary. Why don't you take him to court? I just might.
Wrap it up then, man. Wrap it up then, man. Wrap it up then, man. Wrap it up, bro.
Did I ever want to be did you ever want to be with him at some point, or was it strictly friendship? I didn't want to be with him in that way from my end because I would just be used. Like, what's the point of being used and dogged out publicly? Like, what's the point of that? What's the point of sleeping with someone for them to just embarrass you and use you on top of that? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yo, this is that Diddy language right here, man. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Listen, when y'all started saying shit, I felt intimidated. I felt unsafe. He was using me. I had no choice. Man, y'all niggas bring your ass to the police, man. Like, stop going online with this type of Diddy language, bro. Shit is serious out here in the world, man. When I see shit like this, I'm like, this is a cry out for Tyrone Blackburn to holler at Shorty for a lawsuit, man. This shit is disgusting. Anyway. All right, man. Sench, keep doing your thing, bro. There's been many rappers in this goddamn game that has fucked their way to good press, and you're doing the same. I don't know if you and Ice Spice are fucking, and I don't care, but the mere fact you have a couple of exes or whatever in a frenzy, because really they're just seeing you're having an ascension when it comes to, you know what I mean, people talking about your love life. It's a good thing. Okay? Just watch out for these chicks, because they'll come back with some allegations like, yo, yeah, he made me do this. I ain't want to do it. Watch out. Anyway, somebody says, if I was Central C, I would cheat on my girlfriend for Ice Spice too. I guess. Let me see how Ice Spice is looking. All right, I guess. Okay, next topic. Okay. I kind of want to get into Eminem album, but there's so much like disses in there, ain't it? There's so many disses in there. Okay, let's real quickly look at All right, so I got to give you a little bit of like understanding of what this is. So Alec Baldwin's trial. So Alec Baldwin he's an actor. Essentially, he was doing this movie, I think, for Rust, and essentially they gave him a gun that he was supposed to shoot on the movie set. The gun is actually loaded with real bullets. He fires the gun, it kills someone. Now the police looked into it, and I personally believe that because of a lot of, outrage that people like, yo, someone died and we're in this woke type of era, somehow a grand jury fucking indicted him, which is indicted him of involuntary manslaughter, which means he might have not wanted to kill someone, but he did kill someone. And, manslaughter is different than just murder. Murder means like you had some intent. Manslaughter means the negligence of your actions resulted in someone dying, right? Anyway, his case just got dismissed, right? And basically what happened is, and let me just throw it to Law and Crimes. I feel like they're almost in their partner.
Extreme sanction.
This was the final moments before it got dismissed, and let's try to make some sense out of it. I'm not gonna stay too long on this, but
And case law is very clear that because it's very extreme.
By the way, anytime they start mentioning case law, they're basically going off of precedents and prior historical cases that have said, hey, this is how the law is interpreted, right? So remember again what I was saying with the Boosie case, we were kind of interested in. Hey, if you could show a judge a similar case that had a ruling that matches your case in terms of similarity, the judge will almost give the same ruling, right? Here we go, though.
I have to go through every single element, and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So, in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence.
Okay, now I think we've been I feel like y'all are ghetto lawyers with me. We kind of know some of these phrases at this point. We hear this a lot in the Atlanta YSL case. Now, what Brady material or Brady violation is, so Brady is a case that basically, I think it got overturned because the prosecutor had information that they didn't turn over to the defense that could have helped the defense. So basically, if you get charged with, I don't know, you get charged with a murder, right? And then, this is an extreme example. You get charged with a murder because, an eyewitness said, yo, around the time of the death, I saw a guy jogging, looked like they may have been running from the house. Say you jog 6 a.m. that day every day. The police pick you up 6 a.m. because you verified that you were jogging the day before, around the time of the murder. They say you had to be the person that do it, right? Cool. The police is thinking, well, you're the most likely suspect who killed this person who died around 6, and a witness said they saw someone jogging from the direction of the house around 6, so they got you. Say now they charge you, whatever, it's about to go to trial. At the last minute or somewhere during, they get surveillance video of a camera that's weird but pointed to the house. And say around 6 a.m., it's a guy with a hoodie that crawled out of the, I don't know, or walked out the house and didn't jog, but hopped in a car and left. When you got arrested that day, you didn't have a hoodie and you didn't hop in a car in that direction. It's clearly not you. I think it's called exculpatory. It's evidence that will make that would prove that you're not the guy who killed that person, right? Now, if the prosecutor gets this, they're supposed to, by law, turn it over to the defense. Anything that could help or hurt a defendant must be turned over. Now, some of these prosecutors, they want to win a case because they're trying to advance their career. They're not trying to take else. They might be like, oh, let's just act like we didn't get it just to get the conviction. Now, people who are rich, right? And again, I keep saying the law comes down to money a lot of times. Alec Baldwin has private investigators. Let's say if it was Alec Baldwin, that person, he's going to have a private investigator who's going to go canvass house by house, probably offer money. Yo, do y'all know if y'all have any cameras that might have information, blah, blah, blah? And somebody might say, and be like, yo, we'll give you 10 grand for it. Be like, oh, actually, yeah, we do have that footage. We actually also gave it to the prosecutor, but we'll also give it to you. Now you have what would be Brady material, which is, yo, we have some info that the prosecutor supposedly got that they never gave to us that could have proved that really our client's innocent, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's a ghetto explanation. I'm not a lawyer. You're not a lawyer either, but we're trying to understand law in layman's terms. Okay, it's much more complicated. So I know there's a couple lawyers who watch me. Please don't judge when I try to explain it in layman's terms. I'm just trying to get a common understanding. Anyway, so that's what that Brady shit means, right? Prosecutor got some shit that could probably help you, or they're not turning over everything they have to you.
The evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor. This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teskey gave.
Okay, so that's, I guess, is the that's the Brady material right there, evidence.
Disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence.
Okay, so the rounds collected in evidence. So remember, it's an actor who all he knows is how to act. He's been on, when you're on these sets and say it's like Rush Hour 3 or whatever, you're shooting, sometimes it's a real gun, but it has non-lethal blank rounds. There's a team that's supposedly handling the gun. There's supposed to be a chain of custody. The rounds or the bullets that go in there are supposed to be non-real bullets. A big part of this case, this actually looks like it's a real fuck up. I don't know if Baldwin's maybe he's gonna sue or whatever, but that's crazy. Biggest part of the evidence that he would have been culpable for involuntary manslaughter is that maybe he knew that gun at some point had real bullets in it and he still fired it. Right? Whether he knew at the time, we don't know, but he knew at one time or another. However, the rounds collected from that gun, they're saying the prosecutor wouldn't give them the evidence about the rounds, that they could make their own investigation or assertions to that matter.
That Mr. Teskey gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence, and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, and that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins.
Okay, and I think he's understanding. You can see his facial expression change. Basically, the judge is saying, I agree that this has put the defense at a significant advantage, that since they weren't allowed to inspect, to analyze, to go over, use their own independent auditors or investigators to look at these live rounds, it's put them in a very disadvantaged position, which means this ain't a fair trial. Basically, that's what they're saying. This ain't fair. So he's understanding a little bit. You could tell because, you can see his facial expression change.
I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper.
By the way, every time they do State versus something, they're talking about an old case. They're going off case law.
The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state, quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld a supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice...
Okay. So she's explaining that they fucked up, and then she's going to make a ruling.
Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case for trial.
So she says, I'm dismissing this case here.
And this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated.
Okay, so they're basically saying y'all didn't give this nigga the evidence beforehand, and she's going to impose a sanction with her sanction is dismissal. You're going to see him start crying.
Versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has power, inherent power.
Now,
per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration.
Now, here's the thing. I'm not sure exactly what the evidence, I don't know if the evidence is lost or whatever, but the judge says something that's important. The judge says they're going to dismiss it with prejudice, which means, technically sometimes they could refile, even though it would be wasting taxpayers' money. But when they dismiss it with prejudice, you can't come back with it. Like, it's over. It's a wrap. You can't charge a nigga again with it. It's over. You know what I mean? And so she's dismissing with prejudice, which means like he's scot-free.
Delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice. Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted.
Damn. There you go.
Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you, Ron.
We are in recess.
Basically, what you call here is a goddamn spanking of the defense attorneys to a unprepared, ill-willed prosecutors, I'm guessing state prosecutors, who tried to go on, and that's what I'm saying about being a celebrity. So I said that with the Boosie thing. You better save some money for taxes and save some money for lawyers, because whether it's people trying to get money out of you or overzealous district attorney thinking, hey, well, if I'm the guy who brings him to justice, I'm going to get a lot of tabloids. That's going to make me run from being an assistant district attorney to being a district attorney, or the DA still got to approve that, or from a DA, they could feel like, all right, well, now this could put me into politics. It's all a play, especially when it's a high profile case, right? So, like, again, I always say, like, celebrities do have certain type of privilege. Number one, money. Number two, for example, some people won't get bail. As a celebrity, you could make up some shit like young boy. Yo, I'm going to stay in my $7 million crib on the top of a mountain with $1 million guards around me, which still won't do shit as I do anything I want. You know what I mean? And they're like, okay, that sounds good. You can leave jail. Anybody else, they'd be like, yo, could I stay at my mama's house? Fuck no, nigga. Stay your ass in jail. So again, there is some privilege being rich and famous, but there is also disadvantages. The disadvantage is that they want to parade you around to be like, we found him. He guilty, y'all. So this was a bullshit case, never should have been brought versus Alec Baldwin, right? The prosecutors heard from everybody that interviewed, yo, Alec Baldwin didn't know there were real bullets in there, right? All he did was take the gun like he's taken many times from the person who handles the gun on a set, and he did what he does. You get what I mean? He's thinking it's not a real gun. They still chose to charge him because it's a big media thing. And what happened is he got the greatest lawyers, and they applied belt to ass to them prosecutors. And God damn it, the prosecutors agreed. This is sidebar. I fuck with Jesse Weber. I gotta do some shit with you, my nigga. Like, I fuck with you. So this is him explaining a bit. He's probably gonna explain the same thing. Right.
At Harbor Freight.
I'm not trying to drag this either. We're gonna get into a different topic after this.
That apparently a witness came forward during the course of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial, but then went to the sheriff's office after her trial, that he had ammunition that he says was relevant to the case, ammunition that he says could be matched up to the ammo, the actual ammo that killed Helena Hutchins. And the allegation put forward by the defense was it was buried by law enforcement. It was buried by the prosecution because it was put in a separate file. It wasn't even listed as part of the Rust case evidence. And the defense said, this is totally unfair that this wasn't disclosed to us. And yesterday, during cross-examination of this crime scene technician, they asked her about this. And today, the prosecutor, Carrie Morrissey, decided to take the stand and talk about her involvement in this ammunition. But you know what's so interesting about it, Dave? It's not even, I would say, a significant issue in Alec Baldwin's legal case, right? Because he wasn't charged with bringing live ammo to the set or loading the weapon.
We don't even know who brought the live ammo. Now, the state is suggesting it was Hannah Gutierrez Reed, the armorer, who messed up and accidentally brought live ammo. Alec Baldwin was not charged with intentionally trying to kill anyone. He wasn't charged for knowingly having live ammo. He was charged with being careless with the gun. You shouldn't point a gun that you even believe is not loaded and pull the trigger. And that's why the prosecution said, well, this other stuff is not relevant. That's why we didn't report it to the defense. And the defense and the judge said that it's not up to prosecutors to decide what is relevant and what is not. And then when they found out that law enforcement had this information, had this ammunition, and deliberately put a different case number on it, that's where I think this thing went off the rails.
So you believe the prosecution made a serious mistake here? They should have turned this over to the defense. I don't know when the defense, by the way, found out about this information, because if they found out about it a while ago, shouldn't they have brought this up before trial?
Yeah, I mean, it was mentioned during cross-examination, but it's not clear whether that's when they learned about it or that.
They got a private investigator, man. They got a private investigator. They probably offered a bunch of money. Somebody who was on that set, like, I don't even know if they're still making that movie or not. Somebody probably got some bread and be like, yo, let me tell you the truth about this shit. Yo, that person brought the live ammo. I got some of it too. I went to the cops and the cops filed it. Yeah. It's all good. All right.
Very derogatory names. And you can't have a prosecutor show that kind of bias, right? You could say.
And the judge, one of the reasons why the judge decided hey, let's end this thing. I don't know. And I think we'll know more as the days progress. You know, we're doing this video right after the verdict here, right after the dismissal, and it's all very shocking. And I think there's going to be more ramifications because this is not supposed to happen. If there was a problem, it should have been just dismissed without prejudice, redo it. But here, the judge is punishing the prosecutors.
Yeah. as again, so without prejudice means that they could redo the case and submit what was admitted, but they're punishing the prosecutors to say y'all can't redo the case. So big fuck up on the prosecutor side.
And to be clear, I think it also was because during cross-examination of Carrie Morrissey, the prosecutor, Alex Spiro pointed to a series of communications where she was calling Alec Baldwin.
Wait, Alex Spiro was his lawyer? That's the nigga who worked with Roc Nation. He Illuminati. I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh, shit. Jay-Z gave him his lawyer. Yeah. Alex Spiro be spanking shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. This nigga definitely Illuminati.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Like,
that's fine.
Yo, if you want to kill a nigga on camera and get away with it, you gotta get this nigga right here. Alex Spiro. Straight Illuminati. Oh, this isn't walking out of court? Yeah, this is Alex Spiro right here. He Roc Nation, yo. Yo, at first, they gave Bobby Shmurda this nigga, and then once they realized that Bobby was gonna be finished when they got out, they took him off and gave him Kenneth Montgomery. I ain't gonna lie to you, and I fuck with Kenneth Montgomery. He's good, but still, this is the Illuminati lawyer right here. Facts. Look up Alex Spiro, Bobby Shmurda. Yeah, that nigga was telling Bobby was looking sad as hell. That nigga was like, yo, bro, don't you worry. Jay-Z just gave me the word. If you sign with Roc Nation, you won't do a day in jail. You just got to sign the contract. He explained the contract right here. Sign on the dotted line. You're going to sign the Roc Nation Sports. You know what I mean? Nigga, you got some type of talent. You threw the hat in the air. Nobody ever seen the hat again. That's never been done. You could be in the circus. You could be in the league. You just got to sign this contract. And I think Bobby told him, nigga, I ain't signing that. And he said, all right, I'm getting off of this case. Bobby did 7 years. That's it. That's how it went. I'm telling you. That's how it went, bro. This is the Illuminati lawyer right here, bro. Look, I'm telling you. Alex, yo, play this. This nigga been spanking shit so much, nigga. I remember lawyers' names. That's why I be like when I even when I was looking at that chick for Boosie and I say she bad, like I gotta remember her name now. Yo, Alex Spiro, 21 Savage. Nigga, this nigga got arrested by ICE. Jay-Z gave him this nigga. The next time you heard about that nigga case, he's a citizen. That ain't Illuminati shit. The nigga got arrested by ICE for being illegal. He got arrested by ICE for being an illegal. It said, I'm gonna show you the article. Jay-Z hires attorney to help 21 Savage. The next time you heard about that nigga rapping about, I got my green card, I'm lit, I'm chilling. You're like, what? Nigga, I know a couple Mexicans who got locked up. When ICE said they were illegal, man, they send them niggas back to Guatemala. Like, them niggas ain't in Zone 6. The hell out of here. Look, Jay-Z hired attorney Alex Spiro to assist 21 Savage. Case over. Illuminati. I'm telling you, bro. Illuminati shit. Look, Jay-Z even put this out. The arrest and detention of 21 Savage is an absolute travesty. His U visa petition has been pending for 4 years in addition to being a successful. Yo, he put his lawyer on this, man. Shit. Look, attorney Alex Spiro working to free 21 Savage. This is the next headline you saw. Look. Look, 21 Savage, lawful permanent resident of the United States. Yo, that nigga good. That nigga good. Yo, how you get locked up about to get deported, and the next thing we hear is that you're legal. Yo, that's good. That's good. Shit. Yeah, even Drake revealed that nigga got a green card. Yeah, man, that's something tall, my man. You remember when they gave 21 Savage the Illuminati decision. They said, for this green card, Jay-Z told us all he needs from you got to go be, just like how we got Meek as a spokesperson for reform. They said 21 Savage had to go do the immigration interview. This nigga looked like they had this nigga.
He sat down with ABC.
They put this nigga on with bifocals and George Stephanopoulos, whatever that nigga name is. He
was being held in.
Look how Savage showed up to the motherfucking interview. Look, look.
Team to get him out of the detention center.
Savage don't understand no word in here. He said, "Bravo, could you get me some tea and crumpets in it?" You don't know one word they're saying around here, man. The Illuminati ritual happening. That's how. Savage, my nigga. I'm playing around. My boy. You know, I'm an immigrant too. Like this is jokes. My guy. But still, yo, once the Illuminati motherfucking Alex Spiro, Illuminati, bro, Illuminati. I'm telling you, dog. I'm trying to get cool with him. You get in trouble, that nigga gonna get you out of everything.
And keep him in the country. Walk us through February 3rd, just a few hours before Super Bowl is about to take place here in Atlanta. Savage.
Yeah.
Sounds like this.
Yeah.
To understand.
Yo, a part of 21 Savage's Illuminati ritual, was that he gotta take 1,000 selfies, nigga. They told him, you looking too tough online, you gotta take 1,000 selfies. He been still trying to work it off. I ain't gonna lie, my boy's still trying to work it off. He's still trying to work it off, my nigga. They told me he gotta take 1,000 selfies, nigga. That's how he gonna. Yo, they was gonna ask for his soul, but they said we don't need your soul, nigga. We just need you to take 1,000 selfies, nigga. That's it. 1,000 selfies. You feel me? My boy been taking selfies ever since. Nah, I'm playing, bro. I'm playing. It's a joke, bro. It's a joke. All right. Anyway, yeah. As soon as I seen Alex Spiro, I'm like, oh. Shit.
Baldwin, very derogatory names. And you can't have a prosecutor show that kind of bias, right? You could say, look, we're prosecuting a case against him. We think the evidence is strong against him. But if you're alleging that all they're going to do is hide evidence and bury evidence and do whatever they need to prosecute Alec Baldwin, and you're calling him names, I think that's what also led the judge to dismiss this case with prejudice, that this entire prosecution is tainted.
It's a fair point. Now, were both prosecutors calling him names, or was it just the head prosecutor?
I think it was just Carrie Morrissey.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, also, it looked like the prosecutor.
Want to hear how crazy this got?
Tell me.
One of the lead prosecutors, not the one who took the stand, Morrissey. Yeah. One of the one who gave the opening statement, quit today.
What?
Why? Guess what? This almost never happens. This prosecutor wants to be heard enough that she's coming on TV right after this happened. Erlinda Ocampo Johnson joins us now.
Wait, the prosecutor in the case of Baldwin quit and is doing an interview the same day?
Thank you so much for taking the opportunity.
Hi, Chris.
First, let me give you a chance to respond what was said about you. Another member of the team said you left the team because you didn't like that this Brady hearing was public.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I left because I learned about this evidence when the public learned about it yesterday, late afternoon. I don't know if you're aware, I actually came on this case kind of late in the game. I came on.
Oh, she's snaking her coworkers or former coworkers. She's basically saying, I'm not banging with the prosecutors no more because, yeah, I was on the team, but the information that the judge said we hid, I never hid none of that shit. I just found out with y'all. So they hid it from me too. So she about to go to another, county or something like that and get another job. You know what I mean? That's just how it goes. Musical chairs as usual. So she's speaking out like, oh, no, I don't deal with corruption. You know what I mean? She's the Karen for the Karens, okay? She's the Karen for the Karens. She's like, what? Wait, the prosecutors are corrupt, not me. I'm out of here. I'm not corrupt.
On the case towards the end of April, so I had to get up to speed. I was not involved in the Hannah Gutierrez case at all, and so I was not aware that this individual had taken this ammunition to the sheriff's department and provided it to the officers. I learned all of that yesterday when Mr. Spiro was cross-examining the crime scene technician. So I inquired some more. And this morning, when the motion hearing began, my position was during the lunch hour, before the lunch hour, during the lunch hour, we have an obligation as prosecutors. We have an obligation not only to the people, but to the defendant. And our obligation is to make sure that all the evidence is turned over. We don't get to decide what the defense is going to be.
Damn, you never see this. Imagine a cop. Like, imagine a cop, like, say a bunch of cops pull over, like, they think it's a drug bust, and they end up killing a guy. It wasn't shit there. And one of the cops quit immediately and say, y'all know, I wasn't with the fuck shit that them niggas did. Them niggas did kill that man, and I wasn't a part of it, and I'm here to talk about them killing that man. You never see this. So you never see a prosecutor dime out the other prosecutors, basically saying, yeah, they're the crooked ones. I'm good.
Our job is to ensure transparency and to ensure that the defendant has everything that the prosecution has gathered. What they do with it, that's up to them. Go ahead.
Two things. One, the better minds that I bring on the show, because what do I know, were very impressed by your opening. They felt that you had good command and that you made a very strong case.
Yeah.
Did you believe that Alec Baldwin should be found guilty?
I did. I believed the evidence that we had. I had no idea that there was this other evidence that had not been turned over. That there were some actions that were done during the filming, and there was some recklessness. I did based on the evidence that was available. But my job is not to get a conviction. It's to put the evidence before a jury. That's how I saw my job, is to put all this evidence before the jury and let the jury decide. But once things start, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I want to hear you. But once things what?
So once I learned that this evidence was not turned over, that it was there.
Yo, chat, I ain't gonna lie to you. She looked more crooked by even coming out. Yo, first of all, like, everybody knows the blue code of silence. Like, cops pick up for other cops. You know what I mean? So if she's trying to snitch on the prosecutors, and she a prosecutor, either she more crooked than them, or she not about to be a prosecutor again, which now I believe her. I believe her then. But I don't believe, like, you know how many people they probably wrongly sent to jail? Like, come on, man. You know how many poor people that don't have, like, crazy money for private investigators to go poke the bear in Hornet's Nest and figure this out and figure that out? Come on, bro. Like, she knows she done sent a couple niggas to jail who probably didn't belong there. Now she's over here acting like, no, we have this due diligence to the people who we're prosecuting. You're a prosecutor. You get promoted if you win the majority of your cases or get people to plead guilty. You don't get no promotion if you motherfucking tell the person you're about to send to jail, oh, you know what? We really got no case. So, like, I'm calling cap on this.
It was under a different case number, and my obligations, my ethical obligations as a prosecutor. Now, keep in mind, I've been a prosecutor. I was a state.
Now, granted, what she's saying is right though. Like, there's an ethical part of the job, but bruv, everybody is in these jobs trying to get by. Like, these people, like, you know what I mean? It's the decision was already made in the office. So that DA's office say we're gonna prosecute. She's on the team. She's doing the opening statements. I'm saying if she was really on this ethical shit, she would have crossed her T's and dotted her fucking I's. By the way, this info didn't only come up then. Apparently, there's another person whose name is Hannah Gutierrez, who's the person who was the armor. They had some court hearings and this info kind of came out. She didn't do her due diligence. She's just doing it now because Alec Baldwin team hit them with the gotcha niggas. Anyway, all right. I know some of this might be boring to y'all, so let's not keep like watching all this shit. Anyway, have y'all seen the whole? All right, let's talk about Diddy real quick. Then we'll go to Eminem. So, Diddy, they're saying Diddy threatened to kill somebody. They said Diddy threatened to kill Vibe editor over a magazine cover. They said Diddy has entered rarefied air. The accused mogul has been accused of so many horrific crimes. Let me see. Where did this accusation come out? I'm trying to figure out where the accusation come out. So Diddy Vibe editor. Let me see. Trying to read a little bit more about this allegations here. Let me see. Let's check this out, chat. Why does my audio not work sometimes? Is my ad blocker?
Hell of a thing. Former editor of Vibe magazine says Diddy issued a death threat, put it up full of mass, over a cover.
With millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable, we just need 1% of the viewers to become.
Okay, this nigga over here promoting some bullshit. All right. I'll just go off Diddy. Okay. So the Huffington Post is saying Combs allegedly threatened the former Vibe editor-in-chief Danielle Smith in 1997 after she declined to show him an upcoming magazine depicting him as an angel. The editor of a music magazine on Friday became the latest woman to accuse him battled rapper of violent behavior, claiming he threatened to see her dead in the trunk of a car over a 1997 editorial dispute. Combs is currently facing multiple lawsuits, blah, blah, blah. All right, cool. Combs and I worked a lot together, the then editor-in-chief of Vibe magazine wrote in New York Times. Okay, so it's a New York Times article. So let's just go to the New York Times article to see if we could get the source. Damn, look at this motherfucking thing right here. What the fuck? You gotta subscribe for this shit? Man, we not subscribing for shit. Damn, look how they got Diddy painted like he's a fucking menace. All right, whatever. Smith recalled wanting Combs on the cover of Vibe's 1997 December and January 1998 issue with in white feathered wings. The photo shoot in September went swimmingly, but the aftermath proved disturbing. Combs wanted to see the Vibe cover before they went to press. Smith wrote on Friday, "It wasn't our policy to show covers before publication, so after I told him no, we heard that he planned to come to our office and force us to show him." Smith recalled staffers hashing out a plan to keep her safe from Combs. By then, rap mogul had been found guilty in 1996 of threatening a New York Post reporter with a gun, and was also busy denying that he had something to do with the 1996 killing of Tupac Shakur. Smith recalled grabbing the stack of covers, cover proofs depicting Combs when he arrived at the Vibe office and rushing them to her managing editor before jumping into a cab to flee. He resumed his efforts the very next day. She said she politely refused to show him the cover when he demanded seeing it. It was then that Combs told me, as I've retold hundreds of times over the years, that he would see me dead in the trunk of a car. Not missing a beat, I told him he needed to take that threat back. Take it back, I said, as if I were 10. Take what back? Shit, I could imagine Diddy saying, "Nigga, you better take that on that threat." So then with a vile laugh, "Fuck you." Smith continued, "Take it now. Take it back now," I said, "or I'm calling my lawyer and you're going to jail." He said, "I know where you are right now, right on Lexington Avenue." Combs refused the comments in the New York Times. HuffPost reached out. Smith recalled that while he faxed over an apology within hours, the magazine's servers went missing a few days later. Fortunately, a staffer saved an early version of their upcoming issue on a personal disk, and the cover went to print. He's now been accused of blah, blah, blah. Wow. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. You know, is this him and her? Oh shit, I guess they must have had a cordial relationship. I'm not gonna say this is not an indictment of everything, you know, when you put it in context of what you've heard about Sean P. Diddy Combs, aka Brother Love. I'm not going to say this is not further proof for an indictment that maybe he was a very violent or threatening or just nasty person. I also do want to inquire, and this is just me asking, and by the way, I want to send, you know, if she did go through being threatened and felt the fear for her life, I want to send some love and blessings to her. I do have a question, though, because I know when I came into the music business, and even when I started covering music shit, and I guess that's after the magazine era. That's kind of even after the websites era, or the websites era were phasing out, the blog era, whatever the case is. it was still commonplace for rappers to believe that the way to control the media was to threaten the media. So I'm not excusing Diddy's actions at all, but I don't think Diddy was the only person who did this. And again, obviously, this isn't something with like sexual assault or abuse or nothing like that. It just goes to show this guy was a controlling, maniacal, like maybe POS piece of shit that was threatening people to have favorable reviews or for him to be able to control them in whatever aspect of jobs he did. This is what I say. When I see people start speaking out, let's not only speak about Diddy. Because I am really skeptical that Diddy was the only monster. And when everybody keeps coming out and be like, oh, I got a Diddy story too, I want to hear all the stories. I want to hear the stories about the people who haven't been named yet. Because right now it is convenient to be like, well, Diddy told me he's going to blow my car. He told me he's going to get somebody to beat me up. I think that, what the music industry won't say, they're acting, and I told y'all this before, they're acting like Diddy's a one of one. And I particularly don't believe, number one, first of all, I'm not saying he probably wasn't one of the worst, but I think that was probably more reflective of most of those people within that era. So while you share a story about Diddy, what about the other executives? What about the other times people threatened you? Share those stories too. Because what I'm seeing is that everybody realizes, you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to shut the book on that era by tying the noose to Diddy's neck and hanging Diddy while everybody lay low and go free. And my thing is, we're not trying to spare Diddy, but if you're going to speak truth to power in these times, where now we're far removed from it, but people do care about it, you shouldn't only speak about Diddy. What about them other niggas? What did Jay-Z do to y'all niggas? Did Jay-Z kick y'all door down? Did he send Memphis Bleak up there to rob y'all? Like, we want to know the truth. We want to know the truth about everybody. I just don't believe that this behavior was only Diddy. And that's the only thing I kind of look at it, because I'm like, this feels like what this music industry is. When you see a R. Kelly and people will throw his name under the bus and be like, yo, he's horrible. And by the way, I'm not saying he's not. But they're like, he's the only one that liked kids. He liked underage girls. But when you really study rap history, that don't seem to be the truth. It seems like there's a lot of other men that used to date underage women, and sometimes even married. And these stories are very public, and the people that were dating underage were famous or ended up being famous, but they don't get called out. So what I believe is happening here with Diddy is that for all the wrongs of that era of Diddy, that other maybe executives, moguls, or whoever else indulged threatening behavior, intimidation tactics, beating up journalisms. Like, I remember saying this about Troy Ave when he first came out, and definitely about Meek Mill. They still think that it's the old era where you could threaten the media and beat them up for them to get down with your program. Don't you see how Meek Mill talks to me like, no, we could beat up Ack and get him out of here. That's why he's done. We're not in that era anymore, right? But there was a time, like if you watch Straight Outta Compton, I know it's over exaggeration, but it's loosely based in truth, where niggas is going up in their record label office and fucking with baseball bats, and they swinging and breaking shit and intimidating the people, hopefully to get out of a deal or to get this or get that. That was definitely intimidation, and threats were all peppered through the music industry. If we're to go off the stories we hear, now maybe you can make the argument to be like, well, we're not talking about other people right now. We're talking about Diddy. My thing is that if this is something that the New York Times cares about, we should expose everybody who was making these threats. And from what I'm hearing, all of the, let me not say half, all of the executives were behaving in this manner in terms of strong-handed approach and acting like street niggas to journalists and label people to get their intended result. So I'm still waiting to hear the people who are going to tell me the story about how Jay-Z was running around and how Irv Gotti was running around, and even Dame Dash, even though he looked like he's been telling his story a long time. I want to hear about everybody because, I see everybody trying to rush to quickly, and I guess jail is going to be the thing that people are going to feel like, okay, this era is now we've right the wrongs of this era. But I just find it hard to believe that Diddy was the only. Like, I'm not saying he might have not been the worst, but I find it hard to believe that some of these allegations Diddy was the only nigga doing. I find it really hard to believe. I find it very hard to believe that he was the only people threatening journalists, saying they're going to kill him, doing freak offs. I find it very hard to believe. But, I'll digress. Anyway, so if you guys didn't hear the news as well, so Diddy's mother was actually hospitalized, right? And his mom was hospitalized, and apparently, let me see, apparently they think that stress is a factor. Let me see if is this a morning. Hold on, give me a second. What the fuck? Okay, no, okay, that's an old one. Anyway, so Diddy's mom, her name is Janice Combs. She's actually 84. Now you got to imagine 84, you're up there in age. She was actually admitted to a hospital after having chest pains recently, and a source familiar that was close with the situation, they're kind of thinking that it might be stress related. Now it says Diddy was with his mom at the hospital, and that she was still at the hospital and she wasn't discharged yet, and they're keeping her for observation. You got to remember his mom is 84, right? And trust and believe, trust me, and I know, nobody worries about someone more than their mama. Like again, your mother, and usually as a son, you rather your mom not know some of the trials and tribulations you get through, because their stress level, which probably primarily is caused by a source of helplessness, because she loves her son. I don't think she thinks her son is a monster, but could she do anything to help him? No. Right? So she's kind of just watching this snowball effect happen and happen and happen. And, she's probably stressed because she's worried of him. Right? They always say, they say stress is like a big killer in minority groups. For whatever reason. It could be stress over finances. It could be stress over whatever. You know what I mean? Anyway, it says, according to the source, she was admitted on July 10th, which is 3 days ago, after having chest pains. They have run a number of tests, but the diagnosis is still unknown. The source say they think stress is a factor. It says Janice Combs is in okay health, the source notes, but had brain surgery this year. Oh my God, his mom had brain surgery? I wish her good health. The stress of everything has been a lot for her. I think she largely, been standing by her son. The news of Janice Combs' hospitalization comes amid Sean Combs' legal troubles. Earlier this month, they reported that the rapper, or really Diddy, is the subject of an ongoing criminal investigation in the Southern District of New York. Sources tell NBC News on July 3rd that even though there's no impending charge against the artist, additionally, the businessman homes in LA and Miami were raided. Okay. Yeah, man, send your prayers up for his mom. Despite what happens to Diddy, I guarantee you, and I know this might be an unpopular thing to say, because right now we're probably all seeing Diddy as a monster, as someone very evil, maniacal, someone who probably lacks empathy and lacks a heart. I think it's a reasonable assumption that I would believe he does have a heart for his mom. He cares about his mom, and I think he would forever have some guilt if she, I don't want to speak anything to existence, but if she, fell ill, and the actual reason was because of the stress she's enduring to his situation. So it's one of those type of things. You get what I'm saying? I seen Law and Crimes cover recently. Let's see, Law and Crime. They were covering basically supposedly some rumors that any day now Diddy could be now indicted, and pretty much it might be at the final stages at this point where people are kind of ready. Let me see. Is it this? And by the way, I'll talk about the Young Thug trial. I feel like we're doing Law and Order today. I'm sorry, y'all. Here we go.
And a reported federal investigation, embroiled music hitmaker Sean Diddy Combs seemingly has no care in the world. But his recent summer activities have peeved his accusers, as their lawyers are slamming Combs as they send an ominous message more could lie ahead for the rapper and producer.
It feels to me like he's trying to portray this feeling of nonchalance because he doesn't want people to think that he's nervous. Perhaps he thinks it's going to make him look better, make him look innocent if he doesn't appear to be concerned. But to those people who don't believe him anyway, that just comes across as uncaring and arrogant.
Since swimming in the ongoing lawsuits and with his public reputation taking a huge blow since, recent photos of the mogul show him whitewater rafting in Wyoming, showing off his private jet, as well as biking around South Beach, Florida. And the move.
Can I ask y'all a question, chat? What do you think the demeanor of Diddy should be like? Again, I do think because of the video we've seen and the allegations we've heard, people kind of do want, when people think you've done bad, they want you to go die. Like, they want you to see you incredibly sad. They want you to go die. They don't want you to see you smiling. They don't want you to see you having fun. They want to see you stressed out, losing hair, getting gray, looking weak, and they want you to die, right? Do you think that, again, I'm making assumptions here, so please don't think this is what I think, but I would imagine that Diddy probably believes he didn't do anything wrong. Like, yeah, he probably did beat a couple bitches up, and sorry for the word bitches in this context, but he probably did put hands on a few people, but I don't think Diddy think that he was committing either sexual assault or that his freak offs were wrong. Like, I think Diddy think that, oh, you know what, these people, they down bad, they coming at me, they got broke, and they filed a bunch of lawsuits, and now the government think that they about to get me locked up because these money-hungry motherfuckers done made up a bunch of allegations against me, right? That's what I think his demeanor is. There's no way he's thinking like, oh, nah, they got me for real now. Like, shit, I knew I should have stopped doing A, B, and C because I knew I was doing a crime. I would be shocked if he was thinking like that. That's crazy, right? So, in his opinion, if he's thinking he ain't really do nothing wrong, are you expecting Diddy to look mad sad all the time, or are you expecting to see him like this? On a bike, riding, throwing up the peace sign, brother love all day, you know what I mean? Like whitewater rafting, which, by the way, that was a thing that people got mad at. What is he supposed to do? You tell me. Should he just stay inside? By the way, there's also no reason for him to ever be seen, right? Like, bro, play this. How come we don't even know where Jay-Z be at, but we never see Jay-Z unless he wants to be seen? How come we always seen this nigga? Now, granted, we know where his house is and it's like a public place, but like he has a big enough property and enough privacy. He could be out on his property without being by the pier where they're photoing him a lot. He's riding on the bridge where there's going to be cars or whatever photoing him a lot. It all goes to his demeanor. Clearly, Cassie, and we'll get into that, Cassie's team are upset that he looks happy. They want him to not look happy, right? Or they want him to go away or stop being seen. Do you think that Diddy should either keep living his life at least until, and also here's the thing too that I was thinking about, like real talk. Diddy has probably had to come to terms that he's probably going to get indicted. And that has to be a fucked up feeling because you do know the whole weight of the United States government, their U.S. attorneys are coming at you and they're going to try to put you in jail. They're going to try to put you in jail without a bond first, and they're trying to put you away for life on some R. Kelly shit. Let me ask y'all a question. If you knew possibly you were going to go to jail or you're going to get indicted, right? Do you just go and stress and just be locked in a room until it happens? Or do you say, fuck it, let me turn up the most now because I might have to sit for 2-3 years while a case or a trial happens? Do you get what I'm saying? What do you think the strategy for Diddy should be? Lissine says, "Ack, you gotta know when to get low." Do you think Diddy should get low, or do you think he should just turn up right now? Because everybody's predicting he's gonna get indicted, and the only thing people haven't really predicted yet, which I actually predict, he won't be incarcerated with no bond. So he won't be locked up during the whole time that he's waiting for trial. So I think he'll be put on house arrest, and he'll just be going back and forth to court, which obviously that's just a better look. I can't imagine Diddy in a jail cell like Thug. Like, I'm just sorry, I just can't. So, but there's a possibility he could be, right? Because you know the government's going to come with this angle to whenever the indictment comes out. Well, he's been threatening witnesses. He blew up Kid Cudi's car. If he's at home and we can't monitor him like how we need to monitor him, he might go kill Cassie. He might go kill this person. He might send his henchmen to do this. He's a billionaire. He has all the resources to do whatever, right? They're gonna try to put a good argument that he doesn't get bond. Again, I'm asking y'all to think like Diddy. You might have to go sit down for a year or two, or let's say 2 years. Until that day comes, do you turn the fuck up? More freak offs, legal ones this time, right? More whitewater rafting. You having yacht parties and all that, or do you just get out the way and start planning? Huh? Yo, why y'all trolling me too? Stop it, man. Yo. Oh, man. Y'all are trolling like a motherfucker. Wait, what? Nigga, I thought that's... Wait, hold on.
Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay, my shoes down. Watch out.
Somebody trying to shoot down Trump? Y'all better not shoot my damn president, man. Stop fucking playing with me, man. What the fuck?
All right, you see there again moments ago when the former president was just starting to speak at this campaign rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania, and you heard that popping noise, and now he was escorted.
Wait, what the fuck is going on?
Bad too. That's
filed.
No fucking way.
That we
pre-tape
planning of
former President Trump hasn't quite.
Out here to this event in Pennsylvania. It seems he's about to speak. Let's listen.
No fucking...
This is a big crowd. This is a big, beautiful crowd. I wish the fake news back there would show it. I wish they'd spin their cameras and show it, because nobody would believe it.
Wait, if somebody shoots at him, and I'm hearing he got shot in the ear, it can't be shot. Nigga, that means somebody would have got killed behind him. There's mad people behind him. Hold on.
You know, the other day, Biden was saying, I got big crowds, meeting him. He gets big crowds. He doesn't know what a big... And there were like 93 people there. 93, you know what that is? That's where the front row Joes sit, right here, 93. We got more than 93 front row Joes. Hello, Butler, and hello to Pennsylvania. I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, and that's what you are, and we got to bring our country back to health, because our country is going to hell, if you haven't noticed. Millions and millions of people are pouring in from prisons and from mental institutions. We're going to stop it. We're going to get it stopped. We're going to bring them back. As he said, we're going to bring them back. We're going to deport. With the help of everyone here tonight, we're going to win Pennsylvania this November. We're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden and laughing Kamala Harris. And we're going to take back the White House, and we're going to take back our country. We're going to take it back. Our country's been stolen from us. You see that? It's the greatest, one of the greatest crimes is what they've done over 4 years and hiding what the obvious facts are, isn't it, huh? Isn't it a shame? You run for the President of the United States from a basement. All very dishonest stuff, but you know, we're going to have the greatest election. I tell you what, we did fantastically in 2016. We did much better in 2020. You know, we did much better. And it was rigged. It was a rigged deal, but we did much better. But it's nothing compared to the enthusiasm all over, not just in Pennsylvania, all over. There's nothing compared to the enthusiasm that we've seen over the last year. Because, I mean, a year, think of it, year and a half ago it started. It really started from immediately after the election. You want to know?
Yo, this is crazy if this is like some real shit.
Know the truth. But a year and a half ago, we were seeing crowds of people desperate to have rallies.
Yo, Trump, you got to spin the block. Yo, I ain't going to lie to you. I'm going to keep it a bean with you. I don't, we ain't even get to that part yet. But for the love of God, I hope this was not a nigga who did this. Because I don't know about OTF and them niggas sliding for Vaughn, but them racist niggas, they finna slide for Trump, nigga. I don't know. I'm just hoping it's not a nigga who did this bullshit. Please. I don't want to get caught. No crossfire. Whoever did that.
Rallies desperate to have anything to take back our country. And we're going to take it back. Next week, the Republican Party will hold its convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And 5 days from now, we will officially accept the Republican nomination for President of the United States. Right? And we're going to get a good senator. I'll tell you, you have a real stiff right now in office. He's a stiff. You know, your current senator, I never met him. I don't think I've ever met him. I was only there 4 years, but I don't think I ever met him. I'll tell you, that's your senator. He votes with
right
Biden
here.
or whoever happens to be furthest left. We got to get him elected. McCormick. We got to get McCormick. Press McCormick.
Right here.
He's a good man, too. He's a valiant fighter. He's a great, great gentleman. So we're going to bring him up can we bring him up for a couple of minutes later? A little bit later. All right. You get ready, McCormick. You get ready. I'll get you up here. The world will see a vibrant Republican Party that is bigger, stronger, more confident, and more united than ever before. And that's what we are. We're the most united party. Now, I'm watching the fake news go crazy because they're saying the Republican Party has not been united since Ronald Reagan like it is right now. It was united under Ronald Reagan. The second time, it was very united. And they said there's never been anything like it. They've never seen a movement like this. Make America great again. You know, Joe Biden talks about we have to stop MAGA. MAGA means make America great again, Joe. It means make America great again. That's all we want to do. If he was doing the job, I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be at some beautiful place with a gorgeous ocean, the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, maybe the Pacific. Thank you. Thank you. Instead, I'm here with you fighting like hell to get a senator elected and to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make America better than ever before. We're going to make it And it's not easy because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people, criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here. And it's much tougher than if it happened. We had the strongest border ever. In recorded history, we had the best border.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I know I ain't even get to it on it. Yo, whoever did some fuck shit, I hope it ain't no black people, and just for y'all's sake, I hope it ain't no Mexican either. If it was a Mexican who did this, nigga, Trump might nuke the United States trying to nuke them. Like, I'm telling you, it's over. Like, yo, it's over. Yo, we gotta hope this is a nigga from Russia. They gotta hope some nigga from China. Trust me. We gotta hope. Listen, we love Uncle Trump. It's Uncle Trump. We fuck with him. But this whoever did some fuck shit cannot be black. And better not be a Mexican. Nigga, they gonna shut down immigration for life. And if it's Mexico, nigga, they might fire so much nukes at fucking Mexico, the United States get blown up too. It gotta be some nigga that live over there.
In fact, if they could ever put up a chart, I don't know if they can do it. Do you guys have access to that chart that I love so much? You don't mind if I go off teleprompter, do you? Because these teleprompters are so damn boring, I try and explain that. Oh,
we're just watching the lead up. We're gonna see it happen.
Wow. You guys are doing it. They're getting better with time.
I think here.
Guys, take a look at that chart.
Right here?
Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right? So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
I think right here. Oh, nah, they really tried to take out Uncle Trump. Nah, this shit crazy. Nah. How do I go like 10 seconds back? They try to take Uncle Trump out. Well, let me get it in better quality. Damn it. It's fucked up, ain't it? We're talking about better quality type shit. Right here.
And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Right. Whoa, it sounds like two shots.
We're watching here live this event happening over in Pennsylvania.
Nigga, I'm ducking too. That's how Yo. Yo, is that Sleepy Joe? Yo, who did that?
And
Yo, that's Hillary. That's Hillary. Word two. That's Hillary right there, nigga. They couldn't put him in jail. They said they're trying to take him out. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. By the way, if Trump faked this, this is the craziest shit ever. But I don't think he faked it. He did. Yo, I'll be following Trump. Go kill yourself if you care. He did say, yo, they ain't locked me up. You know what the next thing is? He was on some Andrew Tate shit. I'm like, what the next thing is? My stupid ass. What the next thing is if they don't lock you up?
It seems like popping sounds over in the background. We've had the Secret Service members kind of have a former President Donald Trump duck there from the podium. I'm going to pump up the audio so we can keep listening into this happening right now.
We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
They said shooters down? Oh, they clapped that nigga, man. Rest in piss, little nigga. You thought you was gonna clap you thought you were gonna clap Big 45? Rest in piss! What not to eat on his birthday? Yo, the shit they hit that nigga with, that nigga was probably doing the Harlem Shake, nigga. They said shoot her down. That nigga is a pack.
We're clear. We're clear.
Yeah, all them little soldiers, shut the fuck up. The Secret Service run this show. That's what I'm talking about. By the way, you know what's so crazy too? And I hate that I'm interrupting. Y'all do know the reason why niggas trying to kill Trump is because everybody keeps saying he's a threat to democracy, threat to democracy, threat to democracy, threat to democracy. They've pumped this idea to regular people who are now believing this is a dictator who's gonna be some Stalin or some motherfucking Hitler type of guy. So that's why niggas are trying to kill him, right? So this is why when we be talking about messaging sometime and they start labeling something mad radioactive and like everybody on the other side be like, we're not violent. Look, he's the one who said go rush the Capitol. He's the violent one. Nigga, y'all keep saying he's a threat to democracy and niggas now try to blow his brains out.
Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir.
Gangsta! Yo, let me get my kicks, bro. Stop playing with me, man. Let me get my kicks. What you doing? Let me get my kicks. Get my kicks. I'm gangster, nigga. Fuck is y'all talking about?
So we gotta move to the bus.
Let me get my shoes.
Bruh, Trump gangster. Yo, Trump gangster, nigga. Nigga, this is the most gangster shit since Tupac got shot at Quad Studios, nigga, and while he was on the stretcher, he had the middle fingers up, nigga. Nah, Trump gangster, bro. Nigga, where my mail-in ballot? I gotta fill that bitch out. I'm voting Trump. Hey, for whoever trying to kill Trump, even if he dead, we voting for him. I'm keeping it a bean. That nigga gonna rule. He gonna rule the United States like Julio Fulio, nigga. He gonna rule it from a Twitter page. Fuck all that. Fuck what y'all niggas talk about. Yo, Trump gonna rule this shit from an Instagram page. Yo, I'm going live soon. I know what they said. I ain't done yet. MAGA. Like, yo, I'm telling y'all, don't try to clap Uncle T. That's my boy. Yo, even if y'all do nothing to him, we still vote for him. He gonna be president from the grave, nigga. Like, I'm telling you, bro, he gonna be on some Julio Fulio shit, nigga. He gonna hop up like the Undertaker. Yeah, nigga. Stop playing. Yo, I swear, this picture right here is going to make $1 billion for this nigga. That one hit, I swear, yo, he gonna put this on a t-shirt. Secret Service around in bloody ear, $1 billion. Nothing less. $1 billion, bro. I'm gonna see how quick the Trump team work. If they got this on t-shirts by tonight, it's over. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Biden might as well just like concede the election. Yo, you got it though. I ain't gonna go against you. Look. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. These little fake MAGA pussies back here trash as hell, nigga. Like, somebody just tried to clap your president and y'all was ducking. Y'all niggas should be, for all that Proud Boys, whatever nonsense shit y'all be talking, wearing all them red hats, niggas thought y'all was down to squabble for y'all nigga. Shit happening. Y'all over here like, oh shit real? Now I thought y'all be like, nah, where that nigga at? Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. This is the moment. That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping there's nobody of color. This is the moment that racism came back in the country. Yo, just look at this one nigga right here. You could tell, yo, you could, like, without him saying nothing, like these niggas right here, look at these niggas right here. They basically said, lock the borders! They're doing the what's that shit that Hitler did? Get him out of here. Yo, I swear it better not be nobody of color that they got going on with this fuck shit. This better be a white man that did this, bro. I'm telling you, we done. Yo, look at this guy right here. He was just ducking, but look at him. The racism just electrified this nigga. This nigga looked like somebody out of the Wizard of Oz, nigga. Actually, this nigga looked like one of them niggas from they be having a bunch of not Mormons. What they call it again? The people who don't have electricity in Pennsylvania. Look. This right here, that's racism, nigga. Racism. Look. Racism. Look, yeah, this guy right here, look. This nigga was just ducking this taco, nigga. Now he's getting up, and he just got up in full KKK. He might as well throw a hood on. This nigga right here. Look at this motherfucker right here. He still got his drink. Nah, Secret Service got to fix up. Nigga, that's a straight headshot still, nigga. The fuck is y'all talking about? How y'all know it's just one shooter? I know y'all say shooter down. How you know it's just one shooter? Nigga, I watched enough movies. Y'all ever see that movie where they were trying to kill the president? It was called like Vantage Point or some shit. Nigga, these niggas are unprepared. Like, for a moment like this, y'all gotta have a Kevlar bulletproof sheet to just throw over his ass that nothing could penetrate. Pause. That nigga won the election, man. That nigga won the election. Imagine this Secret Service job right here is to carry the red hat. Their only job of, like, no disrespect to women, but the only woman on the social on the what's it called again? The Secret Service. Her job is to just carry his hat down the stairs. Okay, shorty, carry the hat. It's a woman, right? Let me make sure. Not slander a woman directly, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's your job, carry the fucking hat, okay? Carry the red hat. You heard me? You heard me? Yo, brother, you supposed to put your head in front of his head, pause, that you could catch the head us. You know what I mean? If somebody try to headshot him, you supposed to hit you first. That's what y'all signed up for. Like, that's how the gig goes. Like, y'all all said y'all would give y'all life for the president. Y'all niggas supposed to be over here like this, like, shooter, you can't get him. I'm here. Like, yo, you gotta get me. Like, that's what y'all supposed to be on. Like, you're supposed to have your hand right here, like, nigga, to absorb a fucking 50 cal through your fucking knuckle, nigga. The fuck is you got going on? This is a bad thing to joke about, right? Yeah, I don't know if I should put this on YouTube. Actually, no, it's Trump. Niggas don't care about Trump. Well, like, the woke people. Like, YouTube is gonna promote this video. If this is about Biden, nigga, they ban you if you even joke about this shit. Nigga, let's go buy a MAGA hat right now, nigga. Fuck all that, man. I need the original. I had the card, nigga. We gotta get this shit going on. Yo, Trump be on some bullshit. How much? Yo, Trump might come out and be like, they really shot the hat, but really, the hat was really made of bulletproof shit. You know what I mean? Like, yo, get them cells running up. You know what I mean? Nah. I might need a Trump pillow or something like that. You feel me? Trying to kill the GOAT president. Fuck you got going on here? Let's get the Trump 45 collection. What's the problem? Nah, I'm fucking with Trump. I ain't gonna lie. I'm telling you, if I kill my president, he gonna rule this shit on some Julio Fulio shit, bro. His Instagram is still gonna be Instagramming. He gonna be calling Sleepy Joe. He gonna be calling that nigga Sleepy Joe, nigga, for 100 years. So cut it out. All right, cut it out. Yo, they really try to clap my prezi. Nah, this nigga's a legend. Like, he's the most legendary. Bro, they tried to John F. Kennedy him and he still survived, nigga. Bruh. Meg Thee Stallion act like she was gonna die off of Legos. Yo, this nigga caught one to the head, to the dome, and he's chilling. Yo. Nah, that's my president. All right, he deserves a raise. He got his hand there, like, in case. Fuck. No. Yeah. Fuck. Yo.
Okay, they are escorting the former President Donald Trump away from this podium over in Pennsylvania. You just heard moments ago what sounded like a popping noise. No confirmation as of yet as to what that could have been. It really could be anything at this point. We don't know if it was a shots fired.
Nigga, I heard shooter down. Like, am I tripping, chat? Let's go back. Nigga, I heard shooter down. Word 2, nigga. You hear? That's more gunshots. Nigga, I know some gunshots now.
We're watching here.
Look, Look at these people here. They're looking, everybody's, so it makes sense how he got shot, actually. So the shooter got to be over this way, Chad. It's over here. Because remember, he got shot in the ear, so it looked like the person aimed and his ear that was faced, because he's looking that direction when he gets shot, allegedly, right? Look, he's looking that direction. He's looking that direction, so the shooter shoots, probably misses his face, probably trying to give him a face shot, and hits his ear or grazed him somewhere in his head. And you could tell that the action's over there, because even the people, he gets down, but the people starts looking over there, and then you hear shooter down. Look
Look what happened.
Oh shit. Yo, look at this nigga face. Oh my God, they just killed my president. Oh hell nah. Nah, this is the GOAT. This is the GOAT. Nah, this is the GOAT. Yeah, chat, we done with hip hop topics today. This is the GOAT. We gotta make sure the GOAT get proper help. Nah, yo, you hear them gunshots? They're giving that nigga they're giving that nigga all type of shots to his stomach.
We're watching here live.
If you ask me, I would imagine that either a field agent or a sniper probably annihilates that nigga, whoever who did it. And bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, I'd be highly disappointed if this was like, it wasn't a shot, it was some equipment that blew up. I'm like, what?
This event happening over in Pennsylvania, and it seems like popping sounds over in the background. We've had the Secret Service members kind of have a former President Donald Trump duck there from the podium. I'm going to pump up the audio so we can keep listening into this happening right now.
Get ready. We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
Hey, you hear them say shooters down, right? I do hear them say shooters down type shit. Damn.
We're clear. We're clear. We're clear. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head, bloody.
Nigga, let me get my loafers, nigga. Yo, Trump gangster, man. A pussy nigga not gonna let him leave his shoes, nigga. This is the president I want talking to Putin. Yo, Putin, I survived a 5.56, nigga. I blow your whole country up, nigga. I put Russia in space. Get the fuck out of here. You think you could bully a nigga like this who took a gunshot and still want to do the speech? Come on, man. We got a nigga that can't even say his ABCs no more. Trump over there getting a gunshot and just taking it like he Rambo, gang.
Watch out.
I'm telling y'all, that USA's chant is a little bit racist. Trust me. Yo, all y'all niggas in the inner cities that's doing crimes, they about to go crazy on y'all niggas. Put a good week in between your next crime. Until they figure out what this is at and they target that one group, all you Negroes, especially in Pennsylvania, matter of fact, Philly, if you're in Philly and you got a switch, just throw it outside and just like put your hands up. You don't want no smoke from what's about to happen. Just leave it alone. If you got a little button on your gun and you think you super gangster, this is the time to just deactivate for a while. You see your op, dap that nigga up and be like, yo, I'm going to kill you when Trump get in office. But right now, they're about to go crazy on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania about to look so clean, nigga. That shit, nigga, they won't have a nigga jaywalking over there. I guarantee you. Watch. I ain't gonna lie to you. To keep it real too, shit. I ain't gonna lie. I'm still voting for Trump, but I remember when that nigga said, he said, they keep asking, you gonna be a dictator? He said, nah, maybe on just day one, but not really. Psh, Trump about to be on some King Jong-un shit, nigga. Like, you niggas even think about him disrespectful, you niggas getting wiped out, nigga. Stop it, nigga. That nigga about to be on some King Jong-un shit, my nigga. He about to wild out on y'all now.
Okay, they are escorting the former President Donald Trump away from this podium over in Pennsylvania. You just heard moments ago what sounded like a popping noise. No confirmation as of yet as to what that could have been. It really could be anything at this point. We don't know if it was shots fired in the distance. We don't know if it was possibly fireworks or something of that nature. But you see that entire crowd there really just kind of rampant in this.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold on, your head is bloody.
This is crazy.
So we gotta move to the bus.
This is crazy. Hold on. Let me fast forward the timeline.
And comes through the former president's official social media channels, but for now you're seeing some of the reaction from people like J.D. Vance and Tim Scott, who are reacting to this very scary situation, Carell.
And Austin, I know that you're going to be on standby here. Like you mentioned, you're going to be checking social media, the internet, just trying to get all of the latest information on that. So we're going to check in with you in just a little bit. In the meantime, I do want to get out to some of that reaction, though, that is continuing to pour in on this day as we follow the breaking news of popping noises heard at a Trump campaign rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania. Take a look at this. We do have J.D. Vance here speaking out on Twitter, another potential vice presidential pick for the former president. Here he says, everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope he is okay. Reaction does continue to pour in. We have, again, Tim Scott, another potential vice presidential pick for the former president. Here he says, please join me in praying for President Donald J. Trump and the safety of those at the Trump rally. We are still, again, working to learn what those popping noises were. It was a very tense and scary situation over at what was going to be just a run-of-the-mill rally, just as Austin did mention moments ago, and then chaos just erupted. If you are just joining us now, we are following this breaking news story, and there you see a photo of what Austin was just referencing. You can see what looks to be blood on the president's face, on his ear. He did go down as soon as we heard those popping noises and was touching his ear, as Austin had just mentioned. So we are trying to work and follow the latest. There has been no confirmation as—
Yo, this is crazy. Niggas saying the shooter must be Ben Simmons. Yo, y'all gotta stop. Y'all niggas better stop playing with my Uncle T.
To what those popping noises were. We are working to see if it was potentially something malicious, potentially something dangerous. That entire crowd in Butler has completely dispersed at this moment. If you are just joining us now, again, this is breaking news that we're following happening earlier this hour. Trump taking to the stage just after 6 p.m. Eastern time, just after 3 p.m. Pacific time. About 5 minutes into his speech, we heard those popping noises. The president went down and Secret Service agents rushed to the stage to protect him. If you missed those moments, I'd like to play those out for you next. Here is what happened and what we're covering.
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Get down, get down, get down.
Moving to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go.
Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Moving to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready.
We ready?
This nigga a legend, bro.
Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move?
We're good to move. We're clear.
Let's move.
We're clear. shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head, bloody.
So we gotta move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay, my shoes down.
Watch out.
Wait.
Hey, chat. First of all, that's Uncle Trump. We want no harm coming to Uncle Trump. That's our guy. But I gotta tell y'all the truth, man. Uncle Trump went to get a chopped cheese in Harlem, and nobody even tried to spit at him, man. Niggas was dapping him up, shouting him out, taking selfies with him. The black folks were very hospitable. Us black people, even if we don't like Trump, we ain't gonna do no fuck shit. We know what type of time it is. So all I'm saying is, all I want him to do is to clear us black folks. Clear us from this fuckery. Okay? Butler, what is this? Butler, Pennsylvania? That's some other people. That's some other people, okay? That nigga went to Harlem. He went to Bronx. He was kicking it with K-Flock's people. That nigga was all over with a bunch of niggas. Yo, that nigga was chilling with Chef G and Sleepy Hollow. That nigga even went to actual Philly and was kicking it with OT7 Kwani. And he was good. It took a fuck shit. Like where he went to some place, look at the people in the background of this shit. We all know that these motherfuckers still say the hard ER. That's all I'm trying to say. Us black people ain't got nothing to do with this. And that's what I'm hoping, and I hope it will be confirmed quite soon. Yo, Get Back gonna be a motherfucker for Trump. Yo, Get Back gonna be a motherfucker for Trump. Yo, Trump the Get Back gonna be a motherfucker. You know what would be epic? And obviously, this is not no jokes, but this is a crazy situation. If they shot off a piece of his ear and his ear fell to the ground like the piece of Evander Holyfield's ear that Mike Tyson bit, and let's say when he fell, when he ducked down, he grabbed the piece of his ear that was shot off, nigga, he could auction that ear off for a smooth $100 million. Maybe I'm too money hungry, like, right? Like, I shouldn't be thinking about it. But imagine that. The MAGA ear. Where the insurgents and the ops try to take his life. And they shot a piece of his ear off, but we have it here and say he's going to put it on. Oh, this is crazy.
All right, we wanted to show you that entire event in its entirety, a very tense and scary situation over in Butler, Pennsylvania, as we continue to monitor this breaking news and developing story, popping noises heard at a Trump campaign event. We have more reaction pouring into the newsroom. I want to take a couple of more tweets here. First up, we have the Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He says this: they tried to jail him. They tried to kill him. It will not work. He is indomitable. We do have some more reaction here. Speaker Mike Johnson praying for President Trump. We did hear earlier from J.D. Vance, also Senator Tim Scott, both of them potential vice presidential picks. We are working to get more information on this, but we are going to stay on this story until we learn more of that very scary and tense situation. I do see that more people are popping in to get this breaking news. And we do want to continue to provide all of the latest. Here, for some more context, I want to bring into the conversation once again my colleague Austin Westfall. He has been monitoring social media, the internet, trying to get all of the reaction and any new information that we have. Austin.
Black people, I think we safe. I just Googled it. Butler, Pennsylvania. Racial demographic. I Googled it. I goddamn Googled it. it says 89, basically 90% white, 2 or more races, 5%. Niggas, we're less than 3%. I think we're safe with this one. I think we're safe, okay? This is one of them kamikaze white boys live in a trailer park. Us niggas, I don't think we got nothing to worry. I think. Because we know how niggas move. Pull it like this. If you got beef in Philly, just move to Jersey. Them niggas will never see you again in life. Niggas you got beef with might have a gun, but no car and no bus pass. They not traveling to go kill you. They ain't on that type of shit. They ain't that type of shit. You know what I mean? If you got beef in O Block, nigga go 8 blocks that way, 5 blocks that way, and them niggas won't see you for another 40 years. You're safe. Niggas don't travel, and niggas, they be saying they be mad, but they ain't that mad, okay? Trust me. Get Back might have no date, but Get Back definitely has some type of a radius where it happens. You know what I mean? Remember when they be like, yo, O Block, Get Back got no date, they about to go to Savannah. Niggas in O Block don't even know how to get out of Chicago. Like, how the fuck they gonna get to Chicago? How the fuck they gonna get to Savannah? Nigga, they over here reading the book. Is this a Greyhound? How am I gonna get down there to go get my Get Back for Vaughn? What the fuck? I'm telling you, niggas is safe as hell. The only time you see bullshit happens when 2 niggas live in the same city. So I don't think niggas is a part of this type of bullshit. I don't think there's 2% niggas here, and I don't think no niggas from no other places traveled here to go get the bullshit done. So it's white people. White people, y'all on the hook. Whites. Hey, you know how sometimes we be like, yo, stay out of black people business? We gonna stay out of y'all business with this one, okay? Y'all got it. Go handle that over there. We'll just hear about it on the news, okay? They said there's only 382 Hispanic people. God damn it. They got it broken down to that much? Let's see. Oh shit, they got it. Whites, over 11.8K. Whites. Non-Hispanic, but two races, less than 1,000. Black or African American, less than 500. I know none of them 500 ain't doing that bullshit. And Hispanic is 382 people. Okay. Foreign born, oh, y'all just got to worry about this. About 500 people, y'all got to make sure none of them people is Mexican. That nigga will go conquer Mexico like he think he Christopher Columbus, bro. Like, he will get them out of here, bro. I ain't going to hold you. Goddamn.
And I know that President Biden was actually asked about this moments ago. What did he say?
The White House press pool that travels with Biden was covering him as he was leaving Mass in Delaware. Biden was asked if he had been briefed about the incident. Biden simply responding, no. That is the only thing we've heard from Biden's camp so far. That's the only thing we've heard from the White House press pool so far. We've seen House Speaker Johnson posting on X that he's praying for Trump. We're seeing a number of high-ranking lawmakers who are sending their prayers to the former president at this time. We're also, and there we have Speaker Johnson chiming in on X. We're still working to gather details about where this goes from here. We do know that the Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies have not immediately responded to messages from the Associated Press. We know that police began vacating the fairgrounds shortly after Trump left the stage in what local officers described as a crime scene. The crowd, as you saw, was cheering Carell as soon as he got back up and pumped his fist. We do know that his motorcade has since left the venue and his condition is not immediately known. However, we do know that he stood up, he was speaking, he was mouthing some words as he was being whisked away, and he was pumping his fist as he was being whisked away as well.
Damn, this nigga looked like he looked disappointed. Like, damn, they didn't turn this thing into a pack? Yo, he looked like uninterested.
Because there was some early speculation, like, was he possibly bleeding from his face as a result of him falling to the ground? Well, if you watch the video closely, he immediately went for that ear. He grabbed for it as soon as those bangs started ringing out. Carell, we're still waiting for any official word from any law enforcement in the area that can give us some sort of clue about what their initial investigation is finding.
And then Austin, as you did mention, we did see him reach for that ear as soon as we heard those popping noises. For everybody just joining us now, we are going to continue to replay those moments so you can see for yourself exactly what happened at that campaign rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm going to re-rack it for you and bring it to you again. We are following this developing story. We are working to get all of the latest information for you. As you saw, my colleague Austin Westfall there, he is scouring the web, trying to speak to different sources to try to get more information on this developing story.
Niggas is saying that they got the shooter. Nah. Wait. They said they got this.
As you're trying to figure out if you're okay, what's going on, was he shot, was he wounded? Then we heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, "Let me grab my shoes," as they tried to take them off. So we're just trying to figure out what happened. As you're trying to figure out if you're okay, what's going on, was he shot, was he wounded? Then we heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, "Let me grab my shoes," as they tried to take them off. So we're just trying to figure out what happened.
They carrying this motherfucker out like he's a piece of trash.
To me, as you're trying to figure out if you're okay, what's going on, was he shot, was he wounded? Then
I can't tell. That's why I'm quiet. I'm like, is he black? Is the hand black?
we heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, "Let me grab my shoes."
Is he?
They tried to take them off. So we're just trying to figure out what happened.
But in the meantime, for anyone just joining us, we are following breaking news out of a campaign rally for former President Donald Trump. He was in Pennsylvania today. Let's watch the moments when chaos ensued.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Somebody said, y'all scared if the shooter's black? I mean, we gotta care, because I ain't gonna lie to you. Shit, if the shooter black, you know what Trump gonna tell them cops? Man, shoot them niggas before you even ask for their license, man. When you pull them over, they smirk at you, just get them a head tap. Like, yo, you know what I mean? Y'all think police brutality gonna be up? Yeah, that's a, you know, us black people, we always need another group to fuck it up even more. Like no disrespect to our, you know, I don't even know what to call them, so I ain't trying to get canceled. But you know them people that look like them people who was in them planes that flew in them buildings? I don't know what to call them to be politically correct. When y'all niggas got in trouble, we're like, woo! Like, we ain't happy, but we like, yo, you know what I mean? We walking around a little bit better now. Because, you know what I mean? Like, white people go look at us and be like, all right. They check for their wallet, be like, I still got my wallet, Johnny. All right, he's good. They see y'all, they be like, the plane's going down. And like, you get what I'm saying? Like, yo, we just need somebody to take the heat off of us for a little bit. Like, we need a scapegoat. That's what we do. We need a scapegoat. That's what I'm saying. We need a scapegoat. Nigga, I remember walking on the plane and me and the white people looking at the same person. I'm like, we on the same team today? Yeah, the white man gonna look at me like, you bet your goddamn right. And then we both profiling. You know what I mean? We're like, oh shit. It's a goddamn, all right. It's an interesting day in America. He looking at that nigga, I'm looking at that nigga too. Nigga, what you got hiding under that motherfucking... Nigga, you better not move during this fucking flight. Stop playing with us. Fuck you up in this motherfucking seat. He know MMA, and nigga, I'll just do some shit. I'll sit on you. Fuck that. Pause. Yeah. 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 I just needed to be some other people, whoever they are. Leave us niggas alone for a bit. You get what I'm saying?
On you.
Chat, don't act like when you was getting on the plane with the white people, it was the first time y'all was all on the same team. Y'all both looking at everybody who come on the plane, and then you see one of them ones come on the plane, you're like, a nigga about to say a prayer before you take off, you like, what the fuck you got going on? Ain't no time for praying right now. The pilot is giving instructions. Buckle up. You and the white people doing the same shit. That's what Martin Luther King dreamed of. One day, black and white people are going to be cool. Listen, the only way to get two ops cool is to hate another group. I'm sorry. Don't blame me. Look, the West Coast gangs been killing each other forever. As soon as they found a light-skinned Canadian to hate on, they united. The only way to unite ops is to find a new op. That is everybody's op. Facts. I'm sorry. Only way to unite two ops, y'all gotta find another op. All right, get mad.
Move.
Get mad.
Move. Go. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Moving to the stair. Get ready.
Oh, you heard it? You heard the call sign? Hawkeye is here. You heard that?
Hawkeye's here.
Hawkeye is here. I think that was probably the call sign for his vehicle. That was either gonna bring him to, well, actually, he doesn't have that big ass car that the president have, because he's not the president right now. But he probably still bulletproof, of course, definitely. Even that SUV, but whatever vehicle he has probably has a call sign. Or Hawkeye's a sniper, you think? Oh, all right, maybe that. Maybe Hawkeye's a nigga from the Avengers. Ain't Hawkeye the nigga in the Avengers? Hawkeye, he's the most useless nigga of all time, bro. Hawkeye, Avengers, niggas got a hammer that could strike lightning from the fucking ceiling. You got another motherfucker who is the Hulk, who even if you dropped a building on him, he's chilling. You got Iron Man, who got unbreakable metal and is the toughest nigga and the smartest nigga. And you got a nigga over here with a bow and arrow. Fuck is this nigga doing? Get this goofy out of here, man. It's time for niggas with real powers. Thor, get over there. Save somebody. Spider-Man's coming in. Hawkeye comes in. Nigga can't even jump high. He can't fly. He can't do nothing. Fuck, I don't get this goofy out of here, bro. At least Captain America comes in with a shield. He'll just throw it, it'll boomerang back to him. It's like a frisbee. You know what I mean? Like, he kind of, he doing all type of shit. He fight like it's in the 60s, but he's like tough. He's blocking bullets. This goofy was just, hell nah, man. Hell nah. This nigga was a goofy.
Ready?
Somebody said Hawk 2 was better than Hawkeye. Oh, it sounded like they said Hawk 2 was here. Bring out Hawk 2 to suck Trump back to life. Oh my God. That would be ill. Yo, she got the magic spit. Suck him back to life. They got him. He's unconscious right now. Suck him back. You know what? The little sleeping salts they put by your nose. You're like, oh shit, I'm back. Yo, suck him up. Suck him back to health. Yo, imagine this bitch was like, imagine her spit is like Wolverine, nigga. Like, you know how Wolverine, like, the wounds just heal in real time? She put her saliva on some Hawk Tuah shit, and all of a sudden your wounds, the ear just start becoming perfect. The blood go away. Like, God damn it, Hawk Tuah is the fucking magic. All right, let me stop.
Hawkeye's here.
Am I joking about this shit too much? All right, I'm going to get serious because y'all ain't going to try to kill my president. Not my president. You feel me? Not my president. I'm about to go get some liquor and I'm about to be more serious. I'm going to get some liquor and be more serious.
You ready?
Hold up. Don't leave.
Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear. Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we gotta move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay. Watch out.
Wait.
All right, I'd like to bring into the conversation now a national security expert, Hal Kemper. But Hal, I know that you also work closely with terrorism. You've also worked with the Secret Service. You were watching this very closely as we all were here in the newsroom, this developing story, very tense, chaotic, very scary for everyone involved. Tell me, what are your initial thoughts when you see this happen at a campaign rally?
Well, campaign rallies, Corell, are always rather dangerous situations for the protectee because you have so many people there. And even though they try to do some sort of screening, a lot of times they'll have wands to try and see if they can detect firearms of everybody coming in. That tends to be pretty much the norm anymore. There's always a chance somebody could get in there. And then, of course, as we saw, just a few years ago with the former prime minister of Japan, who was making basically a political rally, was somebody built an improvised firearm. And with improvised firearms, there's a lot of different ways that they might be able to sneak that in. And of course, the fear of 3D printing firearms with non-ferrous materials like plastics or something like that. So we can only guess as to what happened. But yes, a firearm, a weapon can be gotten into a rally like this, despite all the precautions that are there. From what I saw, it looks like, or it sounds and looks like something hit hit President Trump. It sounds like something based on what I saw, and you couldn't see much, but it looked like it hit his ear, and it looked like there was blood around his ear, and that certainly in a situation like that, it would not be unlikely that a would-be assassin might go for what's called a headshot, which is they're trying to shoot him in the head. If you recall how President Kennedy was assassinated, that was a headshot that basically was used in that assassination. And there's been a number of attempts on presidents. As you know, President Reagan, there was an attempt on him. He was shot. There was an attempt on President Gerald Ford, where fortunately the gun jammed and it didn't happen. And then you go back in history, McKinley, of course, Lincoln. There's been a number of attempts on political figures. You may recall George Wallace was shot, and he wasn't killed, but he was crippled, put into a wheelchair for the rest of his life. So, that's why the Secret Service works so hard. I mean, they go through extensive training. The agents that are assigned to the presidential detail are vetted to make sure that they are, able in every way, shape, and form to do the job for which they're assigned. And of course, what you saw there is they're trying to get the president or the former president out of there as quickly as possible. Where he is at on the stage is essentially the kill zone. That's essentially wherever the assassin was aiming is that area. And they want to get him out of there. They want to get him to what's called the Beast, the armored vehicle, where basically that's a safe area where there's a lot of armor. Small arms certainly won't get. I won't get into all the details of what that's capable of, but basically it protects the protectee, if you will. In this case, the former president. They want to get him out of there. They want to get him to safety. One thing you didn't see that you might see with the sitting president would be a more robust medical capability that would be with the actual president. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Even though he's a former president, he's not in any chain of command. So there is a protection detail, but it's not the same as you would see with the actual president. President Biden would have a bigger detail. And I've been back in Washington, D.C., when President Trump came by. He was just driving by, just happened to be near the White House. And I'll just say it's a fairly extensive entourage for a sitting president when they're in office. And that was when he was in office. So you don't see that. But you will have medically trained. Secret Service are all medically trained. They get a lot of specialized, I don't know if it would be fair to say trauma, but emergency medicine, the things that they might have to do to help the president or anybody else out who might be hit with a weapon, whether it be a firearm, bullet, if you will. or an improvised explosive device or anything else that might hit the protectee. They get a lot of training in that. But if you look here, when you see when Secret Service gets up there, first they're shielding him. They get around him. They're all wearing vests. So basically, they're using their vests and their bodies to protect President Trump. And then what they're doing is once they have assessed that they can move him out of the situation, they're getting him out. Now, one of the things, it's a political rally. And I think President Trump's first instincts were to show the crowd that he was all right, that he wasn't, that the would-be assassins or whoever had not won the day, so to speak. And so there was a little bit of a struggle, I think, with the Secret Service agents to get him to stay down, so they can get him out of harm's way and into the vehicle, into the armored vehicle, so he can be rushed out of the scene.
Al, we're going to keep you on here, of course, throughout this developing story that we continue to follow. But I'd also like to bring into the conversation now my colleague, Austin Westfall. He is following along here inside of the newsroom and trying to bring some more commentary into this. He is looking for all of those latest developments. Austin, I know that you have some new news to provide for us here. If you would like to bring us the latest of what you've learned.
We have some positive news coming from Trump's campaign. His campaign saying in a statement that he is, quote, fine after being whisked off the stage at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania after those apparent gunshots rang out. The statement from their campaign says that President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. That's according to a spokesman on the campaign. It continues saying that he is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. We also have heard from the Secret Service for the first time saying that the former president is safe. We're also getting in from the White House press pool that President Biden has received an initial briefing on the incident at former President Trump's rally. Jackie Heinrich saying such. So my question for Hal is, where do we go from here? Where does the investigation go from here, Hal? What are they just starting? And I presume this will be a very lengthy investigation.
Austin, as near as I can tell, unless you've heard something different, they didn't get the perpetrator, from what I gather, unless you've heard they have. The last I heard, they had not. So the first thing they're going to do is they're going to basically contain the scene. Obviously, they're going to see if anybody else was injured, hurt, whatever it is. But they're going to try and gather evidence, but they're also going to detain anyone who's there. An assumption they might have, which would be a good assumption, is that the perpetrator or perpetrators could be in the crowd. That did sound, and you can only tell so much from the audio that we have from the cameras and everything. It did kind of sound like it might have been a small arm, like a pistol or something, or some smaller improvised device. It didn't sound like it was something, and I may be wrong. It could just be the audio the way it is, but it didn't sound like it was a sniper rifle, if you will, from a long distance or something like that. We will learn more as this thing's unfolding. I may be completely wrong. It just may be the way the sound traveled or whatever. But it did sound like it was something smaller up close. And if that's the case, then whoever did it was right there. But it could very well be that somebody had some sort of weapon. They may have dropped the weapon and tried to get away from it to try and distance themselves. They may have taken precautions to avoid having their fingerprints on the weapon. They could have done a lot of different things if they were planning on getting away. In most cases, where someone tries to do something like this, a would-be assassin of a former president or a president, they usually, historically speaking, don't see it as an opportunity to get away, if you will. Although, with that said, President Kennedy's would-be assassin, or at least the alleged assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, did get away from the book depository, and they caught him later in a theater. So he had actually basically moved away from the entire scene.
I've seen some people saying that, I don't know if this is true though, the Spectator spectator index. Maybe I'm quoting the wrong account. Let me see. Oh, it's a spectator index. Sorry. They're saying that the shooter went out to eat on his birthday, man. Instead, a county prosecutor said he was grazed by a bullet. Okay, where the fuck? I want to see the county prosecutor. What the fuck? What the fuck? County prosecutor. Where the fuck? Oh, come on. I need something live. We need something live right now. No. Trump shot. Damn. All right, let's look at NBC.
The 4 Secret Service immediately jumped on the stage, and we saw him push President Trump to the ground. Then the gentlemen that have the guns came up to start clear right, clear left. They said, get him up. So they lifted him up, and Trump said, I got to get my shoes on first.
Did his shoes come off?
His shoes must have, we couldn't see it underneath that, but his shoes must have come off when they dropped him down to the ground. First thing he said, we could all hear it, I have to get my shoes on first. And when he stood up, I'm looking at him forward, I see the red teardrop right here of blood, fresh red blood, just a little tear. Then when they got him up and they turned him, I could see the blood from the top of the ear to the bottom. Wasn't gushing, but it was covered. And then he put the fist bump up, stay strong, and they walked him off.
Aaron, what was going through your mind? What did you think when you first heard those sounds?
I thought what you just said. I thought it was fireworks, 4th of July. It's been pop, pop, pop. That's what it sounded like. Well, the gentleman behind me, I was one seat. He was to the right of me. He could see the sharpshooter behind Trump. He said the sharpshooter shot to the left. He killed the gentleman in the water tower here. Now, when I called my husband at home, who's watching TV, he said, I thought Trump hurt his ear when he went to the ground. But he said, no, on TV they showed before Trump hit the ground, the ear was bleeding. So that sharpshooter went across, Trump turned his head, his ear must have been nipped, and it killed somebody in the stands over to the left.
Could you see anyone injured besides the blood on the former president?
All I saw was the gentleman from Beaver County who spoke earlier in the day, who was running for the State House Representative, Elmore, I know his name. He had a white shirt on, and I saw him come from that left stands where the people were mostly shot. I think there were several. They said 3 medevacs left here. Blood was down the right side of his. He wasn't shot, but you could see that he was next to somebody who must have been bleeding profusely.
God damn.
Because he either helped them and rubbed against them or tried to get them help or something. It was covered. So I knew that he was near somebody. That was my first indication that somebody was actually shot when I saw his blood on his shirt.
Aaron, when did you realize that, hey, this might not be fireworks, this might be something else?
When they got Trump down on the ground. And then we were just so concerned that he wasn't hit because we couldn't. It happens so fast. It's really hard to process it. I guess if you have it on your camera to see the exact minute, you can tell. But when he got up, he did not look bad at all. He didn't. He looked very strong. So then I saw that little bit when I saw that blood. I thought, he must have just hurt himself, hopefully. But it does appear that he was probably nicked by that bullet. That Aaron turned his head just in the nick of time, but just.
And Aaron, you were so near to all of this yourself. You were right there. How did you personally feel about your own safety? Were you scared? What was that experience?
I was totally not scared for my own. None of us in that front row went down to the ground. Not a one. We wanted to only help the president. That's all we wanted to do. Either we could protect him, we could stand around him. I didn't see one person in the row hit the ground. Not one. I was shocking. No one was concerned about us. We were only concerned about him.
Now, you're somewhere safe. You're out of there. As you're starting to process this, I know we'll all be processing this over the coming days and weeks. How are you feeling now in this moment?
Well, what I've heard coming out here is now they feel that there was 2 shooters on both sides. So they got the one on the tower on this side, but the one on the right side they never got. So that's why they wanted us to leave immediately, because they thought there's still a shooter out there somewhere. So there could be in these woods around Butler.
Aaron, I've covered many Trump rallies. I don't know how many you've been to.
My 6th. This is yours. I was here. I was the 4th car in the parking lot this morning at 20 to 7. So I've worked all day.
Damn.
You've been here all day. You know that.
I knew you were NBC. Yeah.
We're here. Look, you know, the atmosphere coming into a Trump rally, the supporters, very jovial, very celebratory. Typically, people are selling merchandise, food. What were you coming in with today, and what are you leaving with tonight?
Well, I was here 4 years ago when he was in Butler. You know, it was like 58,000 people. I tell people it was the most magical night of my life. When he came on that helicopter and circled 2 times, he had 4 rallies that night. It was just an unbelievable night. And I was anticipating to be another unbelievable night, but not this way. And it's just very sad. I mean, all these people that came to see him and to have him hurt, I can't even describe it, you know. I just feel sad. I feel sad for our country. I feel sad for everybody, you know. I mean, you don't like the guy.
Yo, the sad thing is, like, one of the main things that's trending right now is staged. Like, a lot of people believe that this shit was staged. And I guarantee they're going to have to, like, show actual footage of a guy pulling the trigger, or there's going to be some, like, conspiracy theorists are always going to say that Trump created this. You know why? Bro, it's impossible that Trump loses now. Like, he doesn't got to do no more of these. It's impossible that he loses. It's impossible that Uncle T loses. It's a fact. My bad.
There's a new detail. And Lester, of course, this is an eyewitness account. We don't have those details confirmed. This is what Aaron witnessed from her vantage point. We will wait for law enforcement to give us those details. But again, this is a developing situation. And right now, Aaron and so many others just trying to make their way home, as there are thousands of people who were in this parking lot. Quite a bit of a traffic jam at this point, as people are trying to make their way out. And of course, Lester, makes sense of what it is that they just witnessed.
Yeah, Dasha, thank you for your continued great reporting there as we get these accounts, and it bears reiterating. Look, folks, there are things that we're hearing, things we're learning. We will tell them to you when we can confirm them. Obviously, the witnesses have been describing potentially other victims in this, and we continue to work that angle very aggressively. And as we know more, we'll tell you about this. The same in terms of what we will hopefully be able to learn about who was behind this attack. As soon as we can tell you something we can verify, we will go right to that. Our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, joins us now. Kelly, talk to me about reaction from the Biden administration, obviously watching this with great concern tonight.
Well, Lester, there are important steps that the administration takes at this point. The current president has been briefed by the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle. And of course, her agents were with former President Trump, are getting direct information from the scene to the president. In addition, the president has been talking with his Secretary of Homeland Security and his Homeland Security advisor inside the White House. That, of course, is Alejandro Mayorkas, the secretary at the cabinet level, and Liz Sherwood Randall, who advises the president on potential homeland threats inside the United States. In this moment, it is not candidate and candidate. This is the sitting president having to deal with the law enforcement piece, the national security implications, and sort of the mindset of the nation when an event like this happens. So the president is getting those threads of information coming into him. He is in Delaware right now. The vice president has also received an initial briefing. And certainly we are also hearing from others who have had their own experience and still do with the Secret Service. Former President George W. Bush putting out a statement saying that he and Laura Bush are grateful to the Secret Service that they were able to get former President Trump to safety, and they're concerned, of course, about what this incident was about, and they thank first responders for their swift action. So all the apparatus of the federal government shifts to deal with something like this. The Secret Service is involved in the investigation. They are also, of course, involved in the day-to-day protection of the former president. I have been told, based on my reporting, that the level of protection that he would receive as a former president, which has been his existence these last 3.5 years, heading into the convention in Milwaukee, he would be getting a larger detail as the presumptive candidate going forward. So expecting already plans in the works for him to have a more robust set of agents and procedures around him. They're also, of course, waiting to envelop the new running mate to be named at some point, and that person would also have Secret Service protection when former President Trump announces his pick. What happened today rattles the very core of the Secret Service. They do train for this. They are dealing with this potential threat at every event.
Yo, no disrespect. This type of shit's supposed to happen in Iraq and Saudi Arabia. No disrespect to them countries, but y'all uncivilized swines over there sometimes. Y'all do all this type of weird shit. This is America, people. We're not supposed to have this type of shit going on here. We supposed to hear about this in like Venezuela or some shit like this. Like, yeah, they try to clap a nigga like Colombia. Like I'm watching like Pablo Escobar and shit like that. They be like, we don't like this nigga who's this elected official. Let's kill him. This not supposed to happen in America, gang. This supposed to happen over there. Like, yeah, over there. Man, hey, if they, I know they're gonna do a thorough investigation. Even the shooter who probably, he got cold feet and probably didn't pull his trigger. Apparently, one of these niggas is clapped out, dead, cold as ever, nigga. I hope they show his autopsy on the news that niggas can see what type of time it is. You can't be shooting at a fucking president. We live in a civilized world, nigga. We not in fucking Afghanistan. This ain't Iraq. The fuck is you thinking this is? This ain't Iran. Like, I see them countries on the news, nigga. I never go to them countries. I see them countries on the news. Yeah, 10 niggas died, insurgents, all type of shit. Suicide bombers. Like, when you hear shit like that over there, you be like, that's what they do. We don't do that type of shit over here. So, listen, when they figure it out, if there was anybody in this plot that didn't get killed, this is the first time we got to bring back lynching. Public lynching. Finally. Bring it back. Just watch him hang. I'm sorry. We got to send a message. This type of deranged behavior, because you got to imagine, it's not even about Trump. Let's be serious. It's not about Trump. If they shooting at presidential candidates, how are me and you safe? You get what I'm saying? They got to lynch a nigga just to show some shit. Remember when they lynched Saddam Hussein? Saddam Hussein? They're like, yo, we just had to show this motherfucker, and the rest of y'all who think y'all like him, we on timing. We got to bring back whoever was involved in this, a nice public lynching or a firing squad. Get him done nice, really good, broadcasted shit like the Super Bowl. You got to do it. I'm sorry. The only way to deal with these type of lunatics, you got to show and send a strong message. Seriously, I always thought that all them school shooters should get nice public lynching. Oh, where you ran up in Uvalde and you was doing all that bullshit? Good. I'm glad you survived, because you know what we finna do with you now? Nigga, we're about to, well, I mean, if they survive the whole thing, but we about to give you a nice public lynching broadcasted on even PBS. On Nickelodeon today, we're seeing a nigga getting lynched who tried to kill the president, or we're seeing a nigga getting lynched who ran up in the school. Good. It'll send a nice, strong message. Stop the fuckery. I ain't gonna lie, I'm with it.
Expected to be involved in this. Those were either rally goers.
Don't get pussy now, because if them niggas that clapped Trump or clapped any elected, what I'm saying is that
White House, Lester.
You see, y'all niggas keep thinking about Trump. Like, if this happened to like Obama, y'all would be on this type of shit. The office or the potential position holds the prestige. If niggas think they could shoot at this is like them same thugs who be trying to shoot niggas in front of the courthouse, cops. You gotta send a message. The only way to send a message, public lynching, waterboarding for like, send that nigga to Guantanamo Bay, waterboarding for a good 3 years, every 6 hours, waterboard time. Every 6 hours, just torture him. Torture. I'm sorry. You gotta do it. It's the only way. Nigga, when people see shit like, they're like, ugh. Either that or, the next time they try that shit, they'll just kill themselves. You know what I mean?
That it is a single shooter?
The belief at this time is that that's the case, because what they said was that the person they believe is responsible is deceased. So they did not indicate that there were any other individuals. But that's, again, Lester, as you well know, we're less than 2 hours into this, and so there's a lot of information, a lot of things that are fluid on the ground. And just because this individual may or may not have been assisted by others at this rally, did they have any sort of help in any other way? Those are big questions that will be answered in the next couple of minutes or hours. Typically, based on past events, as you know, this is usually just one individual that's involved. But of course, investigators have to keep their minds open. And as reporters who are relying on that information, the investigation that is going on in our own homework, well, we're keeping our minds open too.
And Tom, you and your team certainly have a huge depth of experience in these kind of breaking news matters, especially when they involve issues like what we're seeing play out here. Is it likely this thing is going to unfold very quickly, that they will work backwards?
Yo, I hate to fucking even pull up this fuck nigga's tweet. But Freddie Gibbs, he probably stole somebody else's tweet. I ain't giving this fuck nigga no credit. They said the nigga who shot at Trump is like this. Look.
You ain't hit him yet? They do that shit, man.
Come on. Nah, let me stop laughing.
From the moment of the shooting and have a pretty good idea of what they're dealing with.
So let's take, for law enforcement, worst case scenario with respect to the investigation. If this individual had no identity on him, no sort of background, the FBI would be able to instant fingerprint him at the scene. They would be able to get information, and either that way they'd look into facial recognition to see if they could identify him in any sort of government database. From there, you might know where the individual lives, any relatives. They will comb through every inch and ounce of his social media. They will have the ability to go to social media companies and ask for an emergency warrant, and they will most certainly be granted to get access to those communications, cell phone communications, text communications.
Tom?
All of that will be part of the instant investigation.
I apologize to ask you a question, then have to interrupt you, but we are getting some confirmation. The Butler County DA is now telling us that one spectator has died in this incident. One has been apparently wounded and is in critical condition, and the shooter, as Tom has been reporting, is dead. So to repeat that news, and this comes via the Butler County DA, one spectator at this Trump rally is dead. Another is in critical condition, and the shooter, what we believe right at this hour, the lone shooter, is also dead. And as our colleague Tom Winter was reporting, they will work very quickly and work backwards, and will likely know a lot about this individual in a short amount of time. You see former President Trump trying to acknowledge the crowd while being obviously stunned and being led to the safety of an armored vehicle.
Oh, chat, they're saying that there was a woman sitting behind Donald Trump that got killed with the bullet. Wow. Bro, that is fucking crazy.
But
yo, let me tell you how crazy this is, my nigga. I promise you, this is how crazy this is. So y'all know. So I went to Trump's home, right? So I went to Trump's home. Cool with his son, Donald Trump Jr. I brought him on stream. I interviewed him, whatever. They told me that maybe you could interview him, whatever, if you're down for it. But I ain't really care about politics like that. But I'm like, yo, maybe we'll see. But like, they were mad cool people. Anyway, I meet some other people around him type shit, and like they've been fucking with black people. Like you might look at them like, oh, they're trying to use them or whatever. I don't care, whatever you want to say. But they hit me recently. This is how down to earth Trump been, and I'm only telling the story because like I don't think Trump was moving around like niggas gonna kill him, or not. Let me not say niggas like black people. Like nobody gonna kill him, bruh. They hit me up to approach. Rick Ross's team to see if Rick Ross would be cool with Donald Trump popping up at the car show. Promise you. And I ran it down the chain, and I was like, "Damn, Trump really gangster. That nigga want to pop up at the car show? Yo, that's some nigga shit. That nigga wanted to pop up at the car show, nigga." So that's what I'm like, yo, how is it? I remember even hearing, I'm like, how is Secret? I'm like, imagine the type of niggas at the motherfucking Rick Ross car show. You know what I'm saying? But he was down for that. Nigga was down for that type of shit. It's like, yo, fuck it. Like, yo, he's down. I guarantee now, he ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere now, nigga. Now, again, I'm just hoping it's not black people because I don't want him to be scared of black people because we don't do shit and we don't do this type of shit, all right? Anyway, somebody said President Obama. Let's look at what Obama said. Oh, shit, finally. He said, there's absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. Although we don't know yet what happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. Michelle and I are wishing him a quick recovery. Yo, Barack is the best. The GOAT. I ain't gonna lie. I just think this is another harsh reminder that this has been the theme of every country where politics gets divisive and the stakes are seen as life or death. In a lot of countries, they kill motherfuckers because they're like, yo, if this motherfucker get in power, our lives gonna be fucked up. We're gonna lose jobs, money. They do that. People have always thought about the United States as being a very civil place. Again, I really think it's only about Donald Trump. I've never heard people talk about a political candidate like they talk about Donald Trump. And I know some of y'all might be like, well, it's warranted. It's a slippery slope that you go down when you're starting to move as if we could act like a third world country, even just for one person. Well, what happens the next time there's an unfavorable candidate that seems to have ignited a base that maybe you're not a part of? Again, we saw this with people trying to imprison him. It looks like the justice system has just said, yo, we got to get you out of here through that. And after that, shit, you know what I mean? Again, this bigger than Trump, you know what I mean? Like, again, I don't want to live in no place like motherfucking Mexico or some shit like that, you know what I mean? Or motherfucking Venezuela, or some Guatemala, or some Brazil shit. Have you ever looked at Brazilian politics? Bro, they got some wild shit going on over there. So I'm with Barack Obama, and Barack Obama is the coolest president pretty much of all time still. Smooth as hell. Yo, did y'all see this? And I know I'm interrupting this whole thing because shit, this is kind of crazy. But yo, look at this. Y'all gotta look at this. This is Barack Obama introducing Team USA. I know they posted on this page. Yo, he dapped up everybody. Yo, he did the Key and Peele meal. No, Key and Peele meme. Sorry. Is it not on this page? Everybody got to follow DJ Akademiks TV, man. This page be posting way more than I post. Let me see. All right, let me try to find it on Twitter. Obama Key Peele. Like he dapped up everybody until he got to the coaches, my nigga. Like, this shit was hilarious. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Obama. Yo, you see Curry? My nigga! My nigga! Look at Braun right here. Braun! My nigga! Who is this? Is this AD? AD! My nigga! Look. He sees these niggas right here. Is this Eric Spoelstra? He know they ain't about that life, nigga. Hi, sir. Firm handshake. Look.
Got my vote.
Nah. Eric Spoelstra got a little bit of nigga in him, so he gave him the in, but still, handshake. Look. Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you, sir. Is this Steve Kerr? I can't even tell. Yo, Obama be knowing what he do, man. Yo, low-key, I thought Obama was going to be like, nigga, you know, if y'all need like a left-handed dribbler with a left-handed shot, nigga, I'm kind of nice. Put me on the squad. Obama is still the coolest motherfucker ever, man. Yo, Obama might be the coolest human being that, like, even when they try to throw gay rumors on him, it was like, so? Even if he gay, nigga, he's the smoothest gay nigga of all time, nigga. Remember they were like, oh, he was writing about gay shit like in college. So what, nigga? Obama, the coolest nigga of all time. Obama is the coolest president of all time. Now, we all know he's the first black president. Well, really, someone was saying Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton not the first. Obama the first. But Trump the second black president. I ain't gonna lie. Trump getting shot, indicted. Yo, this nigga got a GTA story arc right now, bro. Yo, this nigga been through more shit than Young Thug. Like, yo, Young Thug ain't never get it popping like this on Cleveland Ave, nigga. That's a fact. Yo, this nigga Trump is on his King Von arc, nigga. He going crazy. He taking shots like 50 Cent, beating cases like he NBA Youngboy and Boosie, nigga. That nigga's on some shit. All right, my bad. Let me get back to the shit. My bad.
Appears that he is okay, suffering what we've all been able to see, some sort of a graze type wound to his ear. We hear him, asking for his shoes.
By the way, the craziest thing is that nobody is acknowledging the bullet that hit his ear went to kill a woman. So the bullet. So when he turns like this, I guess the shooter was waiting. By the way, I ain't gonna lie, I think the shooter was kind of stupid. The shooter waited till Trump. You could tell he was waiting the whole time till Trump kept his face towards that angle, and he shot him. Except, I guess he was trying to shoot him through the face, but he shot him and it hit the ear, and from the ear it went and killed somebody behind Trump. If the nigga was smart, bruh, nigga, at least Trump is gonna be more reactionary if he's facing that way. If Trump was facing forward and you just try to shoot him in the temple type shit, like, I'm not trying to like elicit like a person's death, but like if you could have probably shot twice or three times before he really realized what's going on. Now, let me not even get into that type of shit. But anyway, I guess he was waiting until Trump faced him. That's when he shot. You feel me?
He is led away.
The shooter was on top of a trailer. Oh shit! Oh, it was from 200 meters. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, NRA, y'all gotta hold us down for this, cause they about to ban every gun that could. Yo, nigga, I got a sniper rifle that could shoot a mile and a half. Nigga, I paid $8,000 for it. It could shoot a mile and a half. They about to be like, yo, yeah, get that shit out of your hands, man. I've never even shot it, by the way. Low key, I'm waiting to go to Pennsylvania because they have great outdoor ranges to shoot that shit. Yeah, I just bought. Yo, chat. I bought this new gun. Matter of fact, let me stop talking about guns with me.
He continues to turn toward the crowd to offer a.
I told you the next sniper I'm about to buy is let me stop. No,
assurance that he is okay. And he is now clear of that scene as people continue to leave, all of them telling stories of hearing these pops. Some of them, one woman we had on was able to describe the shooter. Now that we've got that confirmed, her account certainly jibes with what we're getting now from the officials in Butler County, Pennsylvania. And that is the crowd here trying to rally there.
Bad timing, but still. I'm getting this next month. This is a sniper rifle I'm getting next month. This is like 10 or 12 bands. Nigga, this is a Barrett, a model 82A1. It shoots 50 cal, nigga. This shit will kill you from 3 miles away. Obviously, most of these things I'm just getting for like collection. Yo, I bought a 50 cal. I bought a Desert Eagle. It's gold. I don't even got bullets for it though. I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, this shit right here is badass. Anyway, that's Second Amendment rights. I don't support nobody shooting at nobody, to keep it trill. You feel what I'm saying?
Their spirits, and certainly this was several minutes apparently into the former president's rally there in Pennsylvania when this occurred. Multiple what sounded like shots, pops, but we presume there were gunshots fired in his direction as he was looking to the right, and a little unclear. He grabs his ear. And then you can see this.
Whoever who said it, yo, the reason I wanted to get this. You ever watch the movie Shooter? And ironically, they actually shoot a president and they frame a guy. But this is one of the guns that's the sniper rifles in there, and also American Sniper. I think they might use this. I don't know. He uses a few guns, but this shit right here is fucking fire.
His team of Secret Service agents can quickly swarm him, confirm that he is clear, out of danger, the risk nullified, and then he is escorted to.
Chat, I want to show y'all my collection. I bought my first 1911 too. So I bought a dope ass 1911.
Where you see
and I bought like a Heckler and Koch joint. That shit it's a rare. It's a one of. Is it 50? No, 500. It comes with a medallion. So I own again, most of these, like, I have so much, it's a collector's thing at this point. You know what I'm saying?
what this will do to his ability to campaign. We certainly, of course, expect to see him in this coming week as the Republican National Convention.
What brand 1911? Springfield.
Condition the shooter. This all according to the Butler County DA. The shooter is also deceased. Our senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us again. Kelly, you have a new statement from President Biden.
That's correct, Lester. This is from President Biden, who is in Rehoboth, and he talks about this incident. He begins by saying, I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. The words of Joe Biden after learning about this incident involving his predecessor and his current rival in the political environment of this 2024 campaign. The president has been briefed by top officials. He has been talking with Homeland Security officials, and he is at his home in Rehoboth, Delaware, where he has a full complement of the things needed for the office, where he can get the income streams of all the relevant information. This first statement coming from President Biden, I would not be at all surprised if we don't hear more from him tonight as new developments take place. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thank you for that. Terry Schultz is with the Butler County, Pennsylvania District Attorney's Office and was at the rally. She is still there and joins me on the phone. Terry, first of all, if you can just walk us through what you saw, where you were in this crowd.
Y'all be thinking I'm capping.
You know what? We didn't have VIP seats. We were a few rows back, enough that we could, see the former president, and then we were all standing there watching the jumbotrons. They had put him on. And the next thing we did was we hear 3 shots. I see kind of his head, the former president's head, go sideways. You can see kind of like, blood. And at that point, I wasn't looking at anything. I was with some friends. They were like, you need to get down. Everybody get down. The people around me, there were some young people crying. And to be honest with you, at the time this happened, I wasn't even sure they were gunshots. But then we heard like 3 or 4 shots, and then we heard shots kind of returned. A friend of mine videotaped that, and we just watched that, and that's what we saw and what we heard. From your vantage point, were you able to see where the shots were coming from? Was it obvious?
Oh shit!
It was not.
I buy at least 3 guns a month, nigga. I picked this up a few days ago. This was my last every month, because in Jersey you could only buy 1 handgun, but you could buy unlimited rifles. This is my receipt. I blurred out certain shit. Spent $10,000. I ain't gonna show y'all the rest. So it was $10,000. So I got the Beretta. It's a Beretta shotgun. Then this is the 150 joint. This is a 4200. It's an HK MR27. This is an AR 2200, and then the 1911 $1,900. Shit's fire. And then in Jersey it's whack because you got to pay for a NICS check, which is a background check. So they got to check your background, and it takes in other states you could pick up instantly, right? So like you buy the gun, you pick it up instantly. In Jersey they got to do a background check on you, so you got to come back in 3 days, and you got to pay for that $16 every time. So yeah, nigga, I ain't gonna lie, man. Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all my collection. My collection is nasty, bro. I swear.
No, but you could hear them, and as soon as you heard the shot,
yo, who got the link to the shooter getting clapped up on the roof, gang?
Your head turned towards the left. We have a route that runs outside the Butler Farm Show, Route 68, and it sounded like the shots were coming from out there near the field to the left-hand side of where we were.
I'm looking
so it certainly was scary.
You know, we look at the videotape and it appears some people didn't quite realize what was happening at the moment. Were you one of them who was not quite sure what you were witnessing?
It's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see
Absolutely. And again, until I was with some friends, and my girlfriend is like, you have to get down. Keep her around us.
Hold on. I'm not trying to show a dead body though, type shit. For me. Oh, they're saying that's where the shooter was? Holy shit, no fucking way. Oh, my bad. Let me take this off. They're saying it was on the roof. Shooter roof. Here we go.
You weren't inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw and what.
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party. And we all decided, hey, you know, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally, right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, you know. But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see, I mean, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
It's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. No, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but
sure. But
it was a rifle.
308, 50 cal. What that nigga had going on up there?
So, how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, if I
look like since it's so rural, it might be like a nigga who was shooting from 300 yards. 300 yards, like, I ain't gonna lie, the shooter probably, again, number one, Trump is so lucky. Yo, if a nigga's gonna shoot, let's say he's gonna shoot from 200, 300 yards. If a nigga's gonna shoot from that range, do you get what I'm saying? The caliber he's going to go with, if that had connected with even the side of Trump's face, he's dead. Over with. And you could already tell that it was the caliber of bullet he's shooting. It's probably not no 223s, 5.56s, even though that could be doing, that could do, it's probably a bigger caliber, but it's probably a sniper. Like, we're not just talking about an AR, right? You know what I mean? Like, if you know you're gonna go do this, you're gonna go get a gun that's gonna be chambered, and you're gonna have a higher caliber gun that's gonna be direct for like 300 yards at least. Which means at that point, if that bullet hits Trump's face, over with. God damn. Like, you know what's so crazy? A couple weeks ago, I'm looking up some random shit, and I feel like I'm sounding suspect at this point. Like, because somebody was mentioned JFK, and I was like, I never really see the unredacted footage. And somebody said, yo, his head exploded like a melon. I ain't gonna lie, there's certain type of bullets you could have shot that, and I don't know, they're gonna tell us later about what caliber or whatever. If it hit Trump, like, his head would just exploded. It's over. You know what I mean? And we don't know how far the woman behind him was, but we don't even know, like, even where she got hit with that bullet. But shit.
If I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who...
Oh, y'all think it was a 300 blackout?
We're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling...
What's the caliber for that? Is that 308 or is that 7.62?
Up the roof. Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not at every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions, I think, that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, patriotic.
But what's the significance of her?
No, he asked me if I saw a horse.
Okay. All right, well, listen, I'm sorry you had to witness that. That was a terrible thing. And you should stay safe with your family and
gotcha.
Stuff. Thanks for your time.
Man. Now, supposedly, I ain't gonna lie, usually we don't show type shit like that, but like, apparently this is a nigga who got clapped. It's a nigga right here. He was on this roof. So apparently the guy who shot, and I'm guessing when a presidential candidate or a president is speaking, there should have sniper rifles. There should have snipers posted up. I guess somebody, maybe they radioed to the sniper like, yo, could y'all check this position? There's somebody on roof, blah, blah. And right when they probably see the flash from his muzzle, they fucking dump on him and he dies. But he gets like 2 or 3 shots off first. And those are the shot that hits Trump, kills somebody else. By the way, this is like a... Hey, yo, Drill, this whole video got to be deleted afterwards, all right? I know we streaming this. And by the way, do not put none of this part up on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But this is supposedly the nigga getting... This is a nigga dead on the top of the roof right here. The nigga who supposedly was a shooter, this is him right here. Clapped, you know what I mean? I guess the Secret Service snipers fucking headshot him. You feel me? Nice little head tap. He died instantly. But if I would imagine, another thing I'm thinking, if this is generally over 250 to 300 meters, no, not meters, I mean yards. If it's that far away that he's trying to make a shot, and even if he hit a shot that even hit Trump's ear, he was going for a headshot, which, by the way, that's another thing, too. Bro, if you're that far away, let's say 300 yards, bro, you don't got to shoot a nigga in the head. You shoot him in the chest, it's still going to be, he dead. Nigga, like, if you have a sniper rifle and you're shooting from that, you don't got to headshot a nigga. Like, you're not shooting with a 9mm or like some 22 type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you could literally just, you shoot a nigga with a sniper rifle in the chest and that nigga's done. It's over. The velocity, somebody said the nigga had a 22. Is this confirmed or you guys are saying? Now, the reason why I'm saying this also, if a nigga's 200 to 300 yards, I'm more inclined to believe he had military training. Military, police, or he's been a avid militia type guy. Because again, I said, I got mad like weapons and shit, but like, my nigga, I'm not, nigga, I don't 200 yards, nigga, I'm not hitting no fucking shot. You know what I'm saying? If a nigga could even hit a shot or come remotely close to hitting a nigga's ear from 200, 300 yards, now granted, a military grade sniper is dome shotting you from that level. But the average civilian who goes to the range, let's say every week or every other week, you're not hitting a nigga from 300 yards, bro. No way. Fuck no. Why y'all keep saying it's a 22? Let me see. Shooter 22. I'm gonna just type that in. They're gonna say what gun if there is. That nigga's clapped up. They say he had a 22 caliber rifle? Oh, okay. He was trying to be quiet. Okay. But still, my nigga, a 22, you gotta hit. You gotta hit with a 22. And even then, what type of 22, if we're hearing he's from 300 yards, nigga, you gotta hit that nigga a couple times. Unless it was a special type of, bullet that's probably have more acceleration. But, yo, a 22 ain't gonna, I don't think a 22 gonna do it, bro. Someone say it's a 22 LR. Let me look into what is it? 22 LR ammo. What's the range on these? Range. Let's go distance. What distance could these go? Oh, shit. 2,000 yards. Okay. But still, a 22 is so small. Well, I guess that's why he's going for a face shot then, right? I guess he's going for a face shot. So this bullet could travel up to like a mile. That's why he's going for a face shot, because with a face shot, he's going to get the kill. But if it's like a fucking shit, if it's through an arm, it might probably survive, right? We still got to figure out what type of gun and how many bullets did he fire. It can't be just one. And I'm wondering, because as soon as he shot, he got shot. So snipers must have redirected their attention to him. I guess with people saying, yo, there's a nigga up there. And I guess they probably radio it in. The snipers probably look at him. I'm wondering if they're probably trying to get approval, because that'd be happening yo, can we kill this motherfucker? And when they see the muzzle, they finally shoot. I wonder if he only got off one shot. Yeah, regardless, that bullet killed somebody else. So yeah, that shit was crazy. Definitely a capable gun and bullet. Biden's live. Where's Biden at? Let me see.
We're pulling a.
And I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to, I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried, President, with the security failing, Mr. President?
The president stopping short of calling this an assassination attempt, but just noting that he plans to talk to Donald Trump and that his understanding is the former president is doing well. President Biden speaking out against the scourge of political violence, saying there's no room for this. And as we had reported a few moments ago, the Biden campaign moving to take down its advertising, a pause in its political advertising in the wake of this. We know that the president couldn't confirm, but we have confirmed that at least 2 spectators were shot, 1 killed, another who was in critical condition, and again, the shooter, who we don't know.
Okay, so at least 2 bullets, right?
A lot about right now is also deceased. Let me go back to Kristen Welker in our Washington, D.C. bureau. The White House getting out in front of this very quickly, Kristen.
Lester, they sure are, and President Biden condemning this in the strongest terms possible, which is what you would anticipated. He has long condemned political violence. He said this is unheard of. Everybody must condemn it. He did say he had tried to speak with the former president, whom he referred to as Donald. He also noted, Lester, that he is receiving thorough, robust briefings from his national security team, from his federal agencies, and that will undoubtedly continue throughout the night. The White House will undoubtedly need to keep the public informed throughout the night. It comes, as you point out, as they have pulled down and are working to pull down all of their ads, as the Trump campaign is in a media blackout. And it speaks to, Lester, the seriousness of this moment, the gravity of this moment, the fact that, quite frankly, something has just shifted in our American politics, in our country. This act of political violence, which, as the president said, cannot and will not be tolerated. And it does come as everyone is preparing to go to Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention, another event that
a legal
will be met with
analyst,
heavy security.
A legal analyst on CNN is showing, oh wow, blood on the bleachers. I guess this is where somebody got killed at. Jesus Christ. Wow. Oh wow. Hold on. By the way, also the dude supposedly said Trump didn't get shot. Okay, so the shooter right here, he's a pack. Well, not to eat on his birthday. Come on, man. However, they're saying Trump didn't get shot, but his teleprompter supposedly got shot. Listen, it says glass fragments, not, this is on some Meg Thee Stallion shit. Glass fragments, not a bullet, hit Trump. Source familiar tells me. It says source who has spoken with a member of the Secret Service tells TMZ Trump was not hit by a bullet. Rather, a bullet hit his teleprompter and the glass struck him in the ear. Wow. How TMZ got the information already? Source has spoken with a member of Secret Service tells Trump wasn't hit by a bullet, but rather teleprompter and the glass struck him in the ear. Also, 2 people that were at the rally were hit by gunfire and in the hospital. We don't know their condition. Sources say the shooter was taken down by Secret Service. Associated Press said the shooter is dead and 1 attendee is dead. Oh, shit. Holy shit, this is... Damn. This is crazy. Sorry.
Well, I was just with the president a few moments earlier before he came on stage, and everything seemed like a normal day. But when he walked down that red carpet and walked up to the podium, and after he spoke for about 10 minutes, I was sitting in the front row at the end of the runway, but all of a sudden these shots broke out. And I think there was people that actually thought it was possibly fireworks, but I seen the gun smoke, and obviously there was a person about 15 foot behind me that was hit. I think severely wounded at the least. But nonetheless, the crowd stayed pretty calm for the most part. And but it sounded like there was 6-7 shots to start with, and then it seemed like there was a little pause, and then we heard a different caliber gun fired, which I assume is probably the Secret Service. But then I thought I heard another couple of rounds come off, but it felt like it was behind me. But it could have been the echo.
Did you hear did President Trump say anything?
No, he was just giving the typical rally speech that he typically does everywhere, and trying to encourage voters to get out and vote and talking about his plan for America.
But as the shots rang out, did he cry out? Did someone tell him to get down, or was that instinctive?
Yeah, we heard that. We heard everybody say get down, but I think he was already going down.
Chat, real quick, I just seen this, Kabak News and Community, to try to crystallize how far the shooter was. Apparently, the shooter was on this roof, and Trump. Oh, sorry. The shooter was on this roof, and Trump was here. So literally, the shooter is shooting across even a road. This is how far. This looks far as fuck. God damn. He shot from here to here. That is a far ass distance, it looks like. Over a couple buildings, over a little field, a street, here. Wow. Jesus. Anything more here? I guess not.
That's when everybody thought at first maybe he had been hit more severely than he was. I mean, it's already severe. And let's face it, it hit his ear. It could have been a little bit closer. It could have been disastrous. But when he went down to the ground, then he got up, he put his fist up in the air or his hand up in the air. So we knew he was okay.
There are presumably, at least it appears to be, a lot of people in that crowd. By now you have heard that one spectator was killed and others critically wounded. Has it settled in of how close a brush everybody in?
What the fuck? I just seen some other shit. Look at this shit right here. Chat, what the fuck?
Where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
Is this blood?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter there. Oh, no. And so I got him.
Bumbleclot, dog. Really?
There's a helicopter coming in to get him. So I got people there really helpful. I got him up on the bench.
Shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions, as well as I breathed for him.
One person.
I was the only one that did it.
We need to evacuate everybody.
Honor, that's exactly where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter there. Oh, no. And so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him. So I got people there really helpful.
Yo, this is crazy. This is like a fucking movie right now.
In that arena or setting came tonight?
Yeah, you know, there was a lot. It was interesting listening to the people as they departed the scene, and you know what was going through my mind, and of course being a little older than many of those that were there, but I was recalling the Kennedy assassinations and some of the other attempts that were made during my lifetime, and I was recalling those and thinking about those, and then moving forward to where we're at today, and we still have a problem with this. So it's shocking, but most people are pretty upset. There's no question about it.
Understandably. Ambassador, thank you so much for taking the time being with us. We're glad you and yours are safe after this tonight. Retired ATF Special Agent Jim Cavanaugh is with me. By now, as you know, we've been reporting that the shooter in this case is deceased, presumably shot by law enforcement. I think the next question will be, is this a lone operator, the proverbial lone wolf, or is this part of some kind of conspiracy? Those are two different things. How will they begin to at least put the dots together?
Yeah, well, let's start with the deceased shooter, Lester, and identify him, and then, you know, sweep his personal devices, phone, computer, etc., for, you know, associates, Confederates, and start interviewing around the circle around him. You've dug out a lot from the reporters and the witnesses since we last talked, and you know, it appears that maybe the shooter. It seemed like to me, watching the video closely, that the first shot or two is where the President Trump reacts.
Hey, Jim, let me just stop you for a second. I just received a new piece of information that I want to get your thoughts on. We're now, from a confirmed source, that the shooter was actually firing from outside.
Oh, my God. Hold on. Yo, this is a video of, like, a woman was shot, supposedly, right here. Oh, apparently she was killed. By the way, graphic warning. Jeez.
Yo! Are you guys okay?
I'm telling everybody to get down. They don't know if there's more shots. Bro, these police officers, it's no way like they woke up this morning thinking that this was gonna happen. Fuck. That looks like a dude. This nigga got to look like, be like, yo, I know my black friends told me to stay the fuck at home, man. The fuck did I come out here for this bullshit? This nigga voting Biden after this shit. This nigga, you could tell. This is the look. I gotta stop, right? You're right. He got to look, be like, yo, all my black friends was been telling me I've been tweaking for supporting Trump. Oh, these niggas was right. Oh, this niggas was right. These motherfucking niggas was right. These niggas was right. Look, you looked around and said, ain't none of my kind here. This ain't got nothing to do with me. Why the fuck am I here? All right, let me stop. God damn.
The perimeter. That changes a lot in terms of the security posture at these things, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But what's surprising to me is that a shooter could get in an elevated position at any kind of a Secret Service event, because the first thing that the service does is they get all the elevated positions and they put their sniper teams up there and lookouts with binoculars and rifles. So, it does seem from the witnesses that this was a distant shot now, that the reason the shot wasn't as loud, it was further off in the distance. And it looked like, watching the video, Lester, closely, that when the president turned his head to the right, the first shot or second shot, the first pop or two, is when he grabs his right ear. And then he, on his own volition, goes down, squats down. No, he doesn't fall down, he just squats down. But you can see at that same moment that the spectators behind him are also hunching down as a normal reaction to gunfire. And then there's more rounds right after that. There's maybe another 5 rounds. And Dasha Burns had a witness that she just interviewed, and he talked about he counted 7 rounds. And that was close. I don't know, can't tell the exact number. I have to listen to that audio very, very closely. But, I mean, that sort of jives with what the witness said. So it looks like we had an assassin with a rifle outside the security perimeter. That's why you had mentioned earlier, magnetometers. Well, if you never breach the security perimeter, nobody checks you. And the first shot or second might have been the one intended to kill the former president, but it grazed his right ear.
Yeah, Jim, let me
And
bring
then he
back, if I
squatted
can,
down.
Evie Pomporis, a former Secret Service agent again. Evie, thank you for staying with us. I'd like to get your reaction to the fact this person was firing from outside the perimeter. That raises a lot of questions about how these areas are secured.
That's one of the most difficult things when you do outdoor sites. So when we spoke before, when you look at it this way, when you're in a closed environment, where even if it's an arena, at least you're in a closed environment. I only have to worry about what's on the inside. When you do open rallies like this, right? You're outside. You have to worry about line of sight issues. Line of sight is a massive problem. Why is it a problem? Because somebody can be out in the distance and really engage your target from a long range. And there are weapons out there that allow you to do this. So even though, let's say you hunker this whole area down, you've got the magnetometers, you've got the tactical element, everything's locked and tight. How do you secure that outer perimeter? How far do you go? And can you cover everything? That's a problem. These are probably, of all the types of advances you can do, these are probably the least favorite among Secret Service agents, because you have the inability. And even if somebody is in an elevated position or not, how do you secure all those elevated positions when you have weapons with the capabilities that are able to shoot long distances? This is what you are up against.
Yeah, and you point about weapons that can shoot long distances. We tend to think of those as long guns, things that stand out certainly in a crowd, whether you're, no matter what side of the fence you're on. The fact that this person is at some distance was able to strike the former president, does that suggest some ability beyond the average gun user?
Well, that would be interesting to see, right? Because it's hard to speculate at this point. How far was that person? One of the things that lead me to think that this person was at a distance, when we hear the gunshot, it sounds very faint, very soft, right? It sounds like an echo. That's why so many people mistook it for fireworks. That's why a lot of people weren't sure it was a gunshot. So when you hear the shot like that, it does lead us to believe that it was at a distance. And that's why there's the confusion. I do want to say this, which is really interesting as I watch this. When you do security for these events, one of the greatest concerns are the people inside and stampede issues. And what I have to acknowledge is all these folks held steady and fast. We don't see people really losing it. We don't see people stampeding out, because it's not just the danger of the attacker, of what's going to happen. The danger a lot of times can come from within. So I really have to comment on everybody's ability to stay put, to not panic, and to allow the Secret Service, and also look at where that motorcade is. That vehicle where they exit him out, there's people all around, and you see everybody hold their position and allow the security team to evacuate.
Yeah, Evie, thank you for that. I should note, several years ago, working on a story for the Today Show, I went to the Secret Service training facility outside of Washington, and they put me through a simulation in which I was the protectee, waving to a crowd when shots ring out. And the swiftness of these agents moving around me, getting me in the car and driving off was stunning, even though I knew it was going to come. So the training is obviously something they do. They prepare for these kind of moments. I'm sure there'll be a lot of soul searching about what happened in this case, but impressive group of folks who put their lives on the line for these protectees on a daily basis. Evie, we'll get back to you in a few moments. I want to go back to NBC's Dasha Burns. She's outside that Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out. We're obviously grateful. You and the rest of our team are fine, the other journalists, but we do recognize 2 spectators were hurt, 1 killed, another in critical condition. Dasha, you have had some pretty heart-wrenching interviews today. People saw a lot of things you can't unsee.
Yeah, Lester, that's absolutely right. People who came to a Trump rally, some of them for the first time, looking forward to seeing the former president. There was music playing, people selling merchandise, people eating food, people reuniting with friends here, not expecting anything like this. Let me just set the scene for you right now. We are in the parking lot outside of the venue. Sirkin, our cameraman, is going to show you. People are kind of in a traffic jam right now. This was a one-way in, one-way out kind of road situation. This is Butler County. It's a pretty rural county. Not a lot of big highways, not a lot of big roads. So people have been, I mean, this is now hours later, and many people still waiting to get out and still waiting and processing everything that they've experienced. I want to introduce you to Tracy, who is stuck in this traffic jam right now. Tracy and Tyler, they're high school friends. They were right there. And Tracy, we've been hearing some of these stories. Can you just walk us through what you saw?
Absolutely. President Trump was up there, you know, and then within 5 minutes, we're hearing pop, 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 pop. And then everybody's on the ground. Everybody's on the floor. And it was just like, what? And we were on the ground level. We were 4 rows back from the stage. And are you coming?
We'll just follow along with you. They're moving in the car here, so we'll just
from the stage. And the people in the bleachers behind us, somebody got popped. Somebody got killed. Somebody died. Somebody got shot. Like this close to where we were. Those bullets, I pray to God for these people's families. Oh my God. But the how is this happening in our country today? And why? Why is it happening? Why?
And Tracy, you were telling me earlier, you know, you and Tyler, you know this county, you know this area. Did you ever think something like this would happen here?
Never. Absolutely never. You know, this shows you how much hate and hostility is in our world today. This is not a good thing. We need to all come together as a human race, you know. We need to help each other out.
Can you describe this area, this county, this place that you and Tyler grew up?
Yeah, Tyler?
Rural.
Rural. You know, cows, chickens. This is farmland. This is farmland here.
Butler, that's the county seat, but most of the county's private farmland. So it's people are pretty easygoing.
And Tracy, we talked about, you know, often Trump rallies, people are coming to celebrate, to see the former president. They're coming in with a pretty excited attitude. Can you walk me through what you came in with and what you're coming out with?
I came in with hope and excitement. If you have you ever been to a Trump rally?
Oh, we cover them all the time.
Well, how does it make you feel?
How does it make you feel? How are you feeling?
It makes me feel absolutely great and wonderful.
She not trying to say, well, how it make her feel.
I feel that
she probably hate the fuck out of Trump, nigga. She work for NBC.
Because I really feel that. I honest to God, I do, because this country for so long seems to be going down a path that it really shouldn't be doing.
So, I mean, you came in to hear the former president speak, someone you're a fan of, and what is your state of mind now?
Not good. There's too much hate. This is too much. We can't do this as a country. We can't do this. We need to come together as a country, and God willing, we will. I don't know if you're allowed to put that stuff on, but listen, man, my kid is a 4th-year seminarian, and he prays for this country every day. My child. My kid.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you and Tyler are safe. Drive safe. We hope you get home soon. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Lester, they've got a ways to go still. There's a lot of cars piling up here. There are a few different places that people are trying to exit at this point. A bit of a free-for-all, but people have been kind and generous to one another. People letting cars in that are trying to come in. And again, just reeling from what they witnessed. Some people very much firsthand.
What the fuck was the elevation that nigga was at that he could shoot that far? Or even have a line of sight?
Certain point of view, the high level point of view, but at the end of the day, Lester, the people who were here on the ground, particularly those who were close to that violence, it's something they are never going to forget, and it's now associated, of course, with politics, with the state of our democracy for so many of the people that we've been talking to, Lester.
All right, Dasha, thanks. We'll continue to go to you as you get those riveting accounts from folks. NBC News campaign embed joining us on the phone now. She is in Butler, Pennsylvania. near the hospital where there is heavy law enforcement presence. NBC News has not confirmed that the former president is at that hospital, but it's 15 minutes away from where the rally took place. Jillian Frankel is there. What are you seeing?
Lester, that's right. I'm across the street from Butler Memorial Hospital. And as you mentioned, we do not yet have confirmation.
Yo, chat, this is like surreal. What the fuck is going on?
But there's a heavy law enforcement presence here. Media was across the street. We're shortly getting moved. The hospital is set up on a hillside, and there's law enforcement at the top of the hill looking down. There's also law enforcement at the top of the roof of the hospital itself. When I arrived, there was a helicopter circling the building, heavy police presence here, Lester. When I pulled up, I asked the officer how they were doing. He said they're...
Yo, chat, I sincerely apologize that we just got sidetracked and when I cut all hip-hop topics because of this. This is just an important historical event. Never in my lifetime if I would think I would ever hear about a president getting shot at. This is just a bigger topic and news story that we kind of have to tune into. I understand some of y'all might not be interested in this and some of y'all come here just straight for hip-hop topics being discussed. I promise y'all I will make it up to y'all tomorrow. I will make it up. We'll do all hip-hop topics tomorrow. But I'm just sorry. This is just like a huge event. I can't even. We got to just keep following this. I'm sorry.
We have all seen the blood coming out from near his ear. His right ear, somebody described as a teardrop of blood, of fresh blood. It appears he might have been grazed by the bullet, but again, we haven't received a complete medical terminology description of the wound, but it does appear that he was certainly hit during all of this. He's largely under his own power, certainly being escorted down to the armored vehicle, but again, seems to be doing okay. In fact, we heard from President Biden a while ago who said that he appears to be okay. We should note that President Biden says he will be trying to call former President Trump at some point here in the not too distant future. And there the signal of triumph from former President Trump as he was put into that armored car and taken to, we believe, quite possibly the hospital we were just showing you a moment ago. Our investigative correspondent Tom Winter is with us. He continues to dig out fresh details. What more can you tell us, Tom?
Lester, a couple of these things coming from official statements from law enforcement or for 3 to 4 law enforcement officials to myself and our colleague Jonathan Dienst. We know that the FBI is now on scene and is assisting the United States Secret Service along with the U.S. Attorney's Office in their investigation into this shooting today at the Trump rally. You were just asking a question about whether we know whether or not the former president was shot directly, either grazed in the ear or in the cheek, or whether or not this was a ricochet. That's something that they're still trying to get a handle on.
Chad, give me a second.
I'm about to grab some more glass was what may have struck him. But either way, he obviously, from the photographs, was struck in some fashion by something.
Give me a second.
The other information that we were being told, and I'm going to bring in the reporting of my colleague Kelly O'Donnell on this as well, is that this shooting happened outside the Secret Service perimeter. So for folks that have attended any sort of political rally involving either party, involving a presidential candidate or a former president, you'll notice if you go that you are wanded or you have to go through a magnetometer, kind of like an airport-style security, if you will. That happens within the perimeter of the event. In leading up to the event, the U.S. Secret Service goes through the event site itself to make sure that there's nothing nefarious stored inside, that nobody's hiding out and waiting for a rally to begin. And they try to establish a perimeter that would allow them to be able to have a real control over the event. So what we're being told is that this shooting happened outside of that secure perimeter from a high point. Specifically where it is, I can't yet tell you. We're waiting to hear about that, but that's some of the information that we're waiting to get on. As far as what you're looking at on screen at the moments that this happened, this is standard protocol. You're looking at the heavy weapons teams that immediately went up on stage. Then you're looking at the Secret Service close protective detail of former President Trump, and this would be very similar at any event involving a former president, that they immediately surround him. Obviously, the Secret Service agents there are putting their lives into their hands if this individual was going to continue to fire. Speaking of the individual that law enforcement believes is deceased, that individual, the alleged shooter rather, is deceased, as I mentioned. That individual may have been shot by law enforcement. That appears to be coming into clarity at this time. We're still waiting on the specific details of that, whether or not that was a counter sniper team or somebody who was close to him. I suspect we'll get more details on that closely. As far as who did this and what their motivations are, there's some background information coming into view, Lester, but as you can imagine, there are a lot of names on social media at this hour. There are a lot of names that have been mentioned to us, and we're really trying to get a lot more clarity on that before we suggest a possible name of the individual who did this. But at this point, there appears to be no ongoing threat.
Let's take a shot for Trump surviving, gang.
For anybody else, but this is now a full-blown federal criminal investigation, as you can imagine, and they will certainly try to determine whether this individual had any help. Not that we've received any indication of that, but that's obviously something that they will look into. And the type of rifle that could be used, as you would imagine, to fire from outside the perimeter to get close to that stage would be some sort of a high-powered rifle. The specific nature of that is, again, details that we're still waiting to get, Lester.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let me go to Kristen Welker now in our Washington, D.C. bureau, who has more. Kristen?
Well, Lester, just to reset for everyone, we are tracking the ongoing investigation that Tom was just talking about in the wake of former President Trump having been rushed off the stage after shots were fired at the Pennsylvania rally where he was speaking. To set the scene for everyone, the day started with the anticipation, the questions swirling about whether this might be the event where he announced his nominee for vice president. Obviously now
another breakdown of where the shooter was versus like supposedly Secret Service. So they said it was 400 feet away. The shooter was here. The shooter's here. Trump is here. Secret Service is here. And they're saying that Secret Service had the most elevated portion. So this is Secret Service up here. So they had a roof that should have been able to see over here. And they should have seen and been able to confirm if somebody's creeping up, like, yo, who the fuck is that? Oh, wow. So apparently a rooftop 400 feet away. How many yards is that? 400 feet? 400 feet to yards. Okay, so, only 130 yards. Okay, so that's like one football field, 1.5 football field. And so you have law enforcement snipers aiming in the shooter's directions prior to shots.
Took over and look.
Oh my God. Oh my sweet Jesus. They were on the radio about it, clearly. They were on the radio about it. Facts. They're on the radio about it. And I have to imagine you probably have a spotter, you have the sniper, which, by the way, it's a up and down roof, so it's not flat, because usually sometimes the sniper will just be laying flat. But look like he's on some type of thing that with the stabilizer for the gun, and somebody's probably a spotter that's probably communicating, and they probably both are on radio, but they're probably waiting on the go ahead to pull the trigger, because you got to also imagine once a sniper shoots, it's gonna disrupt everything anyway. So they want to make sure they're knowing they got it. However, their confirmation probably took too long, and the dude already started shooting at Trump.
Look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of... Take a look at what happened. Take a look at what happened.
Yeah, they're still aimed over there. it appears that this might have been the guy who neutralized him. This might have been the guy. Whoever the guy who killed that guy is, his book tour gonna be crazy. You know the guy who killed Bin Laden, who keep doing all the interviews. If this is the guy who killed the nigga who was about to kill Trump, oh my God, he about to go on a bunch of book tours. Yeah, he on timing. He is not. Yeah. Oh, now I also realize. Remember, I was saying that the crowd was looking that direction. It appears that this sniper must have fired. So when they did look to their right, because they're facing us, to their right, they probably heard the. I mean, we could probably hear the change in calibers, because if the other dude was firing a 22 long rifle ammo, right? So 22 long rifle. This dude, I for sure he not shooting no 22 long rifle ammo. Like this nigga right here. I mean, we could probably Google it to see what type of type of ammo, what type of gun, what type of sniper rifle Secret Service use. It's probably outdated, but it'll tell us something with it. They'll probably tell us like popular weapons, and I guarantee that caliber is just U.S. Defensive Government right here, Department of Defense, M2010. Is it this? I don't know. This is no. Okay, might have been something like this. Anyway.
Took over, and look what happened.
Yeah, I think this nigga probably, it could be him that killed him. But they gotta have more than one sniper positions, right? It's apparently a rooftop with 400 feet away with clear line of sight to Trump is outside of the Secret Service security perimeter. I'm sorry, what? I'm wondering, like, if this was Biden, first of all, so when I'm talking to Donald Trump Jr. and some of this wasn't even recorded, and he's telling us how the Secret Service moves, like, you get a different detail if you're the president versus, a past president or a president's son or daughter. Like, it's different, right? Like, you know what I mean? They're also kind of ranking level of threat as well. And I don't know, maybe they thought there wasn't a level of threat that probably needed maybe more people or to expand the perimeter for Trump, especially in Butler, Pennsylvania. Nobody even heard of Butler. Like, this is putting these niggas on the map.
And look what happened.
So yeah, that nigga's facing
To our country.
Holy shit.
The mood, the tone, the focus has shifted to this horrific act of political violence that unfolded at this Pennsylvania rally. President Biden did address the nation just a short time ago, saying this is unheard of. Everybody must condemn it. He said he had tried to speak with the former president, had not been able to, but is continuing those attempts. He's also getting briefed. I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, who is following all of this along with us. Kelly, what's the latest there?
Well, from the Biden White House perspective, this is a moment for trying to get information to the president. He, of course, is in charge of the Department of Justice and the Secret Service that are, of course, the agencies that will be working on this. There is always a careful separation between the executive and the law enforcement capabilities. But that's why the Biden White House has a critical role to play to provide the resources at the federal level to investigate this. The president indicated that he also recognizes that state and local officials are very much involved at this right now. Part of what will be a question going forward is what is the immediate change?
No, chat. No, I'm not saying ex-presidents don't, right? I'll give you a story that Donald Trump Jr. told me. Donald Trump Jr. told me, he was like, yo, Ak, he said, there was a moment in time. I don't know if this is within this presidency or not within this presidency. He says he waived Secret Service. He had to do all type of documentation, but he said he waived Secret Service. So he had no Secret Service protection. He said you got to sign a shit ton of papers. It's super complicated, but you could waive their protection, right? Now, if you're asking why he did it, he said he's a very simple dude. The nigga showed up in a Suburban to come pick me up at my hotel. Donald Trump Jr. son. Or Donald Trump son. Donald Trump Jr. Mad regular. I thought he was going to have 15 SUVs. Bro, mad regular. Then he drove us right into Mar-a-Lago. Now, when you go into Mar-a-Lago, which is Trump's home, Secret Service is at the front. You got Secret Service that blocks off. There's barricades. And then, you got to almost check in or whatever. Once they see his face, just let him in. Then there's actual security. So there's security and Secret Service. And then you get onto the property. The whole time we're there, people are driving by just honking horn just because, they know that's where the nigga lives, right? Trump. Cool. Anyway, so he says he waived Secret Service for a while. And he gave me the story of why. He said, he says Secret Service is cool, but they're also extra. He's he likes to hunt. He said he would go to this particular place. I'm not going to get too much in detail, but he would go to this particular place and he would hunt. And he said, once he had Secret Service, he went there twice or 3 times and he couldn't find any animals to hunt. He's like, what the fuck? Because he's a guy who likes to hunt. He basically, he's he got Secret Service with him, but he's still they're just doing perimeter shit. And he says he runs into somebody that's on that kind of is around that area, that knows about that area. And the person told him this, because he says, dude, what's been going on here? I can't get any type of, I'm trying to hunt, but I can't see no animals. That's basically what he says. And the person says to Donald Trump Jr., it says, well, duh, you're not going to be able to hunt and find any animals because before you got here, Secret Service landed tactical helicopters about 4 or 5 times in case they needed to rescue you. They did drills, and a fucking military helicopter landed constantly in the woods, scared off all the animals. They're not coming back till a couple days from now. That's why you can't hunt. And he's like, what the fuck? It's yeah, Secret Service doing their job. You know what I mean? They're not oh, okay, let's sneak in and let him go hunt. No, if something happens to the president's son, we got to go. So they said they were doing drills where they would just land the helicopter and see how quick they could get out because they need to figure out what. So he said anything he needed to do. And he doing he's one of them guys who likes to be a man's man, hunt, this and that. Secret Service would be so extra, the experience would be ruined. So he says he goes to, he says, I don't need Secret Service. He writes off and signs off. He says somehow, right? Somehow, when he signs off that he doesn't need Secret Service, the New York Times finds out and prints some variation of that. And then, all them, and simultaneously around that time, the little terrorist motherfuckers that live in East Bumblefuck, them little weird countries in the Middle East, they were hey, we have money for the head of, we have money on the head of Trump. And then basically they listed his son as being number 2 or 3 of who they have money. Is that Princess? Oh, it's my dog, Princess. They listed him as number 2 or 3 of, if y'all could get him killed, we good. And basically, supposedly Secret Service came back to him and said, you're one of the most wanted targets right now. And people now know you don't have Secret Service. We're gonna basically they forced him to get Secret Service back again. So they were yo, bro, we can't have you hurt and you're possibly a target. We understood you waived it, but you have to get us. We're gonna protect you no matter what. Right? Now, here why I even said that. Because I do know former presidents get Secret Service for life, this and third. But what I'm saying is that a Secret Service detail for Trump, who's not a president now, he's a former president. Same thing for a Barack. Same thing for a Bush or a Clinton. Is much different than the Secret Service for the active U.S. president, Biden. So I would imagine they have a bigger team, a little bit more resources. I know Trump is on a campaign, and they probably have expanded a little bit, but still, Trump isn't the sitting president. You're going to do the most for a sitting president. You're breathing too hard. You're breathing too hard. Girl, you're breathing too hard. You're breathing too hard. Come on. All right, hop up. It's my baby princess right here. I don't know why she breathing this goddamn hard. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, yeah. Basically, you know, I'm thinking that if it was Biden, they would have a bigger perimeter, more agents, and probably do more. Not saying they were just lacking because it's Trump, but Trump is the incumbent. Like, he's not the president at the moment. He's the person trying to challenge the current sitting president. You get what I'm saying? So it's all good. This is my female dog right here. She's the mother. Yo, why are you breathing so hard? She's an absolute beauty. Like she's the only person who has slept in my bed. As a dog, like, first of all, I used to say I would never sleep in the bed with a dog, but she'll sleep down at the end, don't fuck with you. If you tell her to get off the bed, she'll sleep right by the bed. She's good. Pluto, you could never do that with. Pluto is a fucking savage. But she's cool. She's cool. Okay, my bad, Chad.
If any, to the political calendar that is scheduled for this week, with the Republican National Convention expected to be in Milwaukee with lots of important events. Obviously, a full assessment of what is the condition of the former president right now. We don't have confirmed reporting yet about the state of that. When he left this event site, as the video indicates, of course, he was taken and has the resources around him for medical care. President Biden has said he wishes to speak to Donald Trump.
No. Nah, she hit him with my bad.
Medical facility. His son Don Jr. weighing in, saying his dad is in great spirits. Let's go right to Richard Goldinger.
Okay, so let me read what Trump just said.
Was speaking. Listen closely also to the sound of the gunshots and what's heard of the moments right after that until he is rushed into the car. Here it is.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's sad, take a look at what happened.
Move his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stair. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. We ready? Shooters down. Shooters down. Are we good? Shooters down. Shooters down. Are we good to move? Shooters down. We're good to move. We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear.
Wait, has Trump spoken or only tweeted?
Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay. Watch out.
Nah, Trump's gangster for this. He said, nah, wait, nigga. If Trump had a gang sign right here, like if that nigga had one of these type shit and threw it up right here, most famous gang sign of all time, nigga. Even though this might be the new, like, the Proud Boys and all them niggas might be fucking with this right now. real quick. So what Trump said on Truth Social is this. He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. Trump finally got all the Infinity Stones. You niggas is doomed. Yo, Trump, I ain't gonna lie to you. If my nigga Trump said, yo, fuck all that, a president only get 8 years, I'm giving myself FOMO, so I'm gonna get 12, which means 8 more from now, I'm down with it. Give my nigga 8. Give my nigga 8 more. Give my nigga 8 more, man. Trump been through court cases, arrests, indictments, shootings. Yeah, my boy could do 8 more years. I ain't gonna lie to you. I got you, Uncle T.
We wanted you to be able to see that really from start to finish to when he ends up here in the armored vehicle and is taken to, we believe, a nearby medical center. What we know right now, the Secret Service says Donald Trump is safe. NBC is reporting the gunman fired a weapon from a high point, an elevated position outside the perimeter of the rally, so outside the Secret Service security area. The shooter is dead. Also, a spectator who was attending the rally has been killed, 2 others injured. President Biden has been has talked to the nation. He addressed the nation just a short time ago.
I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to him shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
And the president saying he plans to call former President Trump. President Trump, we should note, has issued a statement extending his condolences to the loved ones of the rally goer who was killed and another who was injured. He also...
Oh, shit, chat. Oh, they got the moment where the sniper actually claps the nigga, bro. This nigga, the Steph Curry of all sniper. Oh, nah. What's his name? Shannon Shaw. It's like a little parody account, I guess. Look. You could see. Look at this.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Wait, did he shoot? Here's the thing. A 22 long rifle, right? Most 22s are pretty silent. You know what I mean? Like, it would be the equivalent to shooting. If you shoot I got a rifle that shoots 22s. Obviously, it's not like a long rifle type, like a range. But that 22 long rifle that I got, the 22 that shoots from a long rifle is not necessarily what this nigga probably used. That's just kind of quiet. Pretty quiet. So if this is 150 yards, I don't think you hear it like that. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, this shit sounds like this guy was fired.
See something that said,
and also the reason why is, like, it looks like he's...
Look what happened.
Yeah, it looked like he shot, but I can't see a muzzle flash. Did he shoot?
Take a look at what happened.
But also, like, as a sniper, like, you know, I don't know.
They see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah, this might have been the shot. Yeah, that looked like a shot. Yeah, that looked like the shot, right? It matches up with the movement of the gun. It might be like, you know, just a fucking kind of recoil, even though there's not much recoil with like these type of guns, especially when they're like stabilized.
Said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah, it looked like he shoots here.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah, it looks like he shoots right here. I ain't gonna lie. Wow.
Thank law enforcement and first responders for their quick action. His campaign says he is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. His son, Don Jr., weighing in, saying his dad is in great spirits. Let's go right to Richard Goldinger, the Butler County, Pennsylvania DA, who joins me on the phone. Sir, thank you for talking to us. First of all, were you at the rally this evening?
Lester, no, I was not present at the rally today. No.
All right. Can you tell us what at least the early part of the investigation has shown in terms of what we know potentially about the shooter and his motive?
Well, I don't know anything about a motive. I can tell you basically what you've already stated. We have, you know, a spectator dead, unfortunately. We have a second spectator injured and seriously. And the shooter obviously is dead also. So, yeah, that's where we are at this point.
The Secret Service, as we see, moved in quickly but methodically as they work to protect the former president. What interaction occurs before a rally like this between local officials such as yourself and the Secret Service?
Well, I can tell you that for the last week or so, when this was first announced, that they have been talking to the Pennsylvania State Police, our local municipal officers. We have a CERT team that was activated for this event, and there was a lot of coordination to provide safety for not only the former president, but everybody that attended this event. So there was a lot of preparation put into this, obviously in a short period of time, but these people are professionals, so they know what they're doing, and they, you know, they put the proper steps into place to provide safety to everybody that was going to be there.
Mr. Goldinger, do you know, is this venue, is it a kind of a portable setup, or is it a setup that's there permanently?
No, it's a permanent setup. It's sort of like, it's called the farm show, but it's sort of like a fair. So it's a large, wide open area. There's actually an airport there also, a small airport. So, yeah, it wasn't anything that they had to come in and set things up as far as, you know, well, we're going to have this event here. They had to set the bleachers up and everything like that. But,
yeah, and then I'm curious, are you familiar, we're now getting the reporting that the shooter fired from an elevated position. Can you in your mind picture what that position might have been? Is there a nearby hill?
I absolutely can. Yes, I can. And so that would have been several hundred yards away in my mind from where President Trump would have been speaking. And again, off-site. So,
was it a hill or just a elevated area?
No, it's all fairly flat from what I can think. But obviously, if you get on a roof, you're elevated. So, and the showgrounds where they were at is all fairly flat.
Okay. All right. Mr. Goldinger, thank you so much for coming on and speaking with us. We continue to watch these pictures again. We've played them, we know, over and over again, but I feel like you see something different. One of the things in my previous reporting with the Secret Service, you see that woman appears to be around the president. One of the things they are trained to do is to take their hands and then work it across the person's body and find out if there are other wounds that may have not revealed themselves yet. And they certainly do that once the protectee is put into the vehicle, again, to make sure that they can get an early read on any other traumatic injuries or wounds. So we continue to learn and see different things in this video, but certainly an example of professionalism, calm thinking, and training at work here as we watch these Secret Service agents move into this coordinated action, calling out vital information in short and terse statements. Shooter is down. Are we clear? And that sort of back and forth communication. It's fascinating to watch. NBC's Dasha Burns is still outside the what was the Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out. She and her crew, we're happy to say, are safe. But you've been talking to people who were in a traffic jam. I don't see vehicles behind you, so it looks like there's some progress, Dasha, in clearing this area.
Yeah, Lester, last time we talked, there were cars all up and down this road here trying to get out of this venue. There were thousands of cars parked all across these lawns here.
Yo, chat, 2024 is crazy. The two biggest rappers beef, president getting shot at. Yo, Cat Williams was right. Everything gonna be revealed. Diddy getting indicted. Like, this is crazy.
Over for us so that we could speak with them. This is Stacey and Vanessa. And as you said, Lester, the former president now posted on Truth Social describing how he was shot in his ear, grazed by a bullet in his right ear. Well, Vanessa was right there. You both were right in front of the former president when this happened. Can you describe what you witnessed?
Yes, we were 6 rows back, straight in front of him, and at his podium, we could see him really good. He was talking about his chart, and he moved his head to the right to explain where they're at in the chart. And then as he moved his head to look at the chart up on the screen, that's when he got grazed in the ear. If he had not moved his head at that nick of time, it could have been a lot worse.
So he moved his head just in the right moment to get an ear graze instead of something worse.
Yes.
And Lester, let me just explain to you briefly, because we were on the press risers as the former president was starting his speech at the rally. He was only a few minutes in. What Vanessa is referring to when she's talking about those charts, he was talking about immigration and immigration under the Biden administration. He had screens on the left and the right of him, behind him, and he was pointing to one of those screens where he had a chart that was detailing immigration rates, and he turned to point to that chart, and that is when his ear was grazed, and you've seen this on the video. But to Vanessa's point, if he hadn't made that turn to show that chart, things could have been a lot different. Vanessa, where you were when you first heard those shots ring out, what went through your mind and what happened with you and the people around you?
At first, I didn't know if they were firecrackers. There were 6 pops. It just went pop, 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 pop. And then as I was staring straight ahead, I looked across and I didn't see anything. So I looked back at President Trump, and that's when he went down. And then
what ran through your mind?
That, we are all in a situation that we could be very hurt. And they're telling us to all get down, stay down. And then a lot of things went through my mind. Where's my husband? What about the 3 people that we met today beside us? Who else could be injured? Why did this happen at President Trump's rally? I mean, a lot of things went through my head. Are we going to be out of here safe?
What are you, I mean, you are safe, thank goodness, and I'm so glad you are, and I'm so sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. As you sit here in your car now, trying to process all of this, what are you feeling now?
I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I'm glad that President Trump is okay. I worry about the children that were at the rally and how traumatized they are after witnessing all this. The little girl that was a couple rows ahead of us, she was petrified. And what's going through her mind, is she going to be okay, or is she going to have nightmares, or, I worry about children. I worry about the people that lost their loved ones today. And I most certainly worry about my President Trump.
Vanessa,
We're okay.
I'm so glad you're okay. Vanessa, Stacey, thank you so much. And please, you deserve to go home. You deserve to get some rest now. And I hope you drive safe. And thank you so much. They've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning, a long day, and certainly not the day that you were expecting. So thank you so much. And Lester, the sun is now setting here in Butler County as the tragedy of the day is just starting to dawn on all of us who were here.
All right, Dosh, I think that woman sums it up well. She just wants to go home. It's been, for all those people who were there, what a story they will tell, and what a trauma, certainly an emotional trauma, to be a part of all that. Our investigative correspondent, Tom Witter, joins us again. Tom, what more are you learning from what appears to be a pretty rapidly unfolding investigation?
I think that's well put, Lester. I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes in law enforcement as they investigate it. The FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office locally is on top of it. We're in the process right now. We're just doing a little extra verification of video that appears to show the aftermath of the shooting and this individual who shot from, as you just heard the district attorney to you say, from several hundred yards away. It was not, if all this video syncs up and looking at the maps, it does not appear to have been head on, if you will. So our vantage point towards Trump, it would have been from off to the side to what would be towards our left looking at this shooting. That's where it appears to have occurred, but we're still waiting to get more details at this hour. As far as, the president has said he was grazed by a wound, I'm looking there at both teleprompters, which would be the closest glass, and they both appear to be sound. There does not appear to be any sort of damage to them. So it does appear, at least initially, that that's the case, but we're waiting to get some additional confirmation. What will happen now, this investigation in some ways will be quick because they'll want to make sure that there's nobody else that they need to be looking for. We obviously have other people who are running for office or in office currently that they want to make sure are going to be safe or not impacted by anybody who knew this individual. But from a forensic standpoint,
Yeah, unfortunately, I got to be honest, man. They got to up the security on Biden, too, bro. Like, you see, I vote with Trump, but, like, I don't want to see nobody get hurt on some political shit. Feel me? Like, shit do get wicked when it comes to politics, man. Nigga, like, politics is people's livelihood. Like, people will really kill over that shit. So, I do think there's been irresponsible people who chalked up Trump as the person that a lunatic should do this to. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be a lot of people acting like they was like, oh my God, I can't. Bruh, y'all all understand that if somebody had tried to kill Biden, Trump unilaterally lost. If there was a Trump supporter, because they always talk about Trump supporter, we're not accepting the fact that there's anti-Trump people who got radicalized. That's just the reality of it, right? Like, if a Trump supporter had tried to kill Biden or some shit like that, Trump is done, my nigga. You get what I'm saying? And I know some people gonna be like, oh, well, January 6th and all that shit. Bruh, this is an assassination attempt. So, we also got to think about the wording and how people have been putting out. My nigga, here's the thing, and this is what I really just think. Bro, I love President Obama. He's a Democrat. I fuck with Trump. He's a Republican. So many people are with this party line shit or whatever. At the end of the day, if Trump becomes president, it's not going to be... He was already president and shit was all right. The worst thing that happened was the pandemic, which is not his fault. So I get, a lot of Democrats do fear politics where they encourage people to vote by telling them that the person that might win is the devil, a tyrant, and somebody that is going to just turn this shit into neo-Nazi or Nazi Germany. You get what I'm saying? Bro, even if Trump wins, yeah, he gonna talk his shit, blah, 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 but he's still not doing shit that is going to be like Kim Jong-un. He's not Putin. He ain't gonna turn this shit into the CCP. Bro, we gotta realize, like, politics in America, at the end of the day, no matter who you choose to be president, there's a few changes. Like, my nigga, like, whoever the president is, you know what that shit affects? Can you have an abortion at certain couple of months or whatever? Is that a state issue or a federal issue? bro, respectfully, I'm not saying abortion ain't a big deal, but we could handle that. We could handle that. When niggas is thinking they gotta kill the president, that's niggas thinking that the president might put them back in slavery. The president might get them killed. Bro, like that type of fear mongering has to be addressed. And I'm really looking at this and I'm like, yo, everybody has been talking about Trump with the Proud Boys, Trump with these radicalized group that supposedly he's been subliminally given a cosign to. Well, where's their efforts at killing people? Because we ain't see it yet. I ain't see it yet. When did they try to kill a motherfucker? When did they, like, you know what I mean, try to assassinate somebody? So now that we've seen an assassination attempt, when are we going to say that this radicalism, I'm not saying them Proud Boys or whoever them fuck them niggas are, ain't probably radicalized, but it's also across the aisle. For whatever reason, I think Trump's candidacy for presidency has created radical aspects on both sides. You might have them Proud Boys who are radical, but you have this anti-Trump or Trump is a threat to democracy and a threat to a modern democracy or way of life. We gotta, like, that's what creates killers and all that type of shit. That's what we gotta address. Like, I think CNN, NBC, all these other places need to get a reality check. Y'all gotta start telling people, bro, if Trump wins, yeah, y'all might not be able to get abortions. Y'all might not be able to. All right, if you're immigrant, it might be a tougher time. But he's not motherfucking Hitler. You have to say that. He's not Hitler. Because you know what? If a nigga was gonna become Hitler, taking over a country, which is a democracy like the United States, if a nigga try to assassinate him, you'd be like, well, I get it. But this should not be happening in the United States of America because Trump isn't Hitler. He might be different from y'all, or when I say y'all, like anybody who disagree with some of the shit he got going on. I don't agree with everything he got going on anyway. But at the end of the day, I think he'll be a decent president. I don't agree with everything, but I think he'll handle most of the major things. We'll never get like a perfect person. Regardless, here's the thing too, and this is my biggest fear, honestly. And by the way, Joe, you can't clip this. You can clip this part. I mean, this whole rant here because this is clean. My biggest fear is, I'm glad Trump survived. But y'all been saying this whole time that Trump is the person creating radicalized people. That Trump is the person who is empowering the radical people. My nigga, my biggest fear is now they're seeing that. Remember, y'all, the whole time it was, the Proud Boys are violent. Look at them marching. Look at them this. Or whoever who rocks with Trump supposedly radicalized. Imagine that now they're like, all right, word. So y'all kicking off the violence. Well, let's get violent then. That's what I fear. Because in reality, all radicalists, no matter if we're talking about the United States or not the United States, they're like a very small percentage, right? Like if we're talking about the Taliban or we're talking about ISIS or anybody, these are radical aspects of certain people who feel like they're operating within the regime or the realm of a religion, but they're extremely small. They're just extremely violent. And my thing with this, you don't want violence on both sides because it gets out of hand. You don't want niggas now saying, all right, bet. And by the way, that's what I'm hoping they protect Biden. Biden's security got to be up. Because if Trump ever did radicalize anybody, this is the time they're going to try to do some dumb shit. So you got to protect Biden. But, we got into this slippery place in American politics where people were saying, we hope Trump go to jail. Slippery slope. Most of the shit slippery slope. All right, so when Trump now wins, is it cool if he try to put Biden in jail? That's not cool either. That's whack. That's some corny shit. Rather than people stand against certain things unilaterally, they only co-sign the things that they feel could hurt Trump. This assassination shit, people thought it was going to be a Trump supporter trying to kill somebody. So while speaking about that and or trying to, ostracize Trump for that, it created these other motherfuckers who said, damn, incarceration ain't work for him. All right, I'm gonna have to do my job myself. I think we got to stand against all of this shit. Listen, at the end of the day, if Biden wins or Trump wins, it doesn't, it does matter, but it's not the end of the world. 4 years with these motherfuckers, yeah, they might make certain rules that affect your life somehow, but it's nothing that nobody on planet Earth, especially in living in the privileged place called the United States of America, should be throwing away their lives for or trying to kill a president. That should be very profound on CNN, NBC, everywhere. But I guarantee they won't. You know what I mean? If Trump becomes president, what's gonna really change? Like, he was already president. What happened in your life? You can't say nothing happened in your life. Same with Biden. Yeah, Biden was president. Like, what? You might not like either person, but nothing really changed that much. What we gotta protect is the United States of America, because both of these motherfuckers are 80 plus. And if you get the country thinking that 280 plus motherfuckers are, is Trump 80 plus or 75 plus? Let's say that. If wait, how old is Trump? I don't even know. How old is Donald Trump? Oh, he's 70. Oh yeah. If we get to the point where we're now gonna say these guys, like, violence should ensue on both sides for these guys, we're gonna be fucked up, and it's gonna lay a pattern that's gonna repeat itself for other candidates. For all y'all Democrats, bro, or for everybody who's anti-Trump, Trump is not that dangerous that niggas need to consider killing him. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, even if Biden is senile and can't even speak without drooling on his shirt and can't think, he's not that dangerous neither. We should keep it that way, and this is, I think, a wake-up call to the Democratic Party. If y'all trying to win this election, stop trying to promote Trump is Hitler, because that's what I get when I watch CNN. Trump is Hitler. And again, of course, I'm a smarter person, so I'm not going to say, oh, we got to kill Trump. But there's going to be a dumb nigga who's going to get on the fucking roof with a 22 long rifle and say, if he's Hitler, fuck it, I might have to give my life to just kill him. That's the problem. That's the problem. Anyway, end speech.
Standpoint from other standpoints, they will slow this down, and once they search that individual's premises, they will make sure that they have a full accounting and cataloging of all the evidence. Even though the alleged shooter is believed to be deceased, they need to go through all of that. And just to take a bit of a step back here, Lester, we have been talking about for months, the FBI director has talked to you specifically about the incredible threat environment, and I don't use that word in a good way, but the incredible threat environment that is facing the United States. And at the center of that is obviously the tremendous political discord that we have, as well as foreign threats. And so when you look at this, this type of thing, unfortunately, is something that has been feared by law enforcement, that we would see some sort of political violence. And obviously, that's something that appears.
Another thing I do want to add, bro. Respectfully, I was born in another country. I was born in Jamaica. And I always be telling y'all, man, I have a different outlook of the United States than y'all have. So when I hear y'all say shit like it's a threat to democracy, y'all never ever seen when politics is really corrupt. Y'all never seen when politicians, in order to threaten the rest of the civilizations or certain precincts or towns to make sure they win, they're handing out guns in countries that guns ain't legal in. That's how politics get dirty in certain places. We live in the close. It's not perfect, but it's the closest to perfection. I'm telling you, I come from Jamaica. I've seen it. The ramifications for politics there is different. My uncle got slapped in his face a bunch of times and also got cut with a knife just because of that. My other uncle had to go defend him and he almost got killed. That's how politics is dangerous. You know why? Because when you start arguing politics in certain places, you're talking about people's way of life, and not in every country says, oh, okay, under Biden, like, respectfully, under Biden and Trump, your life is kind of the same. Maybe you felt a little bit advantages, whatever, but it's kind of the same. In certain countries, it's night and day. There's no jobs. There's no this. There's desolate shit. There is shit affecting you because they only serve the people who voted for them. It's a very different place. We live in a very civilized country, and when I see people start talking about my nigga, yeah, Trump is like a comedian slash damn near actor and entertainer. He isn't nobody who could change this country to be like Hitler or to be like a third world country. Stop being a bitch. If he gets elected, you know, I joked about it earlier, say he should get 8. He only got 4 more years. They're not about to change the rules for him. Stop being a bitch. Let the nigga go get his 4 years, and then he'll never come back again. But trying to kill people, it opens up a slippery slope.
To have happened here today. So we're waiting to get more details. We do not have a name. That I will caution people that are, as so often happens, Lester, as you know now, people are watching us and listening to what we have to say and keeping an eye on their phones and social media. There are several names that are going around on social media that I can tell you are flat out not true. Some of those individuals have been involved in prior mass shooting events. Some of those individuals are bloggers from foreign countries who have no nexus to this whatsoever. And so there's no indication, at least at this stage, that any of the names that have been.
Hey, while we're at it, let's point out some stupidity. And this is why we live in such a divisive country. Because your stupid ass don't like Trump for whatever reason. Imagine, and this is Amanda Seals. Imagine like sitting here while there's a whole federal investigation and saying, this shit is staged. This is what's wrong with America right here. Everybody only subscribes to the truth as it aligns to what they believe in. Nobody, like, people can't discern to say, no, I want Biden to win, or I'm a Democrat. I like Biden. But there's some radical lunatic that I don't fuck with that did try to kill Trump. You know what they're going to say? It was staged. You're a fucking idiot. Listen to, like, I didn't even hear what she said. Amanda Seals, listen to this bullshit.
That shit was more staged than a Tyler Perry production of Medea Runs for President. I lived in Harlem long enough to know that gunshots do not sound like making popcorn on the stove.
Yo, Amanda Seals, you're a fucking idiot. I got 50 guns. I've heard every single gunshot from a 22, a 308, a 357, a 50 cal. I've heard a 223, 556, 9mm, 40 cal, 40. I've heard it all. They all sound different and also distant matters. This is why a bitch like you should shut the fuck up. Talking about a stage. This is why, like, some of y'all are so glued into whatever political view y'all have, y'all dismiss reality. Bitch, wake up. There's a fucking whole investigation by the FBI outside in Butler. Drive over there and go see if they're investigating state shit.
I lived in Harlem.
You lived in Harlem? Bitch, I got all the guns that they shooting. You just sound like a bitch who's running her fucking mouth for no fucking reason. This is half of America. Oh, it's staged. You think people want to convince you? The fuck is this bitch even talking about? I hate people who are so stuck in their ways. My nigga, and by the way, I want to be very clear. If this happened to Biden, I'll be reacting the same way. Bro, democracy is bigger than Trump and Biden. These days, people are so aligned to a party or a side that they only expound thoughts that align with them. So, for example, these days, people are so stupid that if they believe, put it like this, if they like Trump, anything Biden does is going to be fake. That's good. If they like Biden, anything that Trump does is going to be good. You're an idiot if you feel like that. Her speaking like this, and I'm one of the people who would never say women don't deserve to vote, and I still won't say it. But when you hear this type of shit, bitch, how many guns you shot? Because I done shot a whole lot of them. And I know how they sound. And trust and believe, when I heard that, I knew that was a gunshot. Fuck is you talking about? You know how a gunshot. Bitch, you from Harlem, nigga. You hearing broke niggas shooting high points. Fuck you talking about? You hearing broke niggas shoot high points. The fuck you know about gunshots?
Long enough to know that gunshots do not sound like...
Bitch, you broke. You don't know what gunshots really sound like. I got a gun that costs $9,000 that you won't even hear, and I don't have a suppressor because I would have to register with ATF. You don't know what gunshots sound like. Shut up. Fuck are you talking about?
Making popcorn on the stove.
It's stupid hoes, bro. I'm sorry. Stupid.
Blood come from? So in theater, in movies, they have what's called blood pellets. They even,
Yo, this is why people, like, how stupid could you be? You think on a national stage it's blood pellets? You're no different than Alex Jones saying that Sandy Hook didn't happen. There's bodies in morgues. So you're saying people just randomly die and it wasn't gunshots? What a stupid fucking bitch. There's people dead. It's like, oh no, those are popcorn. Blood pellets. They do this in movies. Shut up. This is a time that your woke ass should shut up. We don't want to hear you. Shut up. This is why people don't really care about people like your opinions, because you don't know the real world.
People use them in Halloween. It's basically a pellet of fake blood that's in your mouth, and when you crush it, the blood comes out. To be frank, Small Hands Trump would not respond by raising his fist in the air triumphantly were an actual attempt made on his life. This was, I believe, done to try to show his strength counter to Biden's fragility.
You're an idiot. This bitch is a fucking idiot. I'm sorry to tell y'all. This is why, listen, shorty, just stay out of grown nigga business, man. Just shut the fuck up, man. Talk about how people say you annoying and shit. Like, shut up. Shut up. You think you don't got no, like, do you hear this hoe? Man, shut up, bro. Shut up. Like, real talk, shut up. You see, people like you don't believe nothing happened until it happened close to you. Bro, I just can't listen to this low IQ. Yo, everything they said about Shorty is damn right, nigga. Let me hear what Candace Owens got to say. Now, respectfully, and the man that says you see this, I don't give a fuck what you feel about my opinion. This is actually a black woman I actually think is smart, even if I disagree with her at times. Candace Owens, I do feel like she's smart.
Just jumping into the chat real quick. First, I will say, what is this, Senator Chris? We got Senator Chris. You got Robert F. Kennedy, Barack Obama. Just buying that from Barack Obama. Robert F. Kennedy, Barack Obama, just completing his sentence, by the way, completing his statement, rather. He said there is absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. He added that while details were still scarce, we should all be relieved that the former president wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. Anybody buying that? Anybody buying that from Barack Obama? Just asking you a question. Anybody buying that? Anybody believe when he tweets that he means that? Was I alive in 2020 and 2016? Anybody?
This is where I disagree with Candace Owens. Candace, I think you're a smart woman, but I disagree with you. Barack Obama is a black man. You're a black woman. I'm a black man. Barack Obama is probably one of the presidents that, if of recent time, like, and I'm sorry, like, clearly I don't want this to happen to Trump or nobody who's especially a president, because I think I live in the best country in the world, bro. But for you to say Barack Obama is insincere about his comments of Donald Trump, if there was a president that people thought that would get massacred or killed, it would be Barack Obama. He was the first black president, which a lot of people thought he wouldn't have made it to that podium to get sworn in. So if anybody would have gotten killed, he or anybody was dealing with the reality of possibly getting killed. I think Barack Obama is one of those people. So I don't give a fuck. See, this is where we get along with the politics shit of Democrat, Republican. Fuck all that. Barack Obama was a nigga who probably had to say, yo, whether they Democrat or Republican, they don't want to see my black ass up in that office. They might try to kill me. So for you to say that he's insincere, he's not playing party politics when he comes to talk about an assassination attempt. An assassination attempt? No. This is something that could have happened to him, and he could have got killed, bro. Stop playing, bro. Like we're not gonna try to disrespect Barack in this type of time. Stop it. And Candace, I fuck with you, but you are like you wilding right now. This is not political right now.
Are you alive for the summer of love? Do you guys believe when these people are tweeting it? Or are you like me? Am I being cynical? Or do you believe that a few of them, when they learned that Trump had survived the assassination, privately said to themselves, damn?
Yo, you are wilding right now, Candace. Candace, I fuck with you, but you're just trying to rile up the base that I know you have. Why would Barack be... First of all, let's be very clear, Candace. Think about this. There's always two sides to a coin, right? Let's talk about some rap shit. Fulio dies. You know who's gonna feel like they have to respond? Fulio homies, so they gotta go try to kill some of, let's say, maybe they blame Young and Ace. They gotta go kill Young and Ace homies. Let's think about this on a political level with that same thought. Why would Barack Obama be celebrating an attempt or happy that there was an attempt on Donald Trump's life where now his base is going to be radicalized, or the radical elements of his base is going to say, oh, word? They trying to kill Trump? I bet. Ain't nobody got more guns than us. Ain't nobody could shoot better than us. Let's go try to kill one of y'all. You think that Barack want to play that game? Come on, Candace. You're so much smarter than that. I give you the credit. You're not like Amanda Seales. Amanda Seales, everybody says is annoying, and clearly after she said that this was like staged, she's a fucking idiot. You're smarter to know that why would Barack want to be happy over an event that the potential for this is blowback, and it might not be with people trying to hurt the current president, Biden. They might try to hurt him. I guarantee right now, Biden's security has to go up threefold because you don't know if any Trump supporters might be like, oh, word, it's war? Well, we ready for war. We've been training for this. Let's go try to go do something to Biden. Whoa, you got to go triple security on Biden. Triple from what it is now, and right now it should be max. So triple max. But you probably got to go triple for Barack. Because he's the last president that was Democrat or a Democrat president before Biden. So you gotta go. So why would Barack be happy that there was an attempt on somebody's life when he's a potential target for get back? Make this make some sense. Come on, Candace. Stop playing to the Republicans that we know you serve. And by the way, I think she's smart. But this is where I feel like this is the disingenuity of politics. You have to play to your base rather than call it down the middle and call out both sides. If you call it down the middle and call out both sides, you're not going to get money. You got to call out one side primarily, and the other side will fund you. Once you start calling it really down the middle and you be like, he's a piece of shit and he's a piece of shit, and they're on both separate aisles, nobody wants to endorse you.
Am I being cynical? Have we all not been alive the last 8 years? Have we all not watched the things that they have said about this man? The things they have said and done to his family? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I'm done buying it, okay? I am just not buying it whatsoever.
Okay. Not rocking with that at all.
It just got crazy there. I mean, it was so scary, you know. And I feel for all the innocent bystanders because there was some people that got hurt, innocent bystanders there, and we're just praying for them, make sure they're all right, and that, you know, and pray for Trump.
What was your initial reaction when you heard those popping sounds? We were inside as well. It was one right after another.
It sounded like someone set fire, you know, like firecrackers off, you know, like boom, 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 you know. And then, you know, you realize something's going on here, you know, and then everybody just like hit the deck, and it was pretty scary, you know. And there must have been a shooter on the outside of the perimeter, you know. And he must have been shooting inside and hit some innocent bystanders. Because there was a big crane there with speakers, and there was a line there, and the bullet got hit. You know, the line got hit, and you can see all the fluid go out of the hydraulic line.
Yeah. So, well, we know there's so many unconfirmed reports. We know law enforcement is still working. This is an active investigation right now. How are you feeling? Standing here right now, this has been a very chaotic 24 hours.
We're living in a scary time, though. You know, this world, you know, we definitely need more police, you know, to patrol everything, you know. And hopefully we'll get that with Trump coming in here. You know, so everyone should get out there and vote for him, you know.
And your reaction when you saw the former president after he was shielded by Secret Service agents? We did see him pop up. He raised his fist. I heard the crowd cheering for him.
Yeah, he was looking for his shoes. He's like, where's my shoes? But hopefully he'll be all right, though. I think he's strong, and he'll come back and be ready for November.
Ari Spears here. Listen, man, I am in no way, shape, or form a Trump fan. But some of y'all gotta knock it off with this conspiracy theory shit. It was staged. It was staged. Really? So that blood was Tabasco sauce on his face? January 6th was staged. People died on January 6th. Was that part of the program? The Will Smith Chris Rock thing was staged, not according to Chris Rock. If it was real, the shooter wouldn't have missed. Reagan got shot and survived. Was that stage too? Shit gets real. Period. Stop thinking everything is a goddamn conspiracy. DM me for the link to the Spears and Steinberg podcast. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Hit Spearsburg Pod. Hit like and subscribe. It was staged. Yo, what up? It's your boy Ari Spears here. Listen, man, I
agree.
What can I say?
Rachel Scott Forrest, thank you.
I predicted this yesterday.
Quickly before I let you go here.
I predicted this. I knew it. I felt it in my spirit. Something finna go down. Weird. It's finna be political too. And that happened.
Well, nobody's talking about the angle that when people are predicting this shit, they're predicting a Trump supporter trying to kill a Democrat. Maybe Biden. They're not predicting that people will try to kill Trump. You know why? The rhetoric has been, well, when we say Trump's a piece of shit and a threat to democracy, that's not violent. But when Trump say, yo, y'all get out and stand for whatever y'all stand for, that's violent. I think both are the same thing. But now nobody thinks it's the same thing.
That's what I was talking about yesterday on my story. I'm batting 1,000 with motherfucking predictions. I just know. I'm psychic. I'm clairvoyant. I got that thing. My mama was a gypsy and she was fine, nigga. I know everything. Everything. I know I'm different, y'all. I'm not these regular niggas. Paru, I'm different, blood. I'm different. I'm hard. I'm fly. I know.
With all due respect to you, DJ Quick, if there was something about a presidential conspiracy or something that could be involved in, like, let's say, like something that would be on a House of Cards type episode, the last person who would know is the person who would say on Pyru and on Bloods. That person just wouldn't know. I'm just sorry to tell y'all. I'm sorry to tell you.
Paru, I'm different, blood. I'm different. I'm hard.
No.
Fly.
No. Let's get real. Nobody's telling the Pyru. Nobody's telling the Bloods what the fuck is going on. Like, come on, stop it, bro. Okay, stop it. On Paru, I know what's going on. No, you don't.
I know. I'm everything. Everything. I'm that guy. DJ Quick for president. How about that? Yeah, I know everything. I knew when the towers was finna fall. The night.
Here's the thing, DJ Quick. If you knew when the tower's about to fall and you ain't telling nobody, you sound like the guilty nigga. Like, what the fuck?
Right before it fell, I kept telling Black Tone something finna happen. We finna die, man. We finna get killed. The world is finna change. He's like, man, just you go to sleep, Quick. Go to sleep. No, nigga called me at 7 in the morning talking about turn on the TV. Is that what you was feeling? I'm saying yes, that's what I was feeling. I felt this yesterday. Can't fuck with me. I know what I know, bro. I'm a genius.
Shout out to Quick though. Like, you know, we love Quick, and I'm not trying to press him or nothing like that. Like, come on, Quick, cut it out. Cut it out. Yo, niggas say, yo, this is gonna be Trump later tonight. Right here, look.
He showed us the bullet hole still clearly visible in his
Yo, that's crazy that Cam did all this. What?
left arm, but he says he is okay.
And me, I'm fine. I'm excellent, man. It was great.
And tonight, after landing back here in Teterboro, he showed us the bullet hole still clearly visible in his left arm, but he says he is okay.
And me, I'm fine. I'm excellent, man. It was great.
And tonight, after landing back here in Teterboro, he showed us the bullet hole still clearly visible in his left arm, but he says he is okay.
And me, I'm fine. I'm excellent, man. It was great.
And
hold on. What the fuck? Why are they saying you could see a bullet fly past his head? Oh, wow. They're claiming that this is a they're claiming that this is a series of photos. Okay, so this was Trump leaving the hospital. 2, 4, 6. A cop, 7. Okay, this is the whole like battalion with Trump. That's probably bringing him to Pittsburgh that he could fly the fuck out of there. Look, it's a remarkable series of photos taken by Doug Mills, New York Times. It show you could see a bullet flying past Trump's head and Trump touching his right ear. So I guess this is the first bullet, but there's a picture of the bullet. Hold on. Where's the bullet at? Let me look right here. Where's the bullet? Bullet. Hold on, sorry. Oh, wait, what? Where the fuck is it? It showcases him right before he, but apparently there's a bullet. Where's the bullet at? I don't know if this is real though. Hold on. Oh. They're claiming. Wait, why can't I see the bullet in this picture right here? Hold on. What the fuck? I see it in this other thing. Is this the same tweet I'm looking at? Sorry, chat. My bad. What? Oh, no. Here we go. Oh, it is the same thing. Why can't I see it? Like, I have it on my other computer. I could clearly see the bullet. If it's a bullet. Hold on. You can't really see. What the fuck? Am I tripping? I guess I'm tripping a little bit. So this is right before he grabs his ear. And then here we go with the last photo. They're saying, I can't see it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm looking on a different screen. I could see, it feels like I can see it a little bit better. Nah. Is this the bullet up here? Nah. Up here? Nah. Somebody said I got Henny vision. You damn right I do. Okay, hold on. All right, cool. Damn, we ain't even getting to so many topics, bro. I feel like I just turned into like a political like fuck. This is a press statement. Ooh, this is the Secret Service released a statement. Here's the latest information from investigation. Blah, blah. During former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler on the evening of July 13 at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside the rally venue. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. They quickly responded with protective measures, and former president is safe and being evaluated. One spectator was killed. 2 spectators were critically injured. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigations, which this is FBI, which was supposedly is on scene. Wow.
Widely circulated on social media are in fact associated with this shooter. And I think it's important for people to point that out. I'm not going to mention them because for some of those people, they have nothing to do with this, and we certainly don't want to give them any notoriety for no good reason.
Yeah, important to point out. All right, Tom Winter, thank you. We'll come back to you as you continue to gather more information. I want to bring back Evie Pomperus, a former Secret Service agent. I don't know if you heard my interview with the district attorney a few moments ago. He was describing there's an elevated area and perhaps of several hundred yards around this site. It's been pointed out that the wound received by Mr. Trump was on his right cheek. What are you able to put together as you visualize this?
You know, as I'm listening to the whole thing and we're hearing that the threat, in the terms that we would use, the threat's been neutralized, right? We understand, and what we're hearing is that the shooter is no longer alive. I'm thinking, how did that shooter get taken out? And was that shooter taken out actually at a distance? One of the elements you typically have when it comes to protection, you have counter sniper team. Sometimes the Secret Service will have their own team. Other times, if there are not enough resources, which can happen during a campaign season like this, if everybody's stretched out too thin, you may use a local element. So when I hear that the individual from a distance was shooting, I always think immediately of that counter sniper element. Was somebody able to take that person out? Now, when you have counter sniper, your counter snipers are always going to be at an elevated position. So if you're in an urban environment, they're going to be up in high-rise buildings. If you're in an environment like this, they're going to be maybe on any podiums or any stands, anything that gives them elevation. And what they're doing, Lester, consistently is they are looking out through their scopes, through their binoculars. They're looking out, and they're looking what's going on in the distance. So immediately, again, I'm assessing based on what we've done in the past. When you hear those sounds, you're immediately going to look to the direction of where those sounds go. You're going to engage eyesight-wise to see what do you see, and then is there a target to engage. So that's one way in which you can neutralize a threat. Another way that you can neutralize a threat from a distance is there will be a team on the ground. So the snipers are up top, they're seeing things, they're calling things out. You also have a team on the ground that can respond. So it's possibility that that team on the ground, whether Secret Service or local law enforcement, immediately went to that location if they're able to determine that location. So that's what you're going to think about when it comes to line of sight. And look, line of sight is one of the worst things. A lot of times when we have these outdoor events or the president speak in certain areas, you actually use the landscape to help you. And we've gone even to the extent of trees and bushes and anything you can think of to break line of sight. Line of sight is that one thing it makes you extremely vulnerable because it's such a hard thing to control, especially from a distance. And, and to follow up to, as I'm watching the reporting here and we see the agents coming in, and you brought this up before that the agents shielded the president and they're looking for wounds. You're correct. So as soon as they get the president off the stage, they go immediately into the vehicle and they're checking him for other wounds. And we actually saw a scenario like this play out with then President Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, same thing. He was outdoors. The difference with him, it was an arrival departure movement. So he's moving from a secure location to the car, and he's moving to the car, shots are fired. Now, at first glance, Reagan didn't look like he had anything. He looked okay. But his then detail leader in the vehicle actually searched him. And what they found was a small wound, and they found the gunshot wound, but that was not discovered until inside the vehicle. So although you're seeing him initially outside, he's standing, you see Donald Trump give the fist pump, but you really want to check him when he's in the car. And then from there, what you're going to do is you're going to take him to a hospital. So I know there was reporting that he was at some type of medical facility, a hospital, we're presuming. That's another thing that's put into basically the strategic response. You always have a hospital. That hospital, when you pick one, you're looking for something called a Trauma One hospital. Why do you want Trauma One hospital? A Trauma One hospital is a hospital that can deal with gunshot wounds. They can deal with mass trauma. So when you have a protectee, the idea, and in training, you understand that if they're going to be attacked, it's going to be likely with a weapon, a shot. So you want to take your protectee to a facility that can treat gunshot wounds, that can treat serious trauma. So it's very likely that the facility that Donald Trump was taken to was a facility like this. There's always an agent there in advance. They go in advance to speak to the medical staff. So there is a medical protocol that is put in place so that when something like this happens, the hospital and that agent is already there to receive the president and to do an assessment on him.
Let me ask you about who makes the decision as to how the venues are used. Does the campaign simply call up and say, hey, we're going to be at this site, you guys figure out how to secure it? Or do you tend to work together with the campaigns? How does that go?
You know, it's usually the first, and it's probably one of the hardest things. The U.S. Secret Service works really hard to try not to intervene, not to interfere in their protectees' movements. Look, the president of the United States, a former president, when they're campaigning, they need to be with the people, shaking hands, talking to everybody. Secret Service, you want to keep them secure. You want to keep them away from everyone. So the goal is to try to let them do their job, because they're a person of the people. So who do they need to be with? The people. So Secret Service typically allows staff to pick the locations. We will go there. It's very, very rare. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen it where they were told, no, you can't do it here. They're an agency that is very can-do. We can do this. I have to tell you, at first glance, even with this location, I don't see anything different than the other rallies I've been to myself. So this is quite common. Now, Secret Service can say no, but you really have to have a good reason as to why you're going to say no and justify that.
Abby, thank you. You continue to provide us with rich information as we try to visualize all these things and understand it and really interpret some of the video we've been seeing. We appreciate it. We'll ask you to stand by. I want to talk to Congressman Mike Kelly now. He was at that rally with his grandkids. Congressman, thank you for being with us. You guys okay?
Yes, Lester, thank you. We're fine.
How close were you to the former president, and what did you witness?
So it's about maybe 50 feet away from the podium where President Trump was speaking, and that with some other congressional members and a member for the Senate. But and then behind him were the stanchions where people were sitting in the seats. So very close to it. A very strange day. You can imagine where I live in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is an agriculture town. This is an ag area, right? And we had it at the Butler Farm Show today, which is for years I've been coming here. And actually, we always participate in the 4-H sale here, where the children bring their animals in and sell them. They make pies and cakes, and they have all these contests. This is about as basic as you can get. This is about as basic America as you can find. And today, Lester, I got to tell you, it was a beautiful summer day. People celebrating, people happy, people grilling food and getting ready for President Trump to come in. And then the aftermath of it was just shaking. You just couldn't believe it. And I'm really concerned as we go forward. There's something wrong in America right now. Look, this doesn't make sense. I will tell you this, though, as President Trump and his right ear, the bullet went through his right ear. It's a fraction of an inch maybe away from killing him. As he was leaving, and as they were carrying him out, the Secret Service, he put his hand up in the air like, I'm okay. Unfortunately, the people behind me, about 10 rows up in the stands, there were people up there yelling and screaming, and they were talking. They had blood on their shirts and stuff, and there was a man who was down there. The security team rushed over there. They took him out of the stands, and apparently he has He has since passed away, but Lester, there's something wrong. There's something wrong in America today. This is we certainly today look like a third world country. Look, if you don't like whoever the candidate is, just don't vote for them. An attempted assassination on a presumption. The candidate. We're going into our convention this week. President Trump, former President Trump, is going to come out as our candidate. What is wrong? What has happened in America? This is absolutely bizarre.
Do you think that we will hear a different tone for the rest of this campaign coming from frankly both sides?
Nah.
You know what? I would sure hope so. But do you know? And because I think you all covered this before, in 2017, our Republican.
Trump ain't gonna switch up his tone. If anything, he's gonna double down. He basically won. All he got to do is he got to say, "Yo, I'm trying to save America. They're trying to kill me." That's a win. Biden has to be like, I don't even know what Biden says. People already think Biden's stupid. He can't talk no more. Like he's like, I don't know what he could say. He just got to almost be sympathetic. All Trump got to say is, "Yo, they try to kill me." He won.
Baseball team was practicing for a spring baseball game as a charity event, and our leader now, Steve Scalise, was again a gunman attacked our guys while they were at practice and shooting up the place.
Yeah, I reported that.
I just don't understand this anymore. I really don't understand. The greatest nation in the world right now has succumbed to being a third world country. The level of hate, the level of discourse that takes place has got to stop. It has got to stop, and we've got to return to who we are. We are a great, great nation, and we say in all our prayers, under God, under God, under God. Well, I'm sure that right now, the people of faith, tomorrow on Sunday morning, please go to wherever it is that you worship, drop to your knees tonight and pray for America. Pray for President Trump, that he's going to be okay. We also have, as I said, one man was shot. This guy was just there celebrating a day at the farm showgrounds, and all of a sudden somebody takes into their hands, they have to start shooting up the crowd, shoot the president in the head. It's absolutely, it's off the charts, third world country now. We have to start rallying around about who we are. When 1.5 million men in uniform and women in uniform have died to give us the right to practice the form of government we have, for us to be so casual and so callous about it? No. It's time for America to get back to being America.
And Congressman, you were there with your grandchildren. I didn't get the ages of it. Were they young children?
Yeah. I mean, so we had children there anywhere from 4 years old up to 12 years old. Let's see, about 10 of them. My wife was there. My sister-in-law was there with her grandchildren. One of my sons was with me. And you have to wonder, as the children came back, they're just, Grandpa, why would somebody do that? Grandpa, why did somebody do that? They don't like President Trump. Just don't vote for him. And I've said, kids, I'll tell you what. That's why Grandpa is in Congress. We have got to go. We have got to get this country back on the beam. We cannot allow this to continue to unravel. Lester, I mean, really, we're like a third world country right now, right? I mean, this is absolutely off the charts. Evil. It can't exist. We can't allow it to exist, and we can't tolerate it. We can't say, well, that's going to happen from time to time. No, it's not. It cannot be allowed. 1.5 million men and women in uniform to give us the right to vote and do the things we do, for it to be this way now?
Obviously a shocking and terrible evening as we hear the former president is okay, but as we've noted that one person was killed, 2 others have been badly injured in this. Congressman, thank you for taking a few minutes. We're glad you and the kids you're with are safe. I want to go to Garrett Hake now. He covers former President Trump. Garrett, Donald Trump has posted tonight on Truth Social. Talk through us what he wrote.
That's right, Lester. The former president using his preferred medium to inform the world of his status and the fact that he's okay. His message really in 3 parts. First, thanking law enforcement and the Secret Service for their swift action in Butler after the shooting. Second, offering his condolences for the person in the crowd, presumably a Trump supporter, who was killed and the other person seriously injured, about whom we don't have any additional update now. And then describing his experience with what he says was being shot through the skin of his right ear, saying that he knew immediately that it was a bullet. He felt the bullet ripping through skin. He says much bleeding took place, and he realized what had happened. He concludes, God bless America. We don't know yet, Lester, if this will be the only communication we get from the former president tonight. He is, of course, scheduled to go to Milwaukee and be seen there on Monday for the start of the Republican National Convention. But obviously, not just a personal crisis for him, a sort of crisis for the country with this moment of apparent political violence with an apparent assassination attempt, but also a crisis for his campaign that will now have to figure out what exact steps they'll need to take, both to make sure he remains safe today, tomorrow, and going forward, particularly with the convention where tens of thousands of people are expected to attend over the 4-day event, and what, if anything, they want to make of this moment politically. You know, the former president said in his Truth Social post that nothing is known yet about the shooter. He makes no comment about that. His supporters, though, are using images like the ones we're seeing on the screen, including now both of his sons, pinning those images to their X accounts, the website formerly known as Twitter, pointing out the idea that their father, the Republican nominee in waiting, if you will, is a fighter and kind of seizing on this moment to elevate him politically. And so we have the physical update here from the former president. Again, he claims that he was shot through the upper part of his right ear. By all accounts, will be just fine. The political reverberations, of course, entirely unpredictable at this moment, but already going on behind the scenes. The Trump campaign, as we've reported earlier in the evening, putting their staffers on lockdown, telling people not to talk to the press, not to talk at all while they figure out the steps at a more senior level they want to take going forward. And Lester, I'll just add, as I mentioned earlier in our broadcast tonight, that concerns about the former president's safety on the campaign trail have always been on the front burner at the senior level of the Trump campaign. The mega rallies that he likes to hold with tens of thousands of people in open areas. Concerns about how to continue to conduct those safely in kind of a hot political environment, in an environment where he just might not be safe. There was much talk about those events, and even the smaller events where he likes to drop by at fast food restaurants or firehouses, the kind of unscheduled stops that presidential candidates like to make. At every single one of these stops that are discussed, there are serious high-level discussions about whether they can be conducted safely. It'll be borne out in the reporting to come what kind of conversations were had about this rally and how, if...
Oh, okay. Somebody said go back to the last thingy that I was looking at about the video. Where is it at about like the... Oh, fuck, let me close this. So they say you could actually see the bullet. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm trying to find the bullet that I could find it. Yo, this shit is crazy, bro. My nigga, I came on here to talk about hip hop. I'm like, oh, I'm number one. Yo, what's poppin'? Let's talk about some hip hop. Let's make jokes. Fuck. Anyway. Let me, give me 1 second. I'm trying to post this shit. I guess I'll post it on this. Yo, Grant, why you ain't posted on Akademiks TV? I don't know if you did, but all right, I'll post it on this. Okay. But if you're not watching the stream, I think this Twitter account is still... I think it's still private. Anyway, it's my private Twitter account. It's like my OG private Twitter account. I haven't tweeted on this in a while. But apparently they're saying this is the bullet. And again, you have to realize, so if we're going to talk about bullets, if we're going to talk about speed, the speed that a bullet is traveling compared to the frames per second that a camera is capturing. I know you might be like, what the fuck, that this doesn't look like a bullet, but it might be a trail. Like this might be how a bullet looks like when a camera captures it, given a certain frame of speed that the camera's shutter could capture. So supposedly, this is the one of the first bullets that flies past Trump. If you get what I'm saying. Now, again, this is not how a bullet looks, but this is how it would look on a camera that isn't calibrated for the speed that the bullet would be flying at. So they're just seeing basically the effects of the bullet affecting the air, and it's not going to show the bullet itself because that might be too fast for the camera shutter. But you know, you guys get what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm not like just talking shit, right? Yeah. But damn, fuck, woo, bro. I don't even know how Trump even gets on. It's probably not him, but maybe he said something to somebody and they tweet it on his like platform. Bro, how does you even get on a social media platform? Bro, I would be in church, my nigga, reading my Bible, just be like, wow. I was gonna be killed today without an ounce of notice. It was just gonna happen like this. Oh my God. That will fuck you up. Fuck politics. Your life could have ended like this. It was probably 3 to 5 inches that made you still be alive. Fuck politics. That is crazy. God damn. Shit. What the fuck? I'm trying to find the YouTube video that we were watching earlier. God damn. Is it this? No. Weren't we watching like CNBC or something like that? Who's live now? Let's see. Live. Yeah, nah, they're not live. Donald Trump shot. We got to find that live feed again. Oh, NBC.
His judgment. He will be leaving his Rehoboth Beach, Delaware residence and traveling back to the White House tonight. We expect that he will arrive here in Washington after midnight, returning to the White House sometime around 12:30 in the morning. This is a change in his schedule. It is absolutely as a result of the incident today. We heard from the president publicly in 2 forms already tonight. First, a written statement, and then, as you were in the chair earlier, when he spoke to the small group of reporters with him in Delaware, known as the Traveling Press Pool, and he addressed the concerns about this incident and said that he was trying to reach former President Trump to speak to him directly and personally by phone. They had not done so at that point. He described how he has been briefed by the head of the Secret Service, his Secretary of Homeland Security, and also other officials, including his Homeland Security advisor within the White House, who would be steeped in the knowledge of any potential threats. The president saying that he, of course, wants everyone across the political spectrum throughout the country to stand against acts of political violence, saying it cannot happen in America, should not happen in America. So with that as the backdrop, the president will be traveling back here tonight. We don't have specifics about how his schedule might change further. He certainly had plenty of events coming up in the days ahead. So that will be kind of a piece-by-piece moment as they assess the status of the investigation. I expect the president would want to have additional briefings, and by coming back to Washington, he could speak directly with some of the officials who are based here. Separately, I've been doing reporting that really began before this incident took place about changes coming at the Secret Service because of the Trump candidacy, going from former president who has a certain level of Secret Service detail to the status of being the presumptive nominee, about to be formally the nominee of the Republican Party, and the fact that they had made plans to increase the size of his protective detail and the teams around him because of the change in campaign pace and because of the necessities of travel. That certainly is borne out by these awful events today. In addition, 3 plane loads of on a chartered aircraft. 3 planes carrying Secret Service personnel traveled yesterday from their various assignments to Milwaukee for the convention, where they were intended to be going for a few purposes. Of course, all the related security for the convention itself, but also including the detail in waiting for the running mate selection, depending on the choice made by the former president about who he will run with on the ticket. And so preparing for that person's immediate family to be protected by Secret Service, adding another protectee in the sphere of what the Secret Service does. So these are some of the moving parts that are happening. Big questions, of course, about how does the political calendar change because of that? What's happening with the investigative pieces, learning many more details about who has been harmed today, the innocent victims who have been caught up in this, as well as a real medical status on the former president, and any information that we can gain through our reporting with our law enforcement reporting colleagues about the suspected attempted assassin here, the gunman responsible. All of that unfolding on a Saturday night in a steamy Washington as we are trying to learn more details. For the president to be back here, that of course gives him easy access to convene meetings with his officials, and we'll stay on it as there are additional developments. Of course, the Secret Service provided some details that you've discussed at length tonight, having covered many Trump rallies when he was president and when he was a candidate in the last cycle. These are such well-attended events, huge crowds often, and covering events for the current president, President Biden, where he is out on the campaign trail. The security